Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the live stream of the Bulls Masters first grade grand final between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs here at Webb Harris Oval. Lovely sunny day on day 3 of this grand final. I'm Michael Wright, joined by Ted Roker to cover day 3 and an excellent morning and excellent weather to get us going. University of Queensland continuing with the bat at 2 for 64 after 48.1 overs. Welcome, Ted.
Good morning, Roddy. Tell us a bit about last week. What are we, 2 for 64?
2 for 64. Lost all of day 1 to weather and got on day 2. Early wicket from Nick Sale off the bowling of Connor Sully. Some partnerships from Scott Henry and Jack Clayton for the dismissal of Scott Henry by Nathan McSweeney. And then Jack Clayton and Jack Carty getting themselves to 2 for 64. So probably the runs don't necessarily equate to the value. It was very slow and wet last weekend on Sunday, so probably more around 100 or 48 overs, 120. Lots of balls which would have gone for 4 held up and were 2s. So hopefully a bit faster outfield today and great conditions to be playing after what was some bad weather Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So great to have the sun out and cricket on the go for grand final weekend.
Looking a treat. Hopefully, we do see a few runs, a few wickets today, bit of play.
Elsewhere, plenty of other cricket. We've got all 6 grades grand finals in action today. 2nd grade will be at Northern Suburbs, 3rd grade at Northern Suburbs, 4th grade out at Redlands, 5th grade out at Northern Suburbs, and then 6th grade out at Redlands as well. So we'll check in with those games as the day goes on and get plenty of updates. Some of those games started last weekend, but then also some will be starting this weekend. So 2 full days of grand final action to wrap off the 2020-21 season.
Yeah, so North's 5 for 174 in 2nd grade against the Sunny Coast.
Yeah, a good batting performance from North on day 1 there. They had no play on day 2 with the rain on the north side, but in a good position, so they'll be looking to keep batting on day 3 at Northern Suburbs. In a strong position, defending.
Yeah. In 3rd grade, North's bowled Gold Coast out for 205.
That's a really good game, that one. So full day's play on Saturday. Gold Coast were in a bit of trouble, 7 for about 110 and 4 back to get 200 and so with Dan Doran with a good lower order partnership of close to about 80 or 90 for the 8th wicket. So that'll be a really even game as we have the fielders and batters and umpies walk out for day 3 here. We'll recap the umpies. We've got Peter Boland to the left of the screen and Stephen Dionysius on the right of the screen with Greg Douglas off field as the reserve umpire. So interested to see who North go to the first over. Probably looking at either a Connor Sully or Luke Feldman who opened the bowling for the Vikings. So probably go with two of those players to get stuff going.
Yeah, Jack Carty and Clayton, 2 of UQ's best this year. They'll be looking to make that partnership count, eh?
2 batters who've got good memories of grand finals. They both scored hundreds in the last time we played a grand final in first grade in the 4-day format with COVID knocking out the one last year. The year before that, Jack Carty and Clayton both scored hundreds in the grand final against Valleys, so good memories for them in GF. So they'll be looking to replicate that for the students. So
that was an interesting game. Wasn't that one of Carty's first grade games that year?
Yeah, I think he sort of stepped up and scored 100 in a grand final. So a pretty memorable way to get into the first grade and do well in a big match. But we have Connor Sully coming from the river end to start day 3. Young tearaway quick in the Bulls squad. Faced him a bit when he was younger and he bowls pretty sharp. So worked pretty hard last week on day 2. Got the early breakthrough of Nick Sale, so we'll be looking for something similar again here on day 3 for Northern Suburbs.
Yeah, and Carty is on strike. 9 runs from 79 balls last week. Must have been hard going.
Yeah, sort of probably withheld his natural aggressive streak. He's a bit of a shot maker and hit a big ball. He's been known for his T20 and 1-day form and hitting big 6s, so a bit more reserved last week in the 4-day format. So we'll see how he starts off against Sully.
Sully stemming in. Ball 1.
Just left through to Tom Healy, the keeper. So really important first hour or so for Northern Suburbs. They bowled 48.1 overs and a few breakthroughs to get the 3rd, 4th or 5th wicket in this first session. with a second new ball coming at the 80 over mark. They'd love to bowl at the middle to lower order of the University of Students with a second new ball. So they've probably got about 30 overs of real hard work and trying to make some breakthroughs to open the game up for that second new ball.
The UQ boys will be looking to dig in here. How do they get Cardi out?
Not sure, quite. We'll see what the tactics that started play are. Sully in again. Through the keeper. Good lead there. Left on length there. Great to have cricket after the rain of Sunday and Monday and Tuesday this week. It was a shame to not have a Sheffield Shield game during the week for the Queensland Bulls with some weather impacting that game. So it's great to have finals up and going across southeast Queensland to wrap up our premier season. So all comes down to this, what players have spent 6 months of hard work to get towards, even a few months in the pre-season as well, as Sully comes into Cardi.
Grand final glory. Ball on the line, leaves again.
Good pace and bounce there from Sully.
Yeah, he looks good. Right on line to start with. And Tom Healy, wicket keeping, hey?
Yeah, we go around. Got Tom Healy as keeper. Looks like young Noel McFadgen at first slip. Nathan McSweeney, captain of the Norths, at second slip. Kendall Fleming at gully. Josh Brown at backward point. He took the catch of the first wicket last weekend. Wait as Sully comes in again to Cardi.
Leaves again.
Left line. Then the whippet in Nathan Carroll at cover. He probably spent a bit of time cleaning the whites during the week. He covered a lot of territory last Sunday and got pretty dirty in a slightly damp outfield, and was an excellent fielder for Northern Suburbs in that cover mid-off region. So he's patrolling cover there.
Another good Darling Downs boy.
Yep.
Great rugby player too.
No, as I said, we mentioned that on the coverage last weekend. The brothers winger and pretty good try scorer in the off season for brothers.
Not a bad cover fielder too, hey?
Yep. Sully in again to Cardi. Left alone again. Continuing around, I think it's Will Prestwich at mid-off as they wrap up the over. 49 gone, 2 for 64. Sam Wilson at mid-wicket. Big Luke Feldman at fine leg. He looks like he's going to come on to bowl the second over of the morning.
The big copper. Is he still a copper?
I believe he's still working in that space. Yeah, he keeps busy and also he does a few trips out for the Bulls Masters. Great ambassador for the game and works so hard for the Queensland Bulls. And he showed last week that he toiled hard with the ball. A couple of close shouts, a couple of close LBs, which a little tickle from the batters, which probably saved them. But put in a huge effort. I'm sure he's a big strike weapon for Northern Suburbs this morning if they're to make early inroads. I think Big Fox would love to grab an early wicket. Bowled very well to the left-handers when he came round the wicket, swinging it away from them, very much down all stump from that angle, sort of Stuart Broad-esque to the lefty. So starting from round the wicket straight up, last week he bowled a few overs over the wicket before moving round. So I think he's going to ask questions straight away here to these left-handers.
Love it. And Sully, perfect start from him. Maiden to start with. Here comes Feldman.
Right on the money. Top of off stump. First ball. From a bowler's point of view, don't really want to stray too far from there. Made Clayton play from ball one. As we saw with the previous over, Cardi had the chances to let a few go through the keeper. I think when you're bowling and you're trying to put that pressure on the batters, you're loving to play as many balls as possible around that sort of off and full stump. Not give them too many siders through the keeper early on. Make them play, which I think will be the key for Northern Suburbs here early.
And that was the first bat on ball for the day. Maybe we should clap that.
I'm sure there'll be more of that. It'll be a long day. It's 112 overs scheduled in the day's play as Feldman comes in.
Ooh,
Pushed
Clayton.
it a bit off. There's plenty of that last week from Jack Clayton. He looked good on the front foot through to mid off, and on the money again here today.
Yeah, he looked good there. Worked hard for his runs last week.
Yeah, from a conditions point of view, longer day, 9:30 start here, play through to 5:30. Minimum scheduled overs 112 in the day's play to catch up on play lost over the first 2 days last weekend.
Big day for them, bigger day for us, I'd say.
As Feldman comes in again to Clayton. On the front foot, looking solid from start here, Clayton.
And Feldman making him play. All over that off stump. Clayton, 28 runs from 144 rocks.
It will take some removing. Jack Clayton, he can dig in and score big runs, as we talked about earlier in the coverage. He 100 in a grand final a few years ago. Plenty of hundreds either side of that as well as Feldman comes in. Left through the keeper.
Yeah, I hope we see some heroics from Tom Healy at the back there. Love to see a nice screamer today.
There wasn't much in that department last weekend. A lot of leaves, and aside from the sliced catch to backward point of Nick Saar, there wasn't really much which went through the gully or slips region. So we might see a bit more of that today.
Looks like that's the plan. Feldman steaming in. Ooh. Runs.
A run there. Might come back for two. Will Prestwich chasing after that at mid-off.
First runs of the day. 2 to Clayton. Yeah, like to see that. Nice 2 early on. Thought we might have a 10 over Blockfest, but we've got runs. Moves to 30. He's looking good on the drive early on.
Yeah, the off drive was very strong last weekend for Clayton. Just checking in and as Feldman comes in again to Clayton. Left alone.
Constable Feldman.
Wraps up the over. 2 for 66 after 50. Just checking on the other grand final, which was started this morning in second grade. North's continuing on with the bat, 5 for 177. So yet to lose a wicket there. I think young Mitch Doolan's 46, not out. Carrying on his innings from last weekend. And then Parth Patel, I think was a bit of a night watchman last week for Northern Suburbs, is in there as well. A handy night watchman, Patel. It'll be a tough one to remove there if he gets going for Northern Suburbs. So I'm sure their plan is to keep batting and bat and get a big score for Sunshine Coast to do their best against.
As Connor Sully prepares for his second over of the day. Third grade, North's bowled Gold Coast out. Who will open up for North today?
I'm pretty confident it'll be Addy Grewal, or he might be 3. Sully comes in. Off the hip to Cardi for a single. Pushed hard the first one, but I'll just take the one. He'd be in the top order. Michael Lloyd's playing for Northern Suburbs. He usually bats in the top order, 1, 2 or 3. Also Riley Sells. So a few guys have been amongst the runs actually. Grewal has scored 100 in recent rounds and 80, and also had a big T20 100 in second grade in the December-January period. He scored 100 under lights at Northern Suburbs in the T20 competition. So it should be a really good game, that third grade one. Gold Coast with some experience of Dan Doran, a former Bulls player and leg spinner. So should be a good contest at North there in 3s as Sully comes into Clayton.
Big call and out.
Given him. Big strike for Northern Suburbs. Early. Interesting to see a replay of that one.
Clayton departs for 30. Huge celebration. Sully loves it.
Replays coming in here. Interesting to see where they pitched in line here. Caught on the crease.
Oh. Yeah, I'm giving that.
Yeah. I reckon there might have been potentially some doubt there, but fingers up and a big strike for Northern Suburbs. Jack Clayton early, 3 for 67. Exactly what Northern Suburbs would have wanted the first half an hour play today. So big spots for them. As we have Yanu Kutsi coming in the bat at number 5.
Yeah, he's not happy, Clayton. Shakes his head. Dismissed LBW. Connor Sully strikes early.
Exactly what North would have been after. An early strike. Getting a new batter. As we said, about 30-odd overs and a new ball, second new ball to come. So they've got their early breakthrough and can work away from there.
Dismissed for 30 runs off 147 rocks.
A big strike for Northern Suburbs. Good reward for Sully. He bowled fast on Sunday last weekend and and has had a really good season with the ball across all formats, red ball and white ball. So keen to get a good strike for Northern Suburbs early there.
2 wickets for him for the match so far. Tell me a bit about
first. Let's say first right-hander for the Indians. University loaded up with a few lefties with Henry and Sale, and then Clayton and Carty. So first look at a right-hander here for New South Wales. Yano been playing for quite a long time for University in twos and ones. So Sully comes in the first ball to Coetzee. Last few years really blossomed for University of Queensland first grade in all formats. He's been a bit of a match winner and a player of big knocks at the right time. Really talented fielder as well, and get a few overs of off spin as well. So really big player for the students, and has tended to come up in some big games with the bat. So no bigger moment than this, I guess. Grand final.
That's it. They're going to need Yano to deliver today. Sully steams in. 4th ball of the over.
That's the way made him play early.
Yano forward defence.
Very much the same feel for the lefties. 2 slips, gully, point just behind point, covering nice and tight to cut off a single, mid-off, mid-on, and a bat pad there and a fine leg on the leg side. So very much the same feel to the right-hander as the lefty, with Connor Sully honing on that off and 4th stump straight away.
Yeah, I like that left-right combination. Make the fielders move a bit.
Yeah, so they're probably getting used to left-handers, Northern Suburbs, so they're probably keen to see a right-hander out there. Sully turns and steams in.
Ooh. Oh, beautiful.
Bit of lift, bit of pace there from Sully.
Lovely action.
Through to keeper Tom Healy.
Yeah, he looks good.
So I'm sure the Vikings will be up after that early wicket, the 3rd for the innings. We talked about there's probably a bit of a ticking clock in regards to the overs, that second new ball. North's wanting to make as much damage as possible before they can take that second new ball and have a crack at the middle to lower order. Obviously the students wanting to dig deep and build a platform and continue to bat to a strong total as Sully comes in. Left alone through to keeper Healy. Closed out the successful over for Northern Suburbs. 3 for 67 after 51 overs.
Yeah, and I mean UQ had just dug in there. Carty and Clayton, that was a huge partnership. A lot of balls played. That's huge for Norths.
Yeah, they'd be pushing to get another breakthrough and get 2 new batters out there. You want to work away at 2 fresh batters, but a bit more pressure on Carty here, who oversaw the innings in last weekend.
So those last 2 came together at 2 for 39. How many overs do you reckon they were out there?
Oh, it's probably about 25 overs at least together, 25, 30 overs. Most of the second hour of last weekend's play, so good partnership. It's a big strike for Northern Suburbs to break that, especially Clayton, who, as we said earlier, made runs in some big games.
Yeah, Luke Feldman for his 2nd over. Is he a constable?
I'm not sure. I've never asked Fox on his rank.
Probably a senior sergeant.
As he comes in. Oh, straight down leg there. Nice and straight early on from Northern Suburbs, making the students play early. Don't want to give them too many siders. Good early pressure from the Vikings as they push for early wickets.
Yep, Jack Carty. He's got to really stay in here. 10 runs off 86 balls. After that wicket, they're going to need him. As we've said, grand final hero a few years ago. Can he do it again?
Left through the keeper.
What's the game plan from UQ today after that wicket?
I think it's just it's a normal 2-day game. I just want to bat. You want to get a solid platform. Also show intent, keep the scoreboard going. You don't want the scoreboard just to stop because you can always lose a quick wicket or 2. And if that scoreboard's not ticking over, that pressure mounts. So they want to keep that intent and scoring going. As Feldman turns and comes again into Carty. Bit wide there, left through the keeper. So yeah, I think it's just a normal, 2-day approach. You want set batters in who can then score.
So we've got 2 days to go. Say UQ bat today out and bat some of the day tomorrow. How many can Norths chase with how many overs?
Well, I said it's 112 overs minimum in today and tomorrow. As we just wait for Feldman come in again to Cardi. It's either... We'll have to get a replay of that. I don't know if that's carried or just dropped short. There's an edge there.
Snicked him off.
Soft hands from Cardi. Very low to the ground. Unsure whether that... Bit unsighted by a pole here in the commentary box, but
the slipper looks disappointed.
Yeah,
though.
There's a bit of frustration, so it might have gone to hand that one. We're not going to see from this angle. It's a bit too narrow. Went low. We might get a look from this shot. Can't see. We'll be back to some live action as Cardi slices one through backward point and turn for 2. I think, by the way, the North fielders are carrying on. I think it might have carried them. Might have just got fingers underneath that second slip. So a chance there for a fourth there for Northern Suburbs and just missed out there.
Yeah, not happy.
We talked about, 2 fresh batters. That would have been Cardi and would have been a look at number 6. But he looked to go down fast and low. McSweeney at second slip might have got his hands underneath that one there as Feldman comes in. Bumper.
Oh, yes.
Got to keep him honest.
Love it. 2 from the over.
With a bit of a half chance there, so North keeping the momentum going early here. An early strike of Clayton and a little chance for Kay there as well. So North keeping the pressure on early here on day 3. Looking for early wickets, the Vikings. The students look to keep batting and get that score ticking on the board.
3 for 69 as we head into the 53rd over. Connor Sully to continue his third of the day. He got the breakthrough. Big wicket at Jack Clayton. Jack Clayton, Queensland, second 11?
Yeah, there was a second 11. Unfortunately, Sully comes into Coetzee. Played back past the bowler. With all the implications of COVID this year, there was no second 11 competition for the state programs, so a few missed opportunities for some of those players who were in the squad and dominated at first grade level, but not to sort of play against some of the other players around the country. But there was a game scheduled a week or so ago between Queensland and New South Wales out at Wynnum Manly, but got impacted quite heavily by the rain, so Clayton was in that side as Sully comes in to Coetzee, left alone for the keepers. So a few of the states tried to get some extra games into their players as the season's wrapped up. We've got an under-19 event coming up next weekend between Queensland and New South Wales Country and New South Wales Metro out at Redlands.
I had a look at that.
Likewise, the under-19s national champs cancelled this year. With travel implications and the health risks around COVID, so trying to get a bit of extra cricket into some of those representative players as Sully comes in. Left alone.
Yeah, that under-19s team looks pretty strong.
I think a few sort of country and Toowoomba boys in that side.
Sammy Neal, you know him.
Playing for Northern Suburbs in the second grade grand final at the moment. So
he's a good snare for you guys.
Yeah,
good pick up this year. He used to get called Hopesy because he ran in pretty slow when he was a bit younger.
He's had a very good year for North in second grade. Also got into the made his first grade debut and took some wickets and played in the first grade T20s as Sully comes in to Coetzee. Bumper there.
Ooh, yeah.
Getting the feet moving early on. There's been some good short stuff here from Sully to Coetzee. Love to follow it up with something on that sort of top of all stump, making him play on that front foot. Brings the bold LB and the edge into play there. He's pushed him back with some stuff through the chest and the bumper there. See if he's working away at something a little bit fuller. It's a bit like with the Clayton dismissal, getting him trapped on the crease.
Yeah.
See if he can get Coetzee early, not with those feet moving. Sully in again. Pushed him back and played the point there.
Yeah, you'd think Yarno would be pretty nervous out there at the moment. None off 9. Tough time to bat early on.
You always want to get that first run away.
Yeah. They're not giving him anything. Just a nice one off the pads here he'd love.
That's probably what he's hoping for, something on the hip. He can just roll the wrists onto the umpy at square leg on a wicket. But Sully and North have been pretty strong on that off stump and full stump and not giving him anything to flick there.
Who's in silly at the moment?
That's Michael Dawson at bat pad there. He was under lid last Sunday as well.
Bit of chirp from him.
I'll continue as Sully comes into Coetzee. Bit full there, left alone as completes the over. 53 overs gone, 3 for 69. Dawson, I'd be surprised if he's talking there. I've played a bit with Dawson when he first came to the club in second grade and was extremely quiet. He might change under the bat pad. He might be very talkative. He might just have a quiet conversation with the batter, but Dorsey was known to be rather quiet in the field. Excellent fielder, very good arm, and good in the outfield. Nicknamed the wing by a few people, but they've got him under the lid there at bat pad.
In the game.
Feldman continuing from the university end. Push through to point there. Good intent from Kay there, as we talked about. You've got to keep that intent to score. Slice one through backward point for 2 last over to Feldman, so wants to keep that going. Whilst they've lost the early wicket, can't let that bog the scoring down, otherwise that scoreboard pressure builds up and Norths can keep chipping away, not knowing that the scoreboard's not advancing. So
yeah, they'd love a boundary here just to relieve a bit of that pressure. But Feldman's given them nothing. He steams in here, around the wicket. Drives.
Good push to mid off.
Yeah, and you'd think it'll come from Cardi if they are to find a boundary.
Yeah, there was a few glimpses last Sunday off the spin of Mick Sweeney. A few shots over mid-off, a couple of boundaries back past the bowler there, which was good intent from the students when they were trying to get through a tough day where there was rain around and just wanting to get a start. So the intent can definitely be there as Feldman comes into Cardi. Looks really solid there on the front foot. But with 2-day Bain, you've got to give yourself some time and build into that innings and feel really comfortable. So the Vikings have started well with their bowling. With their early breakthrough at Clayton, Cardi just needs to get settled and feel comfortable at the crease.
And he is the leading run scorer for the year, Jack Cardi.
No, he's contributed a couple of hundreds, 100 against Gold Coast, I remember, as Feldman comes into Cardi. Played through the gully there. No, it was 100 against Gold Coast and a big 100 against Valleys. I think it was about 100 and... Oh, the score will elude me, but it was a big 100 against Valleys. Sort of continuing on, bit of a torment of Valleys. He got the 100 against them in the grand final a few years ago. So he's been amongst the runs this year. As I said, he's also a very dangerous white ball player with the T20 and 1 days and usually bats at the top order and gives it a whack. So Feldman in again to Cardi. Left alone.
So we could see him potentially go the boom.
He definitely can. I've seen him hit some big sixes here, and I've seen him hit some big sixes at AB Field. So he's got as he's quite tall, got the levers. I think if he throws the hands through one, it's going to go a fair way.
Home ground advantage. They'd be loving playing here at UQ.
Webb, talking about Webb Harris Oval, clubs, as Feldman comes in, I was about to say there's a bit of history between the two clubs. Edge through to a wideish gully there, probably run away for 2 there. As I said, number 1 oval here at University is Webb Harris Oval, named after a great administrator for the club. Northern Suburbs had Roger Harris, Webb's brother, who was a sort of manager, selector in the first grade space. Two great servants of the game and connection between these two great clubs. And we sort of talked about last Sunday, both clubs fought very hard for the club championship. University a stronghold on that for the last decade, and Norths just pipped them in the final round and also played each other in a lot of finals. So really good rivalry amongst these two clubs and two really strong performing clubs across not only first grade but down the grades as well. Yeah,
happy days at Northside, hey? When was the last time they won a club championship?
I'll add to that as Sully comes into Coetzee. We looked at the records, and I think it was 84, 85. So it was well over 30 years since Northern Suburbs had won a club championship.
Wow.
Talked about University of Queensland had the stronghold on that award. They won 9 of the last 10, with Redlands the only one to sort of break that decade run. So Northern Suburbs came right down to the last round, pretty much a difference of about a 5th or 6th grade victory in it. So it was a great finish to the season, or to the regular season, with both clubs really fighting out across all their teams. Right down to the wire as Sully comes into Coetzee. Bit fuller and pushed to wide mid off.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think we gave you one of those wins, so...
All counts. I guess it highlights the fun and excitement of a season and the different ladders and titles on offer that you know games in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade late in the season, whether you win, lose, or draw, can impact a trophy, and it also builds a really good connection and rapport amongst the clubs and the players to have a strong club compete for a club championship as Sully comes in. Pushing it back and through the keeper. So to win it means everyone's going pretty well, and from a North's point of view, they had all 6 grades finish either 1st or 2nd. So they had all 6 grades featuring in semi-finals 2 weekends ago, which is a big achievement and a lot of pride for the club.
Yeah, an amazing effort. Plenty of depth.
Yeah, plenty of depth. 4 of those sides progressed through to the grand final and are in action this weekend and last weekend. So, as we talked about earlier, 3 games are at Northern Suburbs, and then the 4th one being here. So, 4 sides in the grand finals. It's pretty exciting for the club.
Here comes Sully. 4th ball the over. 2 for 18 his figures. Yano leaves.
Push back and left again. The students have this game and also 4th grade. 4th grader in the grand final against Redlands out at Fred Kratzman Oval, the number 2 there. So 2 sides in grand finals, pushing for glory over this last weekend of the season.
I don't think they got any play last weekend.
No, they didn't have any play. It was pretty wet out of the Bayside. They managed to get a brief amount of play on Peter Burge Oval in 6th grade. Very brief on Sunday before the Storms rolled in again from the Gold Coast. But that game will be starting, day 3 pretty much as day 1 in 4th grade. So 2 days is plenty of time to get a first innings result as Sully comes into Coetzee. There's that first run for Coetzee as he flicks one through Wicket, and a bit of a mix-up there as Wilson does the fielding and gets it into the bowler's end. Just the one there, the finish off the over. 3 for 72 after 55 overs, with Coetzee's getting off the mark there, 1 off 15. Oh, one to come. Confused by the umpy switching for the left-handed batter on strike. Thought it was the over.
Some great fielding there.
Yeah, it was a good chase by Wilson. They were looking for 2 there. They thought they could have squeezed 2, but a good slide kept it to 1.
Whipped it in.
Don't want to run out in a 2-day in a 4-day game.
Yeah, that'd hurt. Here comes Sully. Last ball the over.
Through the keeper. Now wraps up the 55th over. 3 for 72. It's been a good spell from Sully. Got the breakthrough. Continuing on from last weekend with the wicket of Sale. It's been a good partnership between him and Feldman. Not much off the bat. Plenty of pressure early from the 2 quicks.
They've pushed the run rate from 1.25 to 1.33 so far, so it's good signs.
Day 3, moving day. It's moving day. So it's great to have the sun out and shining. Looking forward to a big weekend of cricket. Fingers crossed the weather gods will back us up and we have some beautiful conditions for all of our men's grades grand finals to wrap up this season.
There isn't any rain predicted, is there?
I don't believe so. Touch wood, fingers crossed, all that kind of stuff. Don't want to put the mocker on things, but great to have a good full 2 days here to conclude the 2020-21 season.
Comes the senior sergeant, big Luke Feldman.
A little inside edge there, down a fine leg from Coetzee.
Yano moves to 2.
He's got off the mark, but it hasn't been the most convincing there. big in-swingers from Luke Feldman. He's probably got used to bowling to the left-handers where he's taken it away, so now he gets that was his first look at a right-hander and on that middle stump line and worked away to fine leg.
Yeah, I like that right arm around to the lefty. It's just great to watch.
With his shape, which goes away to a lefty and into a righty, really challenging from around the wicket to a lefty as he comes into Carty. Edged and caught at first slip. Huge wicket for Northern Suburbs. The set batter of Carty for number 4.
Absolutely beautifully bowled.
And they're pumped. Big Foxy Feldman. Big high fives and slaps on the back there for Northern Suburbs. 4 for 73 with the wicket of Carty.
It's a special delivery.
So replay comes up here. Should get a good look at this in the corner of the screen.
Swing it away. Oh.
Chest height to Noah McFadden. Just where you want him.
Jaffa.
Youngster. So big strike for Northern Suburbs.
Yeah, they're happy. Plenty of smiles in that circle.
Another replay. Big Fox. The former Queensland Bull. Good pace, good carry. Chest height to first slip. Running through for the celebration.
Disappointment for Carty as he walks off.
I feel like from a fielding point of view, or in the team huddle, big Luke Feldman running through with the chest pumping and the arms going would be a scary sight. He's a big man. Yeah, it's a broad chest, that.
You wouldn't want to be first to high-five him.
Going with the padded bag,
Yeah.
the rugby league style. Ease up.
Yeah,
But no, huge strike for North there. Incoming batsman,
Phillipson.
Michael Phillipson, very experienced. Been around a long time, Flip. Still churns out big runs and loves a good fight here.
Oh, yeah, he'll be on for this.
Had some big innings in the back half of the year. He runs in the semi-final and contributions throughout the back half. A big 100 against South. The win the game there. They were in a bit of trouble in that round. University of Queensland and Flip scored a 100 batting with the lower order and tail. So still produces at this level and is a very dangerous player. So another big wicket for Northern Suburbs to try and push away at. 2 right-handers now after a lot of lefties.
Oof. And Feldman, he'll be up here. This will be quick.
Slight field change with the right-handers, the square leg just behind the umpire there. As Feldman comes in, first ball to Phillipson. Left alone. That big shape.
Sent that through. And Phillipson, you'd say, would be one of the better anchors in first grade.
I think batting down the order, having played a lot at the top order, in one-day cricket and also two-day cricket, having someone of his experience coming in at number 6 with a bit of shine off the ball, it's a pretty handy spot to be. As I said, he's played a lot of games, scored a lot of runs, and has spent a lot of time batting at the sharper end, whether it be opening in white ball cricket or batting sort of 3 and 4 in red ball. So him at 6 is a very handy place to be as Feldman comes in. Left alone. So yeah, it's 55 over ball.
And he's still getting a little bit of nip.
Yeah, that natural shape from Feldman just keeps asking questions. So we talked about the start of play. There was about 30 overs this morning before that second new ball, and Norths would have been trying to get a couple of wickets and see if they can take that second new ball with a bit of confidence and at a middle to lower order batting group. So definitely ticked off a couple of those boxes here this morning, Northern Suburbs.
1 for 25 as Feldman steams in.
Flicked off the pads from Phillipson, looking to push for 2 and turn and go. Good pressure on the fine leg there. Throw comes a bit wayward. Off the mark, Phillipson.
Wow.
Nice and early.
100 strike rate. Oh no, 2 off 3, sorry. Here we go.
A very stylish player, Phillipson. Likes to go through the covers and cut through sort of point and gully. Also good off his pads. Don't think we'll see him shimmy down the wicket and hit the bowler back over his head, which he's known to do in the one-day format as Feldman comes in. A bit more reserved, but he's got all the shots and can be quite aggressive and counter-attack when required. So wrapping up a successful over there, Feldman. Norths have University of Queensland 4 for 75 after 56 overs here on day 3 of the Bulls Masters first grade competitions grand final.
2 new batsmen at the crease.
But, yeah, we talked about it's probably what Northern Suburbs were hoping for. A couple early strikes here on day 3. A lot of pressure on University of Queensland. They've got to rebuild here. They've got two very accomplished batters at the crease. Got a bit of pressure on them. Want to get set, get their feet going. And have to build from there. But great contest here in the first grade grand final between two top quality sides. As Sully comes in from the river end again.
Bumper.
A bit offline there. Would have liked it a bit straighter at the badge. Allowed Coetzee to get under that relatively easy. Definitely seems to be using a couple of short balls and over.
Yeah, he just wants to get that above the badge, doesn't he? Or on the badge.
Push him back a bit and try and get that one on the top of the stumps.
Yano, 2 runs from 17 balls, digging in. Still yet to have the first boundary of the day.
As I said, it's a big field here at Webb Harris, and it was a bit slow from the rain and the weather during the week, so it won't be running crazy fast as Sully comes in. Pushing back again. Just trying to check if we have any news from down south with plenty of cricket happening around Queensland, also the country this weekend, the WNCL final down in Victoria. Great to have the Queensland Fire in that against Victoria.
Trying to win their first grand final after 5 losses.
The Ruth Petty Cup, we've never had it. It's been a stronghold of New South Wales for a long time, and the Fire girls are very excited for the final and a chance to maybe bring that trophy home. As Sully comes in to Coetzee on the front foot, back past the bowler. So yeah, plenty of excitement. Playing the Victorians who have Elise Villani, who seems to score 100 every time she goes out to bat. That'll be the big wicket for the Fire. I think I saw just on the news here, Annabelle Sutherland's come back from injury for a boost for the Victorians as well. So two strong sides, and obviously fingers crossed for the Fire girls to have a good day down in Victoria.
Yeah, a few of the Aussie stars missing from that game, but it'll be a great contest.
Sully comes in.
Yano plods it.
Yeah, whilst some of the Australian players are playing, it's great to have, given opportunities for some other players in both states. We're missing the likes of Jonathan and Mooney, and the Victorians, probably a few others as well. But plenty of shows the depth and talent in the state systems and in women's cricket. So a great opportunity for all those players involved today to go out there and have a crack at the Ruth Petty Cup.
Yeah, I had a good chat to Georgia Vol and Ellie Johnston about it earlier in the week.
Sully coming in. Flicked to fine leg. They might push Fox Feldman for 2, and they will come back. Long throw there, but he's done well and moved well for a guy who's bowled 4 or 5 overs this morning.
Yeah, first full bunger of the day.
No, talking of Vol and Johnston, there's a really good coverage of regional players in the Queensland Fire. A lot of players have grown up or come from country and regional centres of Queensland and moved down to southeast Queensland. But you mentioned a couple of young sort of stars coming through in Georgia Vol and Ruth and Ellie Johnston.
Yeah, Georgia Vol's going to be a star, only 17.
As Sully comes in.
Yano, 4 runs off 21.
Pushed him back. Confidently played though off the back foot there from Coetzee. So he's building into that innings. Been there for 20 odd balls, so a bit of time there. So no, there's a really strong Fire side and a lot of players who've actually played a lot of Premier cricket this year and done really well. So it's great to have those players mix in with our next cab of young female cricketers.
Redmayne in pretty good form too.
Redmayne's been in form, made plenty of runs, both for Gold Coast Dolphins and also for Queensland. That big partnership with Beth Mooney a few weeks ago. I think that was against Western Australia at AB Field.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, she's taken well to leadership as well. I'm sure her career as a doctor and having other things on the side means she's probably pretty level-headed and a good one in a crisis. So she's done well with the captaincy reins as Feldman comes into Phillipson. She's played right in front of himself there. So yeah, no, it's looking forward to it. Just trying to see what's happening down there. If we can get an update on play, should be starting soon down there in Victoria.
Yeah, and there's a lot of excitement in the Fire camp. A lot of youngsters in there, and huge grand final, trying to win that first Queensland title.
they've had the success in the WBL and before that when it was just the state-based T20. I remember Queensland winning under Jody Fields as Feldman comes in. Ooh, little inside edge which bounced around the stumps region there. So definitely chances building for Northern Suburbs to add to that tally of 4 wickets. So really good spots from Northern Suburbs. But yeah, they T20 success. They'd love to convert it to the one-day competition and. As I said, all the best to them down in Victoria. If anyone's, I doubt they're probably watching or listening to us on game day, but sending our support to them down in Victoria.
Yeah, and all their families heading down with them as well. Should be a good day. As Feldman comes in.
Well played through the cover region there. Well, there's probably been some difficulties that over the last 24 hours with the COVID things. I was watching the AFL, the heartbreaking Brisbane Lions lost last night, and there was announcements around the COVID situation in Victoria and Melbourne and what they had to do. So I'm sure the Queensland Fire sides had to deal with some things on the morning, which just adds to probably the tension of it all.
Yeah, that'd be a bit rough. We've got the one case here.
As Feldman comes in to Phillipson. Just pushed at one there, just sort of a waft outside off stump. But we won't spend too much time talking about the AFL last night.
That's rough.
I think it's a tough one for any Brisbane Lions fans.
Yikes.
I think plenty of social media comments came out about umpiring and referees and consistency.
Yeah, we better not get in any trouble here.
But having watched it, though, the Lions did miss plenty of goals.
Yeah.
They didn't kick that straight in the first couple of quarters.
It's been a problem for a while.
So whilst it hurts to lose by a point, there's plenty of other chances as Feldman comes in. Push there, thought about a single, but moved well there from Dawson at the square leg.
It's been a top over from Feldman.
Yeah, the pressure's been well applied here from Northern Suburbs on both ends, from Feldman and Sully. They've broken through with the two wickets here this morning. A third would be a real dent from a university point of view. They'd love to just hold them at bay for a half an hour, get to a drinks break soonish as Feldman comes in. However, closes out the over, but a third breakthrough this morning for Northern Suburbs would put them well on top here.
4 for 77. The Uni Bookworms in a bit of trouble maybe. They're digging in. Still 6 wickets in hand and a lot of cricket to play.
Just trying to check in on some other games here. Second grade. Have lost the wicket Northern Suburbs on day 3. 6 for 190 off 104 overs. There was the wicket of night watchman Parth Patel. Young Doolan's still there, 50 not out off 170 balls. So still a bit of batting to come for Northern Suburbs. The batter not out with Doolan's Chowdhury, who scored a 100 early this year in second grade. So a bit of batting still to come. And then Sammy Neal, who we talked about early. So they're just going to keep trying to bat at Ian Healy Oval and get the score up.
Yeah, Sammy Neal can certainly get some runs.
As Sully turns and runs into Coetzee here. Another bumper. Other thing to note from that game, Mitch Cook for Sunshine Coast has bowled 44 of the 104 overs in that innings. He's bowled 22 maidens and got 2 for 58.
Wow.
So he's kind of got like an end named after him there.
I hope he's bowling spin.
He is bowling spin. Right arm off spin. But I popped in there last Saturday when day 1 here was washed out and he bowled a lot of overs for Sunshine Coast and plenty of fielders around the bat there and pressure on the Vikings as Sully comes into Coetzee back at first grade. Just pushed nicely to the cover region.
Yeah, Nathan Hortz, be a great player to have in second grade there.
Yeah, a bit of experience there with Nathan Hortz opening the batting for Northern Suburbs. He's been amongst the runs as well this year. Got 100 a few rounds ago against Gold Coast. And hung around for a fair while in the first innings of the grand final, 37 off 104 balls.
Good country fella, Queensland champion.
I think from, I want to say Wandai.
Yeah.
Wandai.
South Burnett. Sully comes in. Yano just pushes at that one.
So yeah, a bit of a country flavour in the North second grade. There's a few.
Oh yeah.
Mitch Doolan, I want to say, is from Kai.
Okay.
Hope I got that right.
I think he might have been a Toowoomba Grammar student.
Yeah, I think he might be a boarder down there. So great to have all parts of Queensland represented in our competition.
And Daly Martin was playing in the twos for a bit there.
He's in the third grade final next door, so yeah, a bit of a Sully turns and wheels into Coetzee. Oh, he pushed him back there. Splice of the bat there. That was good short ball from Sully. He's definitely peppered with a few, and the field change just recently has that they've put two back. They put a second back on the hook at backward square leg. So expect a bit of short stuff.
I love it.
Maybe followed up with something at the toes or a bit fuller just to keep them guessing.
That's just such a great tactic to watch.
I think when you bowl fast, you've got to use it. So good to see Sully bend in the back and steam it in as he turns and goes again to Coetzee.
And then sneak a Yorker in. Here comes Sully.
Oh, there's the full one, just trying to sneak through. We talked about it. Got down it. One more ball left in the over. As I said, there's been lots of dots here from Northern Suburbs. Uni just trying to hold out after losing those 2 early wickets. Just trying to build.
So did Sully come through the North Juniors?
Not like the junior club, but has been playing since Tabners and under 16, and he was moved up the grades pretty quick. He was by 16, 17 was playing like a lot of third and second grade, and bowled very fast at a young age as he comes in.
Queensland under-19s?
Queensland under-19s and actually Australian under-19s, and he wrapped up the over 4 for 77. Famous for winning a chase with the bat in the under-19 World Cup.
Was it Lloyd Pope and them?
Oh, no, I think there was the one after that, so it was 2 years after that, but it was him and, I forget the batter who was with him, but Sully came in at number 10 and they needed about 10 and over off the last 6 overs and he whacked 30 or 40 or not many and, I think hit 10 off the last over to win the game. On TV, on the big stage at under-19 World Cup, just a good sort of lower order batting option from Connor Sully as well as bowling rockets.
Yeah, awesome. So how old is he now?
I think Sul will be 20 is my guess. He might turn 20 this year.
Learning off Big Feldman too.
Yeah, we have a bowling change here from the university end, replacing Luke Feldman is young Will Prestwich. Talking about the fire stuff earlier, strong family name. The Prestwiches have Georgia Prestwich involved with the Queensland Fire, and Scott Prestwich, the father in the coaching squad of the Fire. So they're down in Victoria. Whilst Will's plugging along here in the first grade grand final.
And Jack went pretty good in Victoria.
Yeah, as he comes in, first ball to Phillipson. Short and sort of cut through to gully. So a bit of pace from both ends. Extremely good or talented family, and they all seem to bowl pretty fast, and they all seem to hit the ball pretty hard as well. So, it's a shame to lose Jack down south, but wants to push for opportunities and things like that. Involved with the Melbourne Renegades, and saw him a few times in the year with the bat and ball in the BBL. So
that's the first cut shot of the day, I think.
Yeah, there might have been. There's been a few slice square drives, but that was the first sort of full attempted cut shot. But didn't get much of that. Phillipson just dribbled through the gully. Left through to the keeper.
Good heat there from Prestwich.
He's got good pace, and the university and Vikings are getting ready for drinks. So the drinks break soon, and
heard from plenty of the youngsters coming through. They're always scared of the Prestwiches.
He's pretty sharp.
Yeah. Apparently they were bowling pretty rapid in high school.
They bowled quite at a young age, but then obviously playing against the men here levels out a bit. And Michael Phillipson's definitely faced some fast enough bowling his time, so should be accustomed to a bit of heat from Prestwich as he comes in. And he's slided that to third slip for 4 through the vacant third slip and the first boundary of the day.
There it is.
Little sort of late cut, very deft, very one-day shot this, and
placement.
Bit of a smile from Phillipson who picked up on the screens there.
Teasing the slips.
I'm sure someone out there says, we should have had a third. But no, just nice hands and all in control. He's got it through to third man for 4 through a vacant third slip, 4 slip region.
Moves to 6 runs off 13 balls. Presswich, this is into his 4th over. So he bowled 3 last week. Here he comes. Oh,
Bumper.
Love it.
Definitely been a few of those this morning for Northern Suburbs, pushing the students back with some short stuff. It's a good 2-day cricket, that.
Nice bumper, let him know. Obviously not happy with that boundary. 4 for 81. Phillipson and Yano collecting themselves here, trying to dig UQ out of a little bit of a hole. Started this morning losing 2 early wickets. Presswich is bowling heat. Here he comes again, standing in for his 5th ball of the day.
Another bumper. He might be following this one up with something a bit full here. Push Phillipson back.
Yeah, good call.
Probably want to make him play right on drinks here. Don't want to give him a little free cider as drinks coming on.
How many overs have we had?
Well, 48.1 overnight. So what this is, 11 and a bit bowled this morning. It's not the quickest of over rates, but a couple of quicks coming off the long runs. Not really expected to be lightning fast, the overs, as pressure comes in. Oh, cut him in half, that one.
Beautiful ball.
That's a good ball. And they'll take drinks, and we might have a little breather as well and get some fluids and be back in a couple of minutes.
And we're back. You're with Ted Roker and Brownie. I'm joined by Brownie now. Righty's having a break.
Ted, very nice to be here, and I'm here to give you guys a little bit of a break. I probably can't stay too long, but happy to help. It's a very interesting start to the day. You've probably had a bit of a discussion about this, but it's a fascinating circumstance. You know, you've got your normal 4-day final, you know, your rain. It sort of looks like your regular 2-day fixture, which is, of course, it's great playing a 4-day final, but even your semi-finals are 2-day games, so it's not dissimilar to your regular sort of club fixture. And these are two very good teams. You know, I used to be generous at lectures at Westwood, just talking about that. Like, if you wanted to build an ideal first-grade team, you'd look at these two sides, and that's kind of what you're looking for. You've got a lot of experience, a lot of youthful up-and-comers. You know, you got your guys with first-class experience on both teams, and a lot of young and up-comers. I heard you talking about the under-19s. Like, got a few guys who've been selected to play that. So it's a really interesting sort of gathering of two strong clubs and certainly first-grade teams. Now, here's a guy. How good's his season?
Oh, easily. He's got to be the Burge medalist, doesn't he? Nathan McSweeney.
He should win 2 Burge medalists. And I do try and keep up with club cricket, obviously, and, been watching what he runs, wickets, everything. Has he cut his hair? This is a disappointment.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Last week, he had really long, groovy hair.
Here he comes. First ball for McSweeney.
Very solid, isn't he? Very reliable off-spinner. Like, you've got someone who can bat 3 or 4, has played first-class cricket, and can bowl you these tight overs, gets some wickets.
1 for 9 from 14 overs last week.
Oh, it's a handy spell. Although, as we were just discussing off air, no one's in a hurry if you're batting first and you're first.
Exactly.
And, of course, now Uni, 2 premierships in a row in first grade, I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah, last year they won because of COVID.
Didn't get to play, and they won the previous one. And I did some commentary for the Norths v Sandgate game, day 3. Again, they were a bit short, so it sort of came out. So I think
day 3 is your favourite day, hey?
Favourite day. It was a bit wet that day too. It was a late start.
Yeah.
And it is, viewers and listeners, it is humid here today. It's quite hot.
We're inside, so it's obviously a bit nicer in here. Haven't felt the full effects.
Oh, well, I parked a long way down the street and drank a truckload of water and walked up here, so probably not the greatest preparation to sit down and watch cricket, but I think the players will certainly be feeling it. So here he comes, right arm over, McSweeney. Solid ball, good defence.
Lovely. Yeah, I snuck a park just next to the field here. I'm not sure if I was allowed to park there, but I'm there.
Well, I was out at school cricket, so I was late. I've also discovered people do not like rushing on a Saturday morning. I don't know if you ever noticed this. You're in a hurry. Yep. Everyone else is going 40 kilometres an hour. So I drove here as the players took the field, but then I was way down the end. Well bowled. And, look, that's solid defence. You don't have to push anything if you're Uni. I'll say this, very impressed with the Norths grabbing a couple of wickets today.
Yeah.
Like, this is a good contest. It's even, I think. Like, both teams are in this game.
That's a huge 2 wickets that they've picked up of Clayton and Carty, 2 guys that both scored hundreds in the grand final 2 years ago.
Now, Carty, that's interesting. Now, his dad played for Uni, Shane Carty.
There you go.
Made a first grade 100. Also, I think he had a 99 in first grade. How do I know this? He taught me maths at school.
Wow.
Yeah. How do I go in maths? No, really badly. And it's his fault, obviously. He's the teacher. It's not my fault.
Good thing we're commentating and not scoring.
So, there's 2 young Cardis, and I've not come across them.
Will and Thomas.
Yeah, Toowoomba Grammar boys.
Fun fact.
Good players.
All captained first 11 Toowoomba Grammar sides.
Yes. I was aware of that. And Dad, Shane Carty, is bumped into the mic there, a financial planner, I think.
Okay.
In Toowoomba. So, math teacher, financial
Mathematics.
planner, he's making a lot more money than a math teacher, I think.
Yeah. Dealing with a lot less.
Very tall man. I guess the Carty boys are also tall.
Yeah, good height on them.
Yeah.
Jack bowls some good wheels along with his batting.
He's a very solid medium pacer, their dad, and a really good lower order bat.
Comes Presswich.
Now, that was a quick first over.
Yeah.
Like, he's sharp.
He is.
Like, he's got a bit of go about him.
You would have seen him in school cricket. The kids were terrified of him, weren't they?
No, not really. Because he didn't, if I'm going to be brutally honest, he didn't play much for us, I'll be honest. So, hello, listeners. I'm from Terrace, and he was a Terrace boy. He was actually in my homeroom, believe it or not.
There you go.
Yeah. And sadly, as you're probably well aware, both Presswitches have had their injury problems, which happens to a lot of young bowlers.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. Geez, he's looking good today, looking very strong. And I heard you talking about his brother, Jack.
Oh, fantastic.
It's
piece
good solid
of fielding.
Good solid fielding. His brother, Jack, of course, when Norths won a couple of years ago, he had a breakout first grade season. Like, not only taking a lot of wickets, like a 5 and a 6 for, but a couple of 50s.
That was his year.
That was his year, and he played for Queensland, I think, the year after. Got a one-day game in there, and as you were saying, He's played a bit of Big Bash.
So that's where it all stemmed from, that big breakout
Yeah,
season.
he did. He had a really top-notch season. But poor old Will, he played first 11 for us. Here he comes in now. That is sharp.
Yeah.
Doesn't
That's
mind.
a wide.
Doesn't mind. Oh, keep bowling him. That's all right. That was quick. He played for us in year 10, first 11, which is unusual. You didn't get many people and bowled quick, and a couple of 2s and 3 for them was good, and didn't bowl a ball again. So he didn't play in year 11 due to injury, and he played in grade 12. He was the captain, but he was injured and couldn't bowl.
Oh, poor bugger.
So it's just, and of course, club cricket is far superior to, say, school first 11, but, the first 11 is a good peer competition.
Yeah.
So, you're good players. Here he comes in again.
On the back foot.
Don't want to sound school cricket centric, but, we've got a guy like that, Sinfield, I think I'll pronounce that properly.
Yeah.
So,
17.
Southport, he's captain of Southport. Mate, he's made a 50 in almost every game, and there's top of the table clash last week, Nudgee and Southport. He got 1, I think, which is the first time he missed 50.
Wow.
But bowled 10 overs, 4 for 20, and they won.
So he is human.
Well, but what he's doing is, as a good young player, he's making a really solid contribution to his school. And you always think, your good players should stand up in a peer competition, and runs and wickets. They're the currency when you play cricket. Here he comes again.
Cuts.
The cut shot. That is a very, very nice shot. Very nicely played.
Beautiful shot. Phillipson's looking to play the cut. He's not afraid. Beautiful.
Look, it's just a great thing about club cricket. If you can get your older, experienced players, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying this is off the top of my head. He's got a first-class 5 and a first-class 100.
Yeah.
I think, off the top of my head. And his brother's certainly got a first-class 100. So those guys, that's how you win your first-grade competitions, really.
Mm-hmm.
Your experienced players stand up and they bring those young guys along with them. So you've got Luke Feldman and you've got Prestwich playing for North. It's got to make a big difference. Sully, very good.
For sure. UQ have done that very well. The last... French cut. It's got to be my favourite shot.
It's hard to work on in the nets. Yeah, they're good. They've been good for a long time, UQ. I've been out of club cricket for a little while, but UQ Valleys were always your strong clubs the whole way through. Norths are really coming through strongly, like every team making the semis. Funnily enough, I remember back in the days, if you had a few teams make the semis, you weren't necessarily as strong as the team that only had one, because you guys who qualify. So say you make a third grade final,
push them in,
your second graders who've played and qualified come in. Yep. But if everyone's in the semis, you don't necessarily have your strongest team because everyone's playing.
Everyone comes out of the woodwork when you're making finals, though.
They are great fun. And it's a different game in your 4-day game, and it's a shame that this kind of isn't a 4-day game, but it is a different type of cricket, that's for sure. I remember a few years ago, in comes McSweeney on again. Very solid.
Yeah.
That's good from everybody. Solid cricket, good ball. They did institute a 3-day final some years ago.
Yeah.
Which you think is quite fair in a lot of respects, because there could be a big difference in Brisbane from weekend to weekend. But it was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But of course, in he comes, right home over the wicket. Ooh. Very nicely played. Who's like, if you got a job, you've got to try and get Friday off, and then
3 days.
But I do remember they did try that at least 1 year, maybe 2 in the QCA. Played solid. It's nice to be out at the uni ground as well. Like I did commentate a few years ago when Norths played Sandgate at their home field, but that doesn't happen very often. Like when I was at West, when I was Gems League at West, when we were in the final, it's off at AB Field. It's great. Getting the rooms at the end.
Well, like you're talking about teams dominating, this is the first year West haven't made a final or semis.
Yeah. Well, they were very close. They had to win against Toombul. Paddy Collins has been the captain there. They've had their good run. They got Sammy Truloff back. Yeah. Which was really good. They stole Isaiah Snell from Norths. Thanks to Norths for sending him over. His brother Toby, of course, is a good player as well. Both those Snells, good bats, good keepers. Both represented Queensland at junior level. Isaiah Snell, notoriously a poor runner between the wickets when he was at school at Terrace, I'll tell you. And I don't think he's got a lot better. Good on him.
Comes McSweeney. Cuts to the fielder.
I went and had a little look at a West game, West v Norths, because I know a lot of guys at Norths as well. And Blake Edwards was bowling
weapon.
quick. I
Yeah.
think Joey Burns got out first ball that day, and McSweeney was pumping him.
But
Like he
Aiden
looked
Watterson,
$1 million.
Wasn't it Aiden Watterson that got him out though?
Yeah, it did. But what I'm saying, when I saw Blake Edwards bowling sharp, and McSweeney just pumping him. It was a really good contest. Whew. So that you don't always see that in your suburban ground. Like, that's some quality guys who've got a little bit of first-class experience going at each other.
It's fantastic first-grade competition. You see amazing cricketers every weekend going out there.
Yeah. It's nice, obviously, your COVID circumstances. We've been very lucky in Brisbane. It's not been great anywhere, but we've been very lucky in Australia in general. It's nice that people can jump out and play cricket. You know, this time last year, no one was playing anything. All off the shield, and I thought it was at Ipswich.
Poor old Ipswich.
Just made it in the final and just didn't get a chance to play.
And in the semi-finals this year, Harry Wood nearly got them into the big one again.
He got 100, didn't he?
He got 93, I think
90.
it was.
He whacks them. He doesn't mind hitting them. He's a very good first grader. Knocking on the door of Queensland selection.
I had a little chat to him during the week, do a little interview with him, and he's comes Presswich.
Am I right in saying he was Ipswich Grammar, I think?
Yep.
And they won it, I think, when he was playing. And then one had a brother as well.
Jack Wood.
Yeah.
Playing for the Brizzy Heat.
Yeah. And they might have both played in a premiership team up there, if that's correct.
Two talented Laidley lads.
Laidley, a lot of good cricketers. That's Bickle territory, isn't it? It's a lot of Bickles coming out of Laidley.
Well, they're distantly related.
Oh, everyone's distantly related to Andrew Bickle and Laidley, I think.
Should I claim it as well?
Yes, I think you should.
Okay, cool.
I stood next to him. I don't know. He might have come and I think he spoke at a terrace dinner or something like that. Like, I don't know. He's in his 40s, and I'm standing next to the guy. I guess he's the fittest man I've ever stood next to, and he's like 40-something, looking $1 million.
Brownie, we're joined by Righty. He's come back. How you going, Righty?
Thanks for having me back. Talking of Bickle and Laidley, the player of the grand final here is awarded the Andy Bickle Award. So,
I wasn't aware of that. Isn't that great?
As a player of the final, so I thought it was a nice little intro and segue there. One of the greats, Bick from Laidley. Played for South.
Yeah, South man.
Grew up watching South connections and grew up watching Bick play for South, and I agree that he always looked extremely fit as Presswich comes in.
Oh, that's a good shot.
That is classic Michael Phillipson.
That is experience.
Uppercut.
Don't bowl there, young man. I've played this game before.
Love to see a replay of that. That's limited overs Phillipson at its finest.
Is that the shot of the 3 days so far?
I think so.
Quite first two. No, it's just you got to put those away. You know, this is what when you're an experienced player, there's no fear. You know, you just come out and bat. You know, you're not under pressure for your spot or anything like that. You just come out and hit them. Good work.
Always been, whether it be Michael or Craig Phillipson, very good at the sort of square drive cut shot, and both played that cut shot with a lot of success. So. Right in the slot there for Phillipson with a bit of pace.
Yeah, your shorter guys, they're good at that shot, aren't they? They love it. Neither of those Phillipsons were particularly tall. Getting to hit him.
Presswich bumped him last time he hit him for 4, which was that shot through their sloops.
Oh, those Presswiches, they love bounces.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, right, I was playing third grade at Wynnum one day, I think, and their dad was playing next door, and he's about my age. And this is one of those things, and any lower grader would have seen this. Like, I'm standing at cover, and I go, that is scary. Like, that's the fastest spell I've ever seen. Any time I've watched first grade was his dad. Bowling quick.
Yeah, wheels.
Oh, yeah. He was a big, strong guy, too. Played a lot of one-day cricket for Queensland.
Yeah. Presswich comes in. Pushed him back. Not the width there from the 4 ball. Just tighten him up a bit. But I checked the phone. I see the Fire batting down in Victoria. So they'll be setting a target for the Victorians.
The 2 Georges opening up, I bet.
Yeah, that'd be the plan. Love a good start from them.
Tell you what, I was very impressed with Righty's overall club cricket knowledge, which I'm a bit out of the loop here. I'm glad I wasn't sitting next to him when he was going through all the women's cricket and all the lower grades. I keep an eye on that, but I don't have any expertise the way he has.
Presswich comes in. I think in the role you got to know the comps.
True.
If I didn't know it, we'd be in a bit of trouble. And speaking of the fire, 1 for 68 after 12 overs down in Victoria.
That's a good start.
Looks like they might have just lost Vol just recently, so she got 34 or 39 dismissed, but Red Main's 20 not out, and Charlie Knott's just come in for the first ball, and she's on naught. So
runs on the board in a final counts.
Obviously just lost the wicket of Vol, so they're off to a good start until then. So
good partnership.
Yeah,
we had a terrace cricket lunch. Sorry if I'm talking about terrace people. That's sort of my background. We had Kirby Short speak.
Oh, nice.
Magnificent West's player, West legend. And she was fantastic speaking to the mums and dads, about cricket. And she's a deputy principal, so she's always been, and she brought that up, always working as I think a PE teacher. Deputy principal at McGregor came and spoke. I think that our principal's keen to get her to come and speak to our boys. It was really impressive.
I heard
six successful WBL captain, so plenty of leadership experience.
Over the wicket there, Sweeney, well played. And of course, she was saying, in a role of deputy principal McGregor, she'd talk to kids about cricket. Oh, miss, I got 25 on the weekend. What was your best shot? Cover drive, nailed it. And she goes, oh, who's your best player? And the boy goes, male or female? And she was very impressed at the young man that he had a favourite male and female player.
Love it. I heard that West are having their 100-year celebration.
Yeah, coming up in May, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, big. They're getting the marquee out on the field at Graceful Memorial Park as McSweeney comes in.
Jeez. I'll tell you what, I'm going to that.
Yeah. Brownie, are you going to make the team of the century or what?
I did, in my role at Chambers Lakers, I picked the team of the decade.
Ooh.
That must have been 2010, I think. So that was nice. That'd be a good side. There's a guy called Christ who took 107 wickets in a first grade season.
Yeah, there's some records from the old days where uncovered wickets and stuff like that. They took a few wickets.
CHRIST. I think, is this actual Jesus Christ? No, it's Chris. His name is, and because he'd be a good bowler, wouldn't he? You couldn't play him. But so there's interesting. There's always. It's great about cricket too. Look, this is, I've been out of club cricket a bit, but I love checking. You always see someone's got 8 for, or someone's got a double 100, all those sort of things. It's really good to see those kinds of things.
No, I think it'll be a good celebration that for the Western Suburbs, 100 years, and a lovely ground there at Graceful Memorial Park, the picket fence and the old grandstand. I've actually seen a few people in my life get wedding photos there. When I see the photos, I'm like, that's West. Yeah.
There's a lovely Commonwealth Bank ad.
Yes,
with really good.
Some West junior girls running around and doing the Commonwealth Bank ad. So it's a picturesque ground, and not too far from here at Webb Harris Oval. Sort of the neighbouring rivals, the University students and the Western Bulldogs. They've played some very good finals and contests the last 5 or 6 years as Prestwich continues.
There's a West legend, David Cook, who I think when they won a 6th grade premiership insisted on sleeping on the wicket. So it was the last game of the season. It was last Sunday. And he obviously wasn't going to work the next day. Monday morning, woke up. That is commitment.
Yeah.
So, look, people who live around that area, that's Saturday the 15th of May, I think, I would probably, I don't want to cast aspersions, maybe avoid that area. At 6 p.m. it might be quite interesting. There'll be a lot of catching up with old stories, which is why we love cricket, of course. It's why you play. You're competitive, and then you get to tell your stories. Here comes Presto.
Oh, he shortened him up there, a bit cramped him.
He's bowled some good balls, some quick. He looks a first grader. He looks like he's in the contest.
Interesting field we got at the moment. We've got the deep point out on the fence. So where Philpson put that 4 in the last over from Prestwich, they got 2 back on the hook pull. Basically, no one at cover. A very sort of close and square mid off. So expect some short stuff and basically challenging Michael Philpson to see if he wants to play through the covers and a couple of slips waiting in case there's a nick.
It's almost daring him to hit that cut shot, isn't it?
He goes again there. I don't think Flip's going to not play it, so they've got there in case he gets a hold of one.
You should back yourself, wouldn't you? You'd have to be unlucky to pick him out, I would have thought.
Something's happened there. He might get hit in the hand or something.
Might have been the ball before.
Yeah.
Which was sharp.
Cramped him up a bit and he's called for a drink.
They're running a drink and some gloves out.
No, they've been good. today, Norths. At some point, I want to ask you, Righty, and this is a very facetious question, will they declare it? 1 for 10 or something like that? You know, I just want to say that.
No, I don't think so in the grand final.
Too soon? Too soon to bring that up?
In the past, that. But we did talk about earlier that, you know, two clubs who've played some very, very good games of cricket against each other. University have very much been the dominant first grade side of the last decade.
Oh, for sure.
I think they've been in probably about 8 of the 4-day finals in that span. They've won a few of them, and they've lost a couple. They lost to
West.
Lost to West. They lost to
Oh,
Valley.
that was tight. That was controversial too.
They lost to Valleys in one. I think they might have also lost, maybe once when Toombul won it. But they've always been there. They've won plenty of the limited overs and T20 titles in that same run. I think we did some numbers last season when they were playing Western Suburbs in the one-day final at the start of the year. And I'm pretty confident Michael Phillipson and Scott Walter have each won 9 one-day titles.
Gee, that's impressive.
In first grade. And so they've very much been the powerhouse of the last 10 to 12 years. But definitely feel that Norths have popped on the radar to challenge them in that sort of space 3 or 4 years ago. Norths won that title against Sandgate.
It's the first one since the mid-80s.
Yeah, since the 80s, yeah. And sort of have been on the map since then as Prestwich comes in. Pushed him back. They've moved the deep backward square into a more of a leg gully now. So they've taken the 2 back away and brought him into a catcher. But yeah, so very much sort of came on the first grade sort of scene with University that sort of 4 or 5 years ago. During that season when they won the title, North had a really tight victory against the Students in the fixture. Then came down about 3 or 4 runs. The tailenders batting, last or second last over the day, and they got the wicket. So good tussles between these two clubs.
And they had, in comes Presto. He's bowled to a plan here. They're really trying to shorten him up. Well bowled.
Oh, half an appeal there.
Play a miss. John Michael and these sort of guys, your Scotty Henrys, guys who've got some really, I probably weren't consistent first-class players, but they've been good first-class players. Scotty Henry, I think, has got hundreds for New South Wales and Queensland.
Yeah. Got 100 in his first game for Queensland, I'm pretty sure.
Big one, 140, I think. So, those guys, they're just invaluable to, and it'd be the same in the Shield comp. If you've got guys, ex-test players who are still keen to play, that's what you want. You want those guys hanging around and just not giving it up if they can't quite make the first-class teams. In comes Presto.
Presto comes in.
Shortish.
Didn't get a hold of that one, sort of under edge, but they'll take a singer with the deep point out there. So as we said, I don't think he's going to shy away from playing that shot, the uppercut. So the field's not the worst there with the deep point out there as they wrapped up the over there.
And you talk about cricket and momentum. 4 for 94 off 66 overs. Like, I know it's hot out there and you bowl all overs, but you'd be thinking, if you're out there for Norths, we're in this. And It's a funny game, a couple of quick wickets, and you never know.
I think we talked about at the start of play that there was almost like a over ticker for the first 2 hours with 30 overs to go before the second new ball, and Norths would be wanting to get as many wickets as they could and have a crack with that second new ball as Phillipson comes into Phillipson. It was a bit of indecision there because I'd love to be bowling with a second new ball to the likes of a number 8 or 9 rather than a number 5 and 6 here in Coetzee and Phillipson. So I think for University, their real challenge is they want these two set come the 80 over mark.
Yeah, see, if you look at that, Coetzee has looked very solid. 5 or 42. Like, you get a good one, you nick off, you go, well, what have I done to help the team? I'm just talking about your mindset. Sometimes your mindset in this sort of situation can contribute to your downfall. Nicely played.
Pushed a bit off.
Because you get a ball you would normally play aggressively and you don't, and all of a sudden you play half shot and you're out.
I don't know, Brownie. They have pushed it from the run rate being 1.25 to 1.41 here, so
they're on the charge.
Yep.
It's very nicely bowled and very well played.
Yeah, with a final with two really strong sides, there's also a bit about absorbing a bit of momentum. North's had the tail up with 2 early wickets. Good bowling attack. as McSweeney comes into Phillipson.
Push that one through.
Inside edge there. You got to give yourself some time to get in. You don't want to give that third wicket away of the day and put yourself on the back foot at 5 down for 70 or so. Need to absorb a bit of that pressure, and that means chewing up some balls and getting set. Well, that's what needs to be done as McSweeney comes in again.
It's quite flat, those last couple of balls. Yeah, you're in the box seat, aren't you, if you're university? There's a lot of cricket to be played here. This would be a really interesting finish tomorrow, I would have thought. But, yeah, it's a tight game. The ground looks magnificent too. Wicket looks good. I know we've had a lot of rain around. Ground looks great. Wicket looks like a real good one. So you've got 18 overs, 1 for 10. Good spell.
Yeah, wow. He doesn't look like he's spinning it much, but he seemed to find the edge there a little bit.
I don't think he looks like one of those really flighty off spinners. Every club team's got one of those guys who just bowls you solid overs. I remember Toombul had a guy called Scoose who used to take. Was very close to. Who was a batsman close to Queen's election. I don't think he ever got picked, but get 40 wickets a season. And people say, well, he doesn't look like he's bowling any flash. Just tight, bowling well, going tight. You have those players in every team. There's Presto in, run him over, going well.
Pushed him back there.
Just that short of a length. He's hard to play today, I would think. He looks like he's on song. He looks strong.
It's mainly been Phillipson facing him, so it'll be interesting to see how Yano goes. Good wheels, nice and short.
Oh, he's always been quick.
They have got the point out for him as well. Haven't seen him play a cut shot today.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but almost like that's where he's going to bowl. He's going to bowl that short of a length, coming in like a short leg and that really deep point. Set up for that. There's a backward square too. You can see there out of picture. That's well played. Well bowled, well played.
Right on off peg.
Only the real purist gets excited by a defensive shot. But it was well bowled and well played.
When you're wicket keeping, you get excited for every ball.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're a certain breed, the wicket keeper. And goers.
Oh, you get to touch the ball if they leave it. It's a good time.
Yeah.
But back to West, we were talking about the team of the century.
Yes.
They're also doing the women's team of the last 23 odd years.
Yeah, I was there when they started. Well, guys, players like Mel Bulow.
Yeah.
She made a lot of runs. Kirby Short was telling a very funny story. That's a good ball. Well evaded about Mel Bulow in the early days. Was player of the match and won a vacuum cleaner or something.
Oh, wow.
They found that
vacuum cleaner.
Found that kind of condescending.
Yeah.
Banger Bancroft from East Redlands thought that was a great prize. Expensive vacuum cleaners, so I don't know. But she did tell that story. She wasn't happy with it, but we got a bit of a laugh about it. But that'll be really interesting. I think Dirk Taslar's still the chairman of select, because he took over from me, so he's been doing that for a while, and was a select beforehand. Obviously, he might be doing that.
Yeah, well, I caught up with Catherine Raymond during the week.
Oh yes, the farmer.
Yeah. Had a good chat to her about it all.
Geez, it's hard. Look, people who are probably watching this, listening, you be club players involved in club. Someone like Catherine Raymond, they build clubs. Talking about the Harris boys, the Norths and Uni Harris guys. I remember as a young bloke wandering around, seeing them. Sandgate had Dixon and the Dixon brothers, one of whom I think was ended up being the CEO at Queensland Cricket in the early days. So, just your club legends. You just keep clubs going.
Yeah.
And come Prestwich again. Right arm over.
Oh.
He's bowling that line and length. That's a good ball.
Do you think Yano's comfortable there?
He played that well.
Yeah.
Good follow through from Prestwich.
Little stare.
Yeah. If I bowl like that, I'd follow through and have a few words to say. But, those sort of people, your volunteers, you can't have a club without them. And in some respects, you think, well, it kind of burns you out a little bit, but it's just some of those people, like Catherine Raymond, who just keep going. You think of all the young women who are playing cricket and been successful because of her.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Fantastic.
She was driving people from Toowoomba to Brisbane so that they could have an opportunity.
And she a good eye for talent. As Prestwich comes in. Well bowled, pitch one up.
Yeah.
That surprised everyone.
Yeah.
It's a good solid over that
Really
one.
got it away.
Yeah, so she, she'd see, from when you're trying to pick teams. I've been a selector for a long time. I'm a selector at West for 11 seasons. I've been a selector at Terrace for nearly as long.
It's a tough gig.
It is, but you can, you can't just pick people on stats. You can see someone in the nets whacking them. You go, this guy's got something. He's sort of Andrew Simons type thing.
Yeah.
Who could do something silly, hit his first ball straight up in the air. But you pick him because of what he brings to the team. And you're just going to have to put up with him missing out sometimes and say, oh, that's a terrible shot or whatever.
You've got to back people to the hills.
You've got to back your talented players. But, of course, you're solid over the week. See, we had someone like Aaron Nye, who was always a very, very solid first-grade cricketer, Stevie Paulson, like these guys. They got their chance to play Shield cricket. But so you got to look, is it runs and wickets, which counts for a lot, or sometimes as a young guy, you just got to pick him and say, I think he's got it. We'll see how he goes. Sweeney coming in. Oh, bit of flight there. Well played. And you were talking about Nathan Horrocks. So you've got Nathan Horrocks. Geez, I don't know how old he is. He must be kicking 40 if he's not 40 already. Playing second grade with a lot of young guys. It's a great opportunity. Now there's a guy who's played international cricket, a couple of test fifers. I think he's got at least one test 50. Yeah. Ran around in second grade, love for the game, and he's had a few years out of it too.
He must have taught McSweeney a bit as well.
You'd think so. This is like all the way through there. All these guys here with Horrocks at the club, like just getting that benefit from that. And it's nice to see. I think QCA's made some sort of effort. I think they're paying a club gets to play one more experienced player a little bit to play. I think it's a great initiative. Yeah,
well, I mean, Sydney, Melbourne, grade cricket, they're all, there's a bit of coin going to some of those players. So,
West had John Buchanan coaching for him for a little while.
Yeah, Bucky.
Yeah.
Kepler Vessels at Souths at the moment.
Yeah, Kepler. I think Kepler was looking to coach at West as well, but probably Kepler missed out to John Buchanan from what I understand.
Yeah.
So that's but Kepler Vessels, great player.
Yeah.
Solid.
You watch him, plenty of him?
Yeah, well, as a young bloke, I played under 16s for Valleys, so he was there. Border, those sort of guys were playing for Valleys back then.
Wow.
So as I was sort of Stuart Law's age, he was slightly better than me back in the day. But, we had all those guys, Jeff Foley, young guys coming through. Jeff played a lot for uni, but started at Valleys. He's a good player for uni, Jeff, and, would have got a first-class five and a couple of first-class.
What about Martin Love?
Martin Love, he was obviously a bit younger than me. He made his first-class debut in a Shield final as a really young bloke. I made about 40 on the first innings. Yeah. Queensland got bowled out for...
95 they won it. Wasn't that year?
No, he got 146. I turned up to that Saturday, but it would be a couple of years before then.
Well, 91 he finished school, so...
And they still talk about him in school cricket. I think he made 300s in a first 11 season, which is like only 8 games.
He never scored lower than 40, apparently.
So there you go. So, your young up-and-comers can really shine in those sort of peer competitions. So, Prestwich's been replaced.
There's been plenty of maiden overs.
Yeah. Oh, look, they bowl well. And Uni's hanging in there. Like, you think about your normal 2-day fixture. 4 for 94 isn't a great position. Like, you're not out of it.
Since we've seen that big uppercut 4 and then we had a cut shot for a single, we haven't had a run for a few overs. Really pegged it back.
Oh, this is young McFadden.
Yeah.
He was a school gun at Nudgee as well.
Is it McFadden?
Oh, that's it. You're right. McFadden, I think it is. How did I think of it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the more ordinary balls bowled in first grade, that one.
Loosener.
We'll call that a loosener.
Yeah.
For people like I'm 52, Rodney Hogg, who was a great bowler and a real character. If you ever get a chance to see him speak, he's fantastic. Was notorious, like back in the days, the Aegis roller, the first ball was always like this really slow wide outswing all the time.
Was it Harmison or Hoggard back in the day that bowled that one off the deck?
Oh, that was Harmison. Yeah. That was the first ball of the series. So solid, he's warming into his work.
Yeah, none for 10 from 10 overs last week, not too shabby.
Yeah. No, he's got a bit of ability, no doubt about it. Yeah, it's the first ball of the series, and I think... is that the one... It was Flintoff, I think, was captain in those days. And they'd won in 05, which was a very exciting series.
Is that the one where
here,
Casper
Yeah.
was out there, and last wicket.
And they got drilled 5-0. Just weren't in the game at all.
Oh,
Well bowled.
bit of nip.
Didn't see that coming after the first 2 balls.
69th over.
Yeah. Well, like you said, they're probably working in the new ball. Is it 80 overs, the new ball?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is. Yeah.
Gee, that was a lovely ball. Started on middle and swung it past off peg.
He does look strong. And that's the sort of thing as a batsman, after those first 2 looseners, that ball surprises you.
Yeah, definitely.
You know.
Oh, that is nice. Yano
He's got
beating all
a
runs up.
really nice casual action, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Bit of shoulder on the release.
Yano, 5 runs from 52. Settling in.
It's been a very well performed first grader. Jan.
Yeah, well, all of them have been in this team for years. The youngsters they brought through with the old heads, and
He's still a young man, obviously. How old would he be? Early 20s?
Not
Or is he
sure.
a bit older than that? Played.
Yeah, I like it.
What happens here, but they bowl well. Uni haven't gone away from them, but it is hot. So it gets to that. I know that it's a new start today.
Yeah.
But if you hang out there, you bowled a lot, you bowl well, you're not getting those wickets. Even if they're not getting away from you, it gets hard. It gets hard. That's when your loose balls come.
It's an interesting next 10 overs.
Yeah. Yeah. It's lunch midday? Is that the lunch
So
break?
we're starting at 9:30, a bit earlier. I assume they'll still take it at the usual time.
Which is midday, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be, you know, if I'm in the uni camp and we get to lunch and we're only four down, you know, we're going all right. It's pretty
Yeah,
solid.
that's decent.
Yeah.
Just got to get to lunch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And, you know, start again afterwards.
Yeah, but when they take that new ball, it's going to be a different story.
We think Feldman would come in and bowl with that. Gee, I never thought he'd leave Valleys.
No.
And he's been a 10-year first-class career, very successful. Sweeney coming in. Yeah, very solid.
Just watching the drift.
Good haircut. That's not how I remember him when I saw him playing for the Melbourne Renegades. Had
Yeah.
awesome hair.
You're more impressed with this?
Oh, no. It's good to be a commentator as a bald man. Very impressed with anyone who has flowing locks. Don't worry about that.
Just drifting it in.
Yeah, he's
onto
got a
the
bit of
middle
drift.
peg.
Bit of drift.
Beautiful.
Like, he's hard to get away. And that's a key, isn't it? Like, if you can bowl consistently and you're hard to get away, it's where your wickets will come.
Frustration. Oh, there's the
It's
cut.
shorter. But see, that's the sort of thing. If you're not in that frame of mind, you end up just dot balling that one when maybe you'd normally give it a whack. Bit of space out on that side of wicket.
Yeah.
There's only one man there. You'd have to just thread it through him.
He's picked out the bloke.
Yeah. Which is good field setting. Well bowled.
Ooh,
Nice,
he wanted
nicely
it.
played. Nicely played. See,
Straight to the fielder
but
again.
that's the right shot, isn't it?
Yep.
Like any first grade game, doesn't matter what the situation is, you should be driving that. So he's picked out the man there. He looks good. Looks composed, Phillipson. Bowl again.
Yeah, there's not many fielders on the offside, and he's unfortunately picked out the man twice.
You might have to give that to the fielding team. You go,
Yeah.
good work, good field positioning. And he comes, run him over the wicket. Down the wicket.
That's the
There's your run,
oh,
there's your single.
first run in overs.
It's been a
That'll be
while.
5 overs.
Lucky we had so much to talk about, the listeners would have even noticed.
Yeah,
Because I was so
exactly.
interested with
Our
all our
tails.
diversionary
Our tall tails. I like it. Phillipson looked really eager to score there, though, didn't he, that over?
But this is what happens, you know, when you're batting. And, like, you know the situation. They've been in these situations, finals before. You want to score. You know, batting's about scoring. You want to get out there.
So long to go in the day, they
a
have
lot
to
of
put a
cricket.
score on. They
Well,
can't just block.
You're right. And, of course, Norths will come out to win the game. They've got a very good attack unit. Scotty Walter just takes wickets all the time.
Yeah.
But, see what, you've got an hour-ish until lunch.
Oof.
they've got a lot of bowling options. McFadyen. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. You got Sully, you got Presswidge, you got Feldman, you got McSweeney. That's a pretty good. It'd be hilarious. I hope I see Sam Wilson bowl a hilarious over. Have you ever seen him bowl?
No.
Odd action.
Yeah?
Yeah. Love to see him have a bowl the last over for lunch.
Very watchful yarn. Oh.
That is
Spanks it.
very nicely played.
Yeah.
I think he's decided. See, you were talking. He was looking to score last over. He's decided that McFadyen's not really steaming in.
No.
I'm going.
And he did get the odd one to swing, but it's an old ball.
Yeah. He's slower than I remember, so I don't know if he's carrying an injury or it's just he's bowling within himself today. But that's a good shot, and that's a shot Phillipson would have done to a lot of young blokes.
Yeah, and a confident-looking shot. He just walked at him.
Yeah. So he backed himself in.
Hope he goes again.
Interesting ball, this one. Down the leg side. And down there.
Shot, and they'll get 2 for it.
2.
Flip.
Yeah. Look, he's got gears, hasn't he, Phillips? And this is what you have in an experienced player. He's played first-class cricket before. He knows he can jump up and play a few shots. And he's not under any pressure or danger. He got a good wicket. There's not many fieldsmen on the onside, so he can sort of play that shot with a lot of freedom.
He might be targeting this 10 overs to...
pre-new ball.
Yeah, get those runs.
Mind you, he's saying like he's a good cutter. If you're in, you're 30 not out, the new ball comes in, as McFadyen comes in a bowl. Oh, bowl. Played, taking a single there. That's dodgy.
Oh.
Jeez.
I think if he hits it, he's still home. Oh, overthrows too.
Overthrows. So 2 there. So the runs are coming here. I saw, is it Richard Pant, if you're a cricket fan?
Oh, yeah. You've got to love Pant.
In the Test series against England, just take on the new ball, jump down the wicket, hit Anderson for about 4 fours in the first ball.
He's great value.
Just flicking, just jumping down the wicket and flicking things.
He's making up shots as he goes.
I think he got like 70 off about 35 balls last time, but they lost. I saw the start of the English chase. Besto and Roy both got 50. I think Besto might have gone on and got 100. He ran Roy out.
Oh, barbecue.
Early. He did barbecue him. But Stokes came out and looked like he meant business. I think he got 99.
Wow.
I haven't seen much of that. I only saw the start of the innings.
I love Stokes as well. Similar, those sort of players, Stokes and Richard Pant and Virat, those sort of guys that just their burning passion gets them there,
I was in Adelaide and watched Ben Stokes' first test.
Yeah.
So he came out here and made a glorious 100 in Perth, but he looked a bit out of sorts.
Yeah.
Because this is the great thing about going to the cricket. I think he made 1 in his first knock, and he made a pretty solid 20-odd in the second innings. Someone's yelled out.
He copped a bit for being Kiwi as well, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Well, his dad, played rugby league for New Zealand, but some wag has walked out. As he's left, I think he made... We saw him as McFadyen comes in and bowls. He's not really steaming in. Solid off something line. So he missed out in the first innings, which it's your first test, and made a pretty solid 20, and some wag, as they normally do, yells out, "Enjoy your last test, Stokes," which I thought was very funny. But of course, he's gone on and been very successful. So we can't judge people necessarily on their first game as young people. But and of course, he had a lot to do with England tying that World Cup final, because he's a New Zealander. I don't know.
Oh, that was rough. I don't want to talk about that.
That's got to hurt him.
I actually went over there and watched a couple of matches. I wasn't there for the final. Saw Australia I think we beat Bangladesh and the West Indies when I was over there.
Right.
That was great. And, great atmosphere, English crowds.
Coming in again, McSweeney. Got a slip there, short leg. Yeah, look, all those competitions are great, aren't they? And they're quite exciting. I don't know what other people feel like. I'm a big fan of New Zealand. I think their team's excellent. They really have a chop.
Good
Very
culture.
sorry not to see them win. Kane Williamson, one of the best bats I've ever seen. And then, getting that as close as you possibly could and still not winning. It's got to be disappointing. And neither team had won the World Cup in that final.
Gee, it was a tough to watch finish.
Oh, mate.
Because everyone wanted New Zealand to win.
I did. And they've been showing, I've got Fox Cricket. I've been showing a bit lately that magnificent game where Kane Williamson hit 6 off the last ball to win a tight game in New Zealand during the World Cup that Australia did beat them in the final as well. So Stark got 6 for or something like that.
Oof.
And he's got a couple of wickets right at the end. So I think Trent Bolt's faced a couple out, and the crowd's gone off, yelling, Ian Smith did something, well, he just needs to hit a 6, and he jumped down the wicket and hit a 6. It was fantastic. Wow. A great win. And, look, your modern-day commentators, I know he's a bit older, but just love listening to Ian Smith.
Yeah.
He's just a great commentator, and he's a lot of fun. You can tell, he's a wicketkeeper. There, like we said, they're a certain sort of breed.
I love Skull.
Skull's great.
Oh, bit of Skull. And Punter. Oh, Ricky Ponting, what a commentator he is.
I really like Shane Warne's commentary.
Yeah.
He does speak to the common man, explains
For
things.
sure.
There's a lot of gags you hear about players of his era as him being, not that clever.
Yeah.
Not that bright, which is,
But
everyone's
he's a
different.
character.
But he's character and he's got a lot of experience and he really understands the game.
And he loves his baked beans.
A lot of interesting Shane Warne stories.
Yeah, there are.
You hear a little bit here and there. We obviously won't go into details here.
Yeah. Gee,
for
he'd be a
legal
good bloke
reasons.
to have a beer with, wouldn't he?
Oh, I think so. But good man having your team. I don't think he was particularly welcoming necessarily if you got in his face. Like, I remember there's a school teacher at a tour over in Perth. Oh, Shane, we're over here. It'd mean a lot to the boys if you come over. I'll use some other to shut up. I'm eating my dinner. Which, these poor guys.
Yeah.
They've just got people coming at them all the time.
Yeah,
you
sure.
couldn't relax.
Oh, it'd be horrible.
And then someone say, oh, that wasn't very nice. But, just leave the guy. Have his dinner.
Poor old Wally Lewis.
Yeah.
I've met him, and the bloke, everywhere he goes, he gets called the king, and people want to talk to him. And
While he's a bit older than me, that might surprise some people. But, gee, it's hard to think of a better footballer at that time. Just a cut above everyone else.
Yeah.
So you got to see him play? Origin. Yeah. Like your early state of origins, sort of dropped off. He ended up at the Gold Coast. He was probably sort of past his prime. He was a state high boy. Played first 11. He was a wicketkeeper apparently.
Was he?
High. Yeah.
Wally?
Yeah. Didn't mind having a chirp from behind the wickets, from what I can understand. There's apparently some guy said something to him in between overs. He sort of shoulder charged him.
Wow.
This is this legendary story, which you can't do in first 11 cricket. It's a great story. But my dad, who's no longer with us, was a musician, and there was a music teacher at State High, and he said, Alan, you've got to come and watch this first 15. You've got to come watch this guy, Wally Lewis.
Yeah.
So obviously good league, good union, played Australian Schoolboys Union. And it was one of those things we were talking about selected, you could just tell. It's like a standout at that time.
Just an athlete.
Yeah. And one of those guys that, was a good sportsman, therefore played cricket, was good enough to play first 11. You wouldn't think he's a first-class cricketer by any stretch of the imagination. But all those guys, Langer and Horan and Little, all those good footballers were good cricketers as schoolboys. Michael Liner,
Well, Jason
really good
Little,
first 11 cricketer.
he won it with TGS
Yeah.
in 87. They won
they had a good side.
the cricket one as well.
Well, I think he and Horan played Queensland under the 17s and well, we've even got Harry Wilson. So we've got Sam Wilson, very good, well-credentialed first grade.
It's his brother,
batsman.
Harry Wilson,
His brother's Harry, and
Oh,
played
there you
a
go.
little bit of first grade.
for the Reds.
Yeah, so he played a little bit of first grade, limited overs cricket. So at school, I always thought Harry was a better cricketer than a rugby player, but good at both. Got 100 off 37 balls at the first 11. Went off that day like a
Holy
firecracker.
wars.
So, had a license to thrill that day, but, he's found himself playing professional rugby and doing a great job.
Back with Mick Fadgen here.
Well bowled. That was a clever ball.
Yeah.
The innie.
Innie,
Bowled
yeah, coming
mostly
in.
outies, put the innie in there.
73rd over.
Yeah, so Harry's one of those guys. It was not uncommon for guys like Wally Lewis and Horan and all those guys to play cricket and rugby or league at the same time. Now they've got to choose a bit earlier. As a young bloke, Harry Wilson was picked in the Queensland 17s cricket, but also Australian schoolboys, so couldn't play both, which is a shame.
So they don't
Ride
let him
him over.
play both now.
No. There's a guy called Connor Ballenden who's played a little bit for the Lions. So they signed him as a schoolboy. He played first 11 cricket, tall guy, good bowler, quick. In grade 11, wasn't allowed to play in grade 12 because he was signed to the Lions, so they're worried about injury. It's,
okay. When you sign that early, I guess.
Correct, and they're investing in you, and they don't want you injured. But I don't know if you should put people in cotton wool. But that does happen. They've got to decide earlier as younger people. Run them over.
Oh,
Whack.
there we go again. One bounce into the fence.
So he's adjudged McFadgen as not being a threat. And he's going to take him on when he gets a chance.
Oh,
And like I said, he's bowling slow today, but bowling a good line. Just drop it short. Here we come. Here's the replay. He's made his mind up. If it's in that zone, he's going. There it is. That's experience for you, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah.
Whereas if it's going there, I'm whacking it. So he's got a plan before the ball is bowled. Of course, if that was outside of stop, he probably would have left it go.
Yeah.
You know, he bowls there again, he'll go again.
Well, he bowled earlier in the over that in-swinger, so
Yeah, true. True.
he's changing it up, but he still took him on.
Yeah, got the keepers up. That's interesting, isn't it? So the keepers up to
yep.
stop that.
I bet you McFadgen bowls an extra 10Ks now that Healy's up at the
Oh,
stumps.
they don't like him.
Oh, no.
Stumps. Geez, he's been a good first grade for a long time. A real good friend of mine, Michael Brammer, was played first grade for South and ended up being chairman of selectors. And he said to me, he rang me one day to go, mate, this kid Healy, like he's played his first grade debut or second game, he's made about 40 and got run out. He goes, mate, this bloke's special. Have a look at this guy. So, you know, again, run him over. So he was one of those guys who was like a superstar as a young bloke. He probably, you know, with Jimmy Pearson, you know, he probably would have had an opportunity to play for Queensland. It wasn't for Pearson being so consistently good and hanging in there and not being injured or, you know.
So tough for wicket keepers.
You can only pick one.
Spot,
You can only pick one. You know, you think a bit the same about leg spinners too.
Well, Pfeffer as well.
Pfeffer, now, well, he's a good bat too, but yes, good bat, good keeper. He was at Westman as a junior, ended up at, I think he came to us from Souths.
Okay.
Right arm over. Solid, good leave. And played for
footwork there.
Valleys. Am I right in saying, if I'm right remembering this, he had a double century in a 50-over game earlier this year?
I think he did.
Lockie Pfeffer, I think he did. And then backed up with 140 in the next one.
Back in the booth, back in the commentary booth, Mr. Michael Wright.
Thanks, Ted.
My mother always said to me I'd meet Mr. Wright. And here I am. Bet you before.
Just some score updates. Queensland Fire, 2 for 114 in the 22nd over. So
I
good
like
start
that. I'd rather be them than
Good
that.
start for there.
Sure.
I don't know who see who's amongst the runs there. Redmayne's 35 off 63.
Still going?
Yes, still going. Grace Harris is with her 20
good
not
player,
out.
Grace Harris.
20 not out of 20.
Good player.
Well, it sounds Charlie Knott would have got a few then. No, 5. Oh, she got dismissed for 5. So Harris and Redmayne in. So 2 experienced campaigners there.
Love to
interesting.
watch Grace Harris.
Just looking at this field, you know, with a lot of defensive work, they've got that slip in there nice and close. They've got the short leg in close. Like, you know, they're trying to apply a bit of pressure so that you just can't block freely. You know?
Whilst they've been off, there's been a bit of a counter punch led by Michael Phillipson, who's looking very dangerous.
He is.
One of the viewers in Peter Clifford, Toombul's coach, sort of commented that Phillipson's the key for University.
When you left righty, Yarno was on 5.
Yep.
And he's on 5.
He's still on 5,
Yep.
so Flip's been taken up most of the...
So Cliffo's not seeing Yarno as being a...
No, the comment was more, you know, don't want to get bogged down. Phillipson's the key.
Yeah, I think that's right.
From both point of view, obviously the wicket of Phillipson or runs to Phillipson is the key either way for the two teams. So, I said evenly poised. They've sort of absorbed a bit of the pressure from those early wickets, and Phillipson's with a bit of a counter attack with some boundaries flowing from his end in the last sort of 20 odd minutes.
Sweeney coming, bowling well, he bowling really tight. Bit of loop there. Peter Clifford, there's a man who broke a lot of Queensland hearts back in the day, and then he, like with his 80 not out when they won by 1 wicket. Trevor Holmes got 100 that game. That was a good... I think Imran Khan played in that game. And, of course, he came up here and was a very, really good player for Queensland and Toombul, of course.
Fair few done that. Done the New South Wales, Queensland route.
Yeah.
AB probably the most prominent of that.
It's pretty handy player to have come on over.
Jeff Thompson.
Jeff Thompson. Jeez, he was quick.
And then speaking of the Queensland Fire, Georgia Redmayne.
Ooh.
Yeah.
New South Wales and played for Tassie as well, now for Queensland. Seen a lot, gone north of the border.
There was a guy called Anderson who played a little bit of first grade opening and batting, but a lot of seconds for West. A lot of hundreds. One of those guys made a lot of hundreds in seconds. Didn't really go off. He tells a hilarious story how he hit Jeff Thompson for 6 onto the grandstand.
Jeez.
And he takes this. He goes. It was a short ball. I got to here, closed my eyes, top edge, and it went backwards. Like it sounds like you've hit him. Like it's a glorious shot. It was just a top edge and went over the keeper's head.
As you were intro that, I'm guessing it was the top edge. I was
still hit Thompson for 6 of these glory days. This is early 80s.
Fadged in with the keeper up. Just trying to build a bit of pressure here. The trying to get to that 80 over mark at that second new ball. They'd loved, whatever it now, 76 over. They'd love to just jag a wicket at 5th wicket before that 80 over mark.
You're right. You're 5 for 110. You'd probably say Norths.
With a second new ball up your sleeve, probably definitely.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Phillipson is the key. He's a good player, good first-grade cricketer. Right arm over. He would have played a 3 or so seasons for Queensland, wouldn't he?
Replay that. I reckon that is either really close to the off stump or tried to late cut with the keeper up and a slip in there.
You'd be disappointed if you were Phillipson and you edged that. Like that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know where he's hitting that flip. I don't know where he's hitting that. The slip
it's wide.
Is wide, but that's not a big gap.
No.
It's a low percentage shot, that one. Yeah.
Fadgen comes in.
He'll go in if he gives him a loose ball. Played. Well bowled. Played.
I'm not sure exactly definitely around the squad in that Phillipson for a few years and played a few games. Usually as a second spinner batting down at sort of 6-7. I'm sure he got a
first class 5 or 6 for.
He got 7 for.
7 for. Did he get 100 as well?
No, I don't believe so. Yeah,
his brother did.
Brother got pretty sure 100 on debut.
Combined. Yeah, you're right. Actually, he was one of 3 guys who got 100 on debut pretty close.
Yeah, and I think one of those other people who did that is sitting maybe in the box behind us. I've got Chris Hartley, Queensland selectors, sitting behind us. It was around that sort of era. I think James Hopes was also in that mix, who got 100 early in their career.
Great to see Chris Hartley being chairman selectors of Queensland. I did apply for that job. Where was my interview?
A high caliber.
Got a lot of selection experience, you know. There aren't many selectors just running around.
Good to have Hearts in the mix, and he's also a person who's got 2 hats in this grand final. Played for Northern Suburbs and for University of Queensland across his career.
There you go.
Played more for University of Queensland.
Yeah, I was thinking, did he play for North? I couldn't remember that.
Early days, and he played a bit for North and then moved to uni for the majority of his career.
Oh, yeah, very good for uni and for Queensland, of course. One arm over. I saw Steve McGoffin just recently back from England. And, you might remember your Ryan Harris Sheffield Shield win where Hartley played a great knock. Yep, chasing
with
and Steve McGoffin hit the winning runs.
He contributed. He's at West coaching the women's first grade side.
Yes. And he's at ATC, the school, so he's doing a bit of coaching here. Yeah. I don't know how long he'll stay. He said he's going to stay for May for the centenary lunch. It's a very funny story with Steve McGoffin, who was a really good bowler, obviously. But he played for West, and we needed 80 to win against Sandgate, and we got bowled out for 31. And then he went
a famous first grade grand final.
Oh, yeah, and I'm the guy bringing it up. Right, I'm over. There we go, well played. There. And then, of course, West won the next year against Sandgate, who had a very good side. And Steve, that was the year he went to Western Australia. So he was playing in the first grade final, and they needed something like 110 to win. And they're none for quite a few. And someone says, do you want to take your whites off? I think we're pretty comfortable. He goes, no. Last year, I took the whites off, thought I was going to win. I'm just going to keep them on. And then won by 10 wickets. So there you go.
That was a famous game at AB Field, Sandgate getting up, and a period where I think they won four premierships in 5 years there.
Well, they had Brendan Creevy and fitness. That day, when we were bowled out for 30, they had Jurgensen and Remington. That's a pretty fair first grade attack. Mind you, they both got 5 for 10, and that was the end of that. Jerry Castle, old mate of mine, played in that game. They were out. See, this is young people, if you listen, all the young people are watching the first grade final on Facebook or YouTube or whatever we're doing. You just got to hang in there, like chasing 80. Ooh, and they came out and they wanted to win, and they got on a roll. They got a bit of momentum.
Dig in.
I say in finals, you're never in them and you're never out of them.
Oh, mate.
Plenty of crazy things have happened.
And Greg Rowell was going to retire that day because we were going to win, and he stayed for another season, and they won the next year, and then he did retire. So he had another year.
Pretty sure he won the Burge that year, or was that the year before?
Yeah, one of those ones. Oh, he was really good that year. And you think, we're thinking, are they going to pick him for Queensland? Probably should, but he never got in. They went with younger guys.
I'm pretty sure he
wouldn't have let him down.
I'm pretty sure he might have been 40 or 41 when he won the Peter Burge. He was well into his career. But
this is the thing about bowling, just fit.
Yeah.
knew his game and bowled within himself. Like, sometimes young blokes run in and try and bowl too hard and injure themselves. Not Greg. He was getting on the park all the time.
If as it's 4 for 107 after 77 overs, if Rowley's watching or listening, I got to see him firsthand torment some third graders in a grand final.
Did you play that game?
I was scoring. I was sort of 12th. I was 12th man.
I felt sorry for him.
I didn't make the team. I played the semi, didn't play the final, but I scored it. And I'm pretty sure on day one, Rowley bowled probably about 25, maybe
His
26
opening spell
overs.
was 10 overs, 2 for 7 or something
Yeah, it was
that.
like the run rate never got above 1 at his end.
Poor old Tom O'Malley, who's played first grade for Norths
Yeah.
and has been a very successful second grade captain. He batted number 3 that day.
Yeah.
I'm sure he made his 0 for about 20. Greg just made him look stupid. And of course, Tommy's gone on to do really good things in club cricket for
Yeah.
Norths.
My old housemate got a pair in that final, and the second dig he got
You don't want that.
he got an absolute seed from Greg Rao, like first ball out swing off cutter, nip back in, LB like sort of like straight in front, and it's like,
Jeez.
yeah, good ball. Yeah.
See, I played a lot of semis for West. Like we're talking
Rounding.
fourths and stuff like that. But we won the 4th grade premiership in 1987, and we played against Bill Aubrey, who played. This is an oval, I think, named after him, Wynnum. So he played a lot of cricket for Queensland, and I thought, and I'm thinking to myself, I was playing this old guy when I was like 18. He's probably younger than me than I am now. Mate, he got 6 for against us in the first innings, and we did win that game. But like it was again just experience, bowling that line of length,
We've had a bowling change even also. Josh Brown's come on.
Oh, yeah. Geez, he's made a lot of runs. He's a handy player, and he scores quickly, doesn't he?
Bottle as a wide there. He comes off a few steps, Brownie, and just quick arm action and try and surprise the batter here. Obviously,
He looks strong.
he's a very strong lad, very solid lad. He's trying to get to that 80 over mark and get that second year ball. I'd love to just see if they could squeeze a wicket here with something here. They're probably looking for Phillipson to play a rash shot or make a mistake as they change the field. Look like someone's going to the lid here. McFadgen's got the helmet from Tom Healy, and they're going to go at a bat pad. And
What have you? Am I right in saying a couple of first grade hundreds this year? He certainly got one, I think, and it was a brutal one. It was.
he got one in the 2-day format against Toombul.
Would that be like a 60 or 70 ball type effort? I think?
Maybe about 70 or 75
Yeah,
balls
yeah.
as he comes into Phillipson. And smashed that. Then he got one in the T20 competition. It was actually a losing 100 against Redlands.
Geez, you wouldn't think that'd happen very often in 20 over.
Not a T20, you get a losing 100, but he scored 120 or 30 at AB Field, and then Redlands chased it down in the second last
They
ball.
had a pretty good side with Sammy Hazlitt, Malenko, and all those sort of guys in the top order that weren't quite making the Queensland side at that point.
Yeah, so his 2-day 100 was his maiden first grade.
Yeah.
2-day 100.
He's been one of those guys on the fringe of first, like in between first and second grade for a while for North, hasn't he?
Yeah, the last couple of years he's been in first grade, but prior to that he was he'd play as Brown comes into Coetzee. Yeah, he'd sort of play. He was playing second grade 2-day cricket when he sort of got a go in the T20 side and shot to a bit of fame in the first grade T20 competition, and then the second half of the year was a regular in first grade and probably hasn't looked back. He played one second grade game in that span because he missed time for glandular fever.
Yep.
Poor Sunshine Coast had to play him on his comeback game. I'm pretty sure he got 150.
Yeah, I reckon he did. I remember that. He's
Ooh.
bowled a couple of short ones. It's interesting.
He generally does that.
Does
Like
he
his short
take it
run
on?
up, he tries to rush him. Ball's a bit heavier than you think. Just trying to see if they can jag something, but I'm pretty sure we'll see the likes of Connor Sully and Luke Feldman taking that second year ball when we hit the 8 over mark here.
They'll get that before lunch too, of course, won't they? That'll be interesting.
He's almost chopped on there again. There's been a few of those today, little inside edges.
Won a lot of second grade premierships, I think, recently, Norths. So they've always been, this is where you get your good first grade teams with second grade sides putting it on them, pressuring them for spots.
Strong second grade if you've got a strong first grade.
Yeah. And uni's been the same, strong first grade, strong seconds for a long time.
Last year, poor old North second grade lost to UQ because of COVID as well. So Uni won 1s and 2s last year.
Didn't get on the paddock.
Pays to come first.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot to be said. This is my club cricket experience. A lot of times I've been first and lost to the team who's fourth.
Yeah.
You think of the lower grades, there's probably not a lot between them.
No. But the worst thing is losing to rain.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, I often think too, and this has happened. It probably doesn't happen a lot in first grade, but you'd have it in your lower grades, your thirds, fourths ish. You know, your team that's won every game or hasn't lost, their numbers are up. You know, they will often lose the semi. Not necessarily saying first or seconds, but like, you know, it's hard to be undefeated and then go into your finals and keep that up.
So we've got McSweeney to continue. He's 1 for 11 off 23 overs.
It's a good effort.
I think he was 1 for 9 at the start of the day from 14 overs.
You're right.
So 7 odd overs, he's bowled for 2 runs today.
Well, you know, we've said this. He just doesn't give you much loose stuff. Like, he's just consistently bowling well. Probably not, as he goes over the wicket there, he's probably not the sort of bloke that you would think would necessarily run through a team, but he would have taken a couple of first-grade fifers this year, and there'd be guys taking him on when he's bowling tight. That's how he'd get his wickets. You know, guys edging to slip or holding out to cover, that kind of stuff. Looking to push the game forward. They don't...
Maybe Schnicks as well.
Yeah.
You know, the way he bowls.
They don't have to push it too much, Uni, at the moment, which can sometimes
It's good
be
batting.
an error. So he's placed that nicely. So there's your singles.
That's the spot.
Like we said before, there's not a lot of men on the offside there.
No.
What do you got? Your mid off and your forward cover and everything else.
And you slip.
And you slip, but you would, you know.
There's so
That
much
piercing
room to
field.
play with.
Yeah, you'd think so. You know, if you're coaching young blokes, you say, work those ones. Just work those ones. Keep him out. But your off spinner's going to hit that off stump line, turn towards the stumps. That's why you've got all your men on your own side. That's where your runs would come in a normal.
Yeah, they've got
game.
that mid-on trap set there. But
Yeah, looking for a hole out. That's a
Ooh,
sharper.
leggy.
Yeah. Is that a leggy?
It's a
There
leggy.
you go.
Well
so he's
bowled.
drawing the edge.
They'll get 2. Can we have a replay of that?
Don't we always get a replay? It's a leggy, was it? I thought it was a bit flatter. Oh, yeah, it
Leggy.
was. Well spotted.
Beautiful.
I didn't see that from... I'm trying not to watch them on and try and watch it live. Let's see, but there's
We're back live. Ooh, that looked
a
like
bit of loop.
that was a different delivery as well.
That's certainly just a regular offie, I think, out of the fingers.
He's got 1 5 for this year against Souths and 2 4-fers.
2 4-fers, there you go. He might have a 5 for a 50 over game as well, or maybe. You've got his stats open there. What are they? Like, can you see his whole stats there? Batting and bowling?
41 wickets for the year. That
Geez, that's not bad for any number 3 batsman who's made a few hundreds.
yeah.
You know? If you were a off spinner, just a regular off spinner in first grade, 40 wicket season, you'd be pretty happy with that.
That's
And he's got
not bad.
What, he's got 1,000 runs?
Yeah.
Crazy if you put in the limited overs games. You get a double century this year or last year in first grade?
He got 178 and 172 this year.
Well, I reckon you got like 204 not out in first grade. Must have been last year.
Jeez. 1,175 runs at an average of 65
Is that this season?
this season and 41 wickets in 23 games.
Solid. Solid performance.
Wow. Yep.
Jeez. I'd be happy with 1,000 runs and 40 wickets over 2 seasons.
Yeah.
You'd think you'd be making a good contribution there, even then.
Jeez. Josh Brown back.
Going around the wicket.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking for a wicket on the pull shot, isn't he? He's trying to just jag a wicket prior to the new ball.
8 runs off his first over, so they are looking to score off him. This is the last over before the newie.
You'd think they'd take it too, you would imagine.
Oh,
Be a
have
good
to.
time to take it.
Yeah.
See if you can prize a wicket before the break.
What do you think he's going to bowl?
Well, short.
Short,
He's
just
going to bowl
bounces?
short of a length, and he's trying to get a wicket with a poor pull, like a mistimed pull shot, I think. Like he's looking to drag a wicket from a poor shot.
I'd like to see a slower ball, maybe something out of the back of the hand. Change it up.
Yeah, it's you're funny. Your medium pacer does a slow ball make a super difference?
Oh,
That's a no as well. So that was loose. But he's got the 2 men out there.
yeah, the fielders get it.
They're
They're
pushing
going
that.
too.
They're pushing that. So it's 3 off that one.
Well run.
2 runs and a noe. Yeah, I wonder, when you're real quick, and we don't probably get any, like, you're talking your 140 Ks, your slow ball's an interesting ball. When you're a medium pacer like him, is there a big difference? I often wonder this. Does your slower ball make any difference? Because you wouldn't expect it of a real sharp guy.
No.
This is why I worry about young guys. I'm going to bowl a slow ball. Like, mate, you're not quick anyway. So what do you bowl? Like, I think in school cricket, like the only ball they can hit before is the slow one.
Yeah.
And they're just waiting for it, and you just give it to them. Oh, yeah, I'm changing it up. I don't know if it makes a big difference. See, that's a good ball. There it is. Short of the length. How's he going to get this guy? He's going to try to draw that slower ball. Now, that is a crucial wicket,
Phillipson. Wow.
So a really good start, 36. Now, this is what we're looking at. What do we...
straight to gully.
So
I'll
have a look
a
at
replay
this.
here.
He's come around the wicket. He's deliberately bowling short. And it's a trap. And he's fallen for it. That's a pretty good ball,
Yeah.
Like, that's... where else are you going to hit that? Like, you've either got to drop your hands and let it go, or you're going to guide that through slip or gully, or to slip or gully.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good. I tell you what, if you were the captain, you'd be happy with Brownie bowling a couple of wickets and taking 1 for 12.
Oh, that's
like,
incredible.
Nipping in, that's a pretty important contribution.
Yeah.
And a big wicket.
Here's another angle.
So there, where are you going to hit that?
Oh, snavels it on the chest.
You got to let that go, or you're going to get caught. That's one of those ones where you think about it and you drop your hands.
Yeah.
But if you haven't scored a lot,
He could have
if you're
left
36 off 86,
Yeah.
and you've hit a couple of boundaries, you're looking to score.
Exactly. And he's been playing well. He's been playing well.
He didn't look in any trouble.
No.
Like, he didn't look like getting out unless he got a really good ball or he played a loose shot.
I would have loved to see him take on the new ball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd think if he was 30 or 40 and going, he'd have a chance.
He's not going to be happy.
So what's that, 5 for 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Just before the 80th over.
1, 2, 3. The hoodoo. Is that a special number?
Well, it was 4 for 1, 2, 3, and now it's 5 for 1, 2, 3.
No.
Yeah, good point. There's a nice ring to it. Yeah.
Not happy at all.
And see, you were thinking in a 4-day game, you go, well, it's an open game, but it really is a 2-day game. So you may have let Norths in there.
5 wickets to go, though. They can still...
They've got a good list, haven't they? They've got a good lineup.
For sure. Runs.
Fry,
all
good
round.
keeper. He's got first grade runs. I don't know a lot about the other guys as far as batting. I don't know. I haven't seen much of Belford or Grady.
Fry's had a really tough year, though. His top score for the year is 42. He's averaging 18 at the moment. Last year he was on
Making
fire.
a lot of runs, I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure he got 100 last year, and he was. He's a good keeper.
Yeah, last year he got 100. He got 200s last year.
There you go. So he's got it in him.
Yeah. And it's funny, those guys that don't have a great season come good in the finals.
Oh, they can.
Yeah.
They can. And look, that's the thing about playing first grade cricket. Everyone's a good first grader. There's no, you're not coming against bad teams necessarily. So you can have one of those seasons. It's a bit lost. You got to enjoy those seasons when they come. When you make a lot of runs, get a couple of hundreds. Got to enjoy those.
Yeah.
You don't have them all the time. See, that's short of a length. He might get another over. They might hold this new ball back and just throw him. Go have another crack.
No.
I'd think about it.
Would you?
I'd think about it.
Yeah.
He's bowled a good over here in that he's obviously got a plan. He's coming at you short of a length.
Done his job to perfection.
Well, that's true. And it's a fair point. Like, if he's struggled as Brownie comes in.
Oh, that did not get up.
No, it didn't. But, like if you're Fry and you haven't made a lot of runs this year and then you're facing Feldman with a new ball who's fresh. He hasn't bowled for a while, Feldman.
And he was just shaping it away nicely to the lefty.
So it's an interesting point in the match, viewers and listeners. What are we going out on? YouTube, Facebook?
Yeah,
Facebook?
a lot.
Oh, jeez.
MyCricket.com.
Ah, yes. If you're a fan of Brisbane First Grade, this is a tight contest. If this were a 4-day game, you'd think, geez, you'd want to be Norths. 2-day game's an interesting one. I mean, no matter what they get here, North have got to make them.
I think we're taking the new rock, and we're back with Sully, and we're also back with Michael Wright.
Thanks, Ted and Brownie.
The
Big wicket of Michael Phillipson just before the second new ball. Exactly what Northern Suburbs would have been hoping for as Sully comes in to Cootsie.
That's close.
I'm giving that. I'm giving that.
Yeah. First ball of the second new rock, and that's 6.
Now, this is what happens when you're 12 off 76. You're in that frame of mind where you're not really trying to score, which is probably helping you.
Here's the replay here. Didn't offer a shot here.
In a final. No, that's just zipped in, and that's out. I'd almost walk for that. Like it's
Wow.
hard. That's hard not to give out.
That's beautiful bowling.
So that's 3 for 21 off 15.1 overs.
Jeez.
Got the tail up, Sully.
Young cricketers, I think I'm right in saying this, was when I did commentate the Sandgate game. Sully played in that final, having started the season like in fifths or sixths.
No.
I'm sure. I'm right in saying that he was injured. He was injured.
So yeah, as a batter.
And he just played, but look, that's the story. Started the season in fives or sixes, ended up in the first grade final.
Yeah.
This is very well bowled.
He was injured and he played a sixth grade game. He actually scored 100 because he could whack him.
There you go.
And then
That's a bad leave, I've got to be honest. It's a good ball, but it's a bad leave.
It's
stuck
come
on
in
the crease.
beautifully.
Yeah. And then I think he played mostly second grade that year, and then kind of
that's right.
played the first grade semi and then the final. And I think the club joked when they were celebrating, like, helicoptered, like he just sort of
Dropped him in there.
flew in for the grand final.
He did bowl well in that final.
He did.
And Cameron Gannon was injured. I don't think he bowled much in the second innings.
I think Gannon was going into some surgery after that game, so it was in like he was at the end of his sort of time with some shoulder pain, so he was struggling. But that was a good attack. That had Sully, Gannon, and Jack Prestwich. Quicks.
And he had a really good season that year, Jack Prestwich. Cameron Gannon dropped him to second grade at Wests, and we won the first grade premiership that year. So you go, am I a bad selector, or did I turn him into the man he is today? Oh, So yeah, I said, "Oh, mate."
That's how you come back from it, isn't it?
If you're watching Gano, you can let us know.
I think he's played for Western Australia.
West Australia.
I think he's played there on. Joel Parris got 100.
Yeah, there's 300s in that game. It looks to be pretty good batting deck at the Wacker.
Yeah.
New batter Grady.
Yeah, I don't know much about Grady.
Sully comes in with his tail up. Right on the money.
Tell you what, if you're the captain, you are pretty happy with the last few overs. Like you've brought Brown on to bowl a couple of, and with a deliberate plan, it looked like to bowl short of a length, and then around the wicket, and you've got the big wicket for Phillipson. Then you've taken the new ball and got a wicket first up.
Well, the saying "one brings two."
One brings two. There it is.
Happens in clumps.
Yeah.
And then when you're a batting side, you know you're going to lose wickets in any type of innings. What you just try and minimise is those clumps, and if those
you want to build those partnerships.
Yeah,
build
those partnerships, and it's been the story today. It's been bang bang. So Sully and Vikings with their tail up here.
Now, of course, it's interesting because that was a long partnership, but not a lot of runs, and then they both got out in quick succession. Like I'm saying, like they didn't. This is what we were saying before. They weren't in a 50. Dominant. Yeah, but they didn't really dominate. It was a solid partnership, but they've opened that door for Norths with those couple of quick wickets in that it's 50 off a lot of balls.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how in big games like this, often you're in this situation of like 6 for 120, 130 type of stuff, and Sully comes into Grady through the keeper.
Widish, bit of zip.
Everyone can still bat and fight, and these kind of scores can turn into, they can really go two ways. It can be all out for 145, 150, or it can end up being 200, 210 with some partnerships and a good bit of fight. So
tails are up, Norths, and it's like I said earlier on, it's quite hot and humid today. So they've worked hard, but they've got the benefit. So your tails, it gives you a bit of a boost. If they came off and they were 120 for 4 and they worked hard and got nowhere, there'd be a different lunch break. Sully in, right arm over. Ooh, bit of sip off the wing there. That was very wide. Started wide, but it moved wider.
A big 16 minutes here.
Yeah.
Sully's probably going to get at least 2 or 3 from his end. I'm assuming Foxy Feldman from the other end. So
yeah, Feldman, and it's a thing. You go, mate, give us a burst of 3, and then you can sit down and come back and do it.
Yeah, they're going to have to do another. They're going to start again after lunch as well. So it's worked out well here for North. The timing of the second new ball and also the timing of the wickets has fallen in their favour here. Sully comes in.
Oof. Got a lot of good young bowlers in Queensland. Do you think Sully might push for first class selection at some point next year?
I think we've got a pretty good stable at the moment, and Connor's
not many spots
on
there,
the young side of it. When you got likes of people like Brendan Doggett and Edwards and that sort of in the sort of
poor
fourth
old
and
Edwards.
fifth.
I don't think he's played for Queensland at all this year, and he looked really good when I saw him at the start of the year. And he played a bit last year. You got Bartlett too. He seems to be coming on.
I think you always need a good stable because it takes a lot of bowlers to get through. I know this season's been modified a bit due to COVID stuff, but you need a good stable to get through 9 Shield games. Plus, there's usually the second 11 competition where those type of the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th seamer is getting a good run through in 4-day cricket there. So you want to have a good cohort of bowlers to get through.
I was talking to Charlie Hemfrey, and it was really interesting. He made a really interesting point, and he was playing most of the season for Sandgate. Like Street got into the Queensland team, made a first-class 100 on the back of his 330-odd in a second 11 game. But, of course, that opportunity is not there at the moment for young guys. They've missed out on the 17s and 19s, which is, no one's fault. But it's, if you have a big tournament in the 17s or 19s, or you could put a couple of really strong performances in the second 11, you are on the cusp of taking that next step in regards to selection.
Yeah,
it's always club cricket's always been important, but it's certainly taken a more importance first grade
this year. As Feldman comes into Fry.
Oh, that's a loose ball. He has pushed that down the leg side. I tell you what,
I guess the other thing which is interesting with that sort of level of competition is depends on the makeup of your state side as well. And I think we'd all agree that Queensland's side is pretty strong at the moment. Which is what you want. You want it hard to, you want people to work hard to get into it. And
you've got guys knocking on the door, but it is a good solid side. I tell you, a bloke who hasn't played state cricket for a little while, geez, he looks strong. Luke Feldman, I suppose, is a policeman. You can't let yourself go and face a policeman. But he looks strong, doesn't he? He looks strong and still fit.
It's all about managing that sort of, change over time that teams have as Feldman comes in.
And see, that was an interesting point. Like, you looked at him as a Queensland supporter, he's a big loss. Now, you can't play non-stop. I think he played about 10 years. But he's been easily replaced. Like, those guys have come in and done a good job.
I think it's about again the timing, right? As from your selecting stuff, you got to
it's all about timing.
You got to give people the opportunity. You got to stretch them, but you also got to make them earn it, and also understand that there's times when experience and prior stuff counts for plenty as well. So it's a tough little thing to manage as Feldman comes in.
That's wide. I'm surprised he didn't call that good outie. So not very wide, went further.
Might be setting him up for the really, really big in-swinger here.
I think he's just loosening up as an older guy. But look, when you talk about selection, timing, like you would, if you're a selector, you can have a plan. Well, I've got these 11 guys, but if this guy's missing, I'm coming to this. But the great thing about cricket, I've realised, is riding him over, Feldman coming in.
He's got a hand to that.
Pretty good ball. They're hard to catch, aren't they, in slip? Like, he's looking to try and turn that to the leg side and ends up in slip. You don't catch them too often. You don't see them coming.
Maybe the wide camera might have got a replay of that, but I think he got a left hand on that one. It would have been a screamer.
It was tough.
Had to stick.
But I found if you just hang in there and you do the right things, you always get the opportunity. Cricket always gives you the opportunity. Like injury or illness or those sort of things.
Went a bit too quick, I think. But yeah, you're right. It would have been an awkward angle going through the leg side as Feldman comes in again.
I caught a little bit. Oh, gee, that's a couple of good balls there. Yeah. Caught a little bit of the Bangladesh-New Zealand game yesterday. Trent Bolt. I don't know if anyone's seen this.
Took another classic catch, didn't he? Yeah?
Absolute running one-handed screamer off a similar sort of thing where a guy tries to turn it to the leg side and ends up edging it over to the offside. He's come from third. Gee, that guy can take some catches. So,
Teddy, have you got any other updates from around the grounds or the WNCL?
I don't, but I wanted to say Grady averaging 43 in first grade this year.
That's good.
I feel like there may be some not outs in that space and batting down the order, but he's a handy batter. I've played against him a bit in second grade and would bat sort of maybe like 6 or 7 in second grade and a very tough out bowler. Bowls a heavy sort of ball and he's had a chance this year in first grade and played probably pretty consistently from the second half of the year.
I always think you're doing all right if you get into the uni first grade team. It's a hard team to get into. Just had a message from North's board member, Henry Coventry. He's watching the game and he's very excited with how Norths are looking.
They're looking good in second grade as well.
Yeah, they're still batting in second grade. They're piling on the runs in second grade. I think is Doolan still not out?
Doolan's on 76 not out from 238 rocks.
Well, there was a good young player. I think Toowoomba? What's that?
Toowoomba Grammar.
Toowoomba Grammar.
But I think he hails from Mackay. I
Right.
think.
Good young player. First 11, I remember seeing him run around doing all right.
Yeah, so they're piling on the runs there. Don't think we've got a score from third grade. I think they've got the live score going.
Are they starting earlier as well?
They would have started 11, yeah. Ooh, that's
That is
short.
a good ball.
He's got his tail up, Sully, and these
It's sharp and it's come back in. They're hard to play, aren't they? Like you can't go anywhere. It's following you. It's where you get the
This is a serious test for Fry. Like a very experienced campaigner, has played some great knocks down at sort of 7, 8 as a keeper bat,
and started as a young bloke. Like he was in there, so he's got a bit of experience. But he's still not an old man.
Coming out under pressure with the second year rock, just take it. It's a tough situation.
Am I right in saying he's opened a few games in first?
He has,
grade? I reckon
yes,
he has.
yes,
So he's got a bit of experience against the new ball. This is a tight contest. Oh, it's a bit loose, a bit wide. They've thrown a few, both these last couple of overs, very wide outside of stumps. You know, want the new ball, you'd really want to be attacking the stumps, particularly in this circumstance. If you're going to draw that loose shot.
Queensland Fire update. 3 for 175. Georgia Redmayne 55 not out.
Jeez,
She keeps going.
Put the C next to her name and she just keeps scoring runs. Not that she wasn't scoring runs before then, but leadership, stepping up, which is what you want to see in the big games.
Some people really do step up with that added responsibility. Some people can struggle with it. So, Sully bowling well.
Oh, he's pushing him back and fended to that. It's a controlled shot, but there's a bit of risk there. Don't want to take the shoulder bat and fly to the slips and gully there.
Which is kind of how Phillipson got out.
Yeah. He does like that area Fry. He does sort of like to sort of cut and slice through gully and through the covers. He's strong there. But with that hard second new ball and then Sully with his tail up, you just don't want to be late on that and offer that nick. Great start for the Fire. Then that's with the form Elise Villani's been in, they probably need a few runs on the board to put a bit of pressure on that chase.
Yeah, but in a final, chasing's
Hard.
pretty tough, isn't it?
Punch that to cover.
You're always thinking in Brisbane Club cricket when I used to captain, if it was a fine day and it was a good week, you just bat. Because you just don't know what's happening next week. Like, the number of times, and you all would have experienced that, where it's been a lovely, good wicket and it's a sunny day and you come back the next week, it's been raining and the water's got under the pitch and there's a spot there and stuff.
It's the peculiarity of Saturday cricket.
It is, isn't it?
You don't really know what the next week can bring.
Just bat first.
You also don't know what the week brings, like in people's lives and all that kind of stuff.
That's true.
Weird stuff can happen.
Or, some guy you gun is crook during the week and he ends up not coming and then you're down to 10. Can happen a lot.
Pace
good
from
leave.
Sully.
Good leave.
3 for 21 his figures at the moment. She's on.
Good young quick coming up through the Bulls, and I guess what we want to see in a first grade final and a big stage, as we talked about. He's played in one and won a premiership before. So he's second in his career, and early days. It's great experience because you want him pushing to that next level. And whilst we missed out on some second 11 cricket this year, it's good to see him playing as a high quality match here against University of Queensland.
But
if it comes into Fry.
If you're a young bloke, you're on the cusp, that's very well bowled. I think selectors really do notice a big performance in a first grade final.
100%.
You get 100 or you take a fifer, or it really stands out in your memory for the next season because that's the best you could do in first grade. If you do really well in the final, you're playing the best other team sort of thing.
Yep. I think that's always the case in even down the grades with what's a second grade grand final is a good test of a player for playing first grade and things like that. But you look at the Queensland Bulls squad at the moment, and nearly all of them have played in a first grade premiership side in the last sort of 5 or 6 years. You've got that cohort who came up with Redlands, your Marnus, your Pearsons, your Haslets. Obviously Malenko was part of that group and has been in and around the...
Jim Malenko's a good player. He's unlucky not to play for North Queensland, went off to Tasmania, was injured. Well bowled, well played.
Then you had Valleys who were around there, which Feldman was a part of.
Kawaja.
Kawaja was part of that. Feldman as well.
Do you like Wildermuth? I think Wildermuth's an underrated bowler, and he's a good bat, really free strike.
He's gone up a level with his bowling this year for sure.
Yeah,
wasn't he good in the Big Bash?
Unreal.
No one can get him away.
I don't think they used him properly. I think they were batting him too low. He ended up batting 8. Mate, bat him 5. Just give him a license to thrill, off you go.
Valleys, and then you even throw in, if you're going back even further, so as Feldman comes in.
Oh, well bowled. That's
Yeah.
hard not to play that one.
Even the likes of Chris Lynn that came up with premierships for Toombul as youngsters. So definitely a good trend that the West group of sort of the Doggets, Truloff and things like that. So the Sandgate had Streety, Swepson. So
he was a good first grader.
So it's definitely like I think you're getting your teams to the top end of the season and playing in big games.
I think West played a first grade final against Swepson. He got like 6 for 11.
That was a one-day
end of the game. Good win.
I think it shows that they're good players and they play well in big games. So
yeah,
and then probably
for a lot.
And then probably underneath all that, consistently you've had the likes of Uni who've had players who there and thereabouts within the state mixes. With Scott Henry, your Phillipsons, your Don Michaels, and Scotty Walters.
Scott Henry probably unlucky not to play more for Queensland. I thought. I guess did he move out here for work or he played for New South Wales for a while? I don't know if he came over to play cricket or get a job up here.
100% sure.
I don't know either.
But so they're definitely a proving ground. Like playing these big finals and playing at this time of year and performances usually relates in guys either getting contracts or getting picked in sides. So as we said, with 2 very strong sides on display here, but a great mixture as well. Like young guys who are coming on the way up, people who've been playing for a while. And also just the guys who turn out week in, week out and play really good cricket. So,
but you've got a lot of first-class experience in both these teams. A guy like Feldman, guys like Phillipson and Walter, and then you've got the guys on the cusp, like your McSweeney, your Claytons. Like they haven't played yet, but they're pushing hard.
Yeah, really.
Those sort of blokes. Your Sully, who's not quite there, but you don't think it's far away.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And that's, I was saying that much earlier, that's, and Roddy, I don't think you were here, but that's the key, isn't it? To have if you were building a good first grade team, you want a couple of guys who've been there and played first class cricket before, and done well, they've been successful, and then your young up and comers. And both these teams have really got that sort of mix. And for Uni, that's probably why they've been so successful for a long time.
They're tied over and probably going to be the last on lunch here, 11:57 by my clock.
Yep.
Sully's not going to steam through it over in a minute and a half, so I think it's going to be, with that kind of run, I think it's going to come down to this one, and Uni's wanting to get to lunch and have a chance to reassess and come out after break. It'd be well and truly North's first session if they were to... I think it probably already is North's first session, but if they would get another one here, they would be extremely upbeat.
Geez, I think if I was Norths, I'd be back myself to get any score less than 200 in this final. You know what I mean? Like it's that's not to say that Uni's not a good bowling side. They certainly are, as Sully comes in. But I think if I had to choose who I'd want to be, I'd much rather be Norths at this point. And it's a funny game, cricket. You never know what happened. And of course, what an absolute pleasure it is to have the opportunity to come out and do a little bit of commentary. Which I've only ever done once before. I'll have to... this will probably be it for me.
Thanks for having you, Brownie.
Hope you got a little bit of a break.
It's been great.
You guys are going to have to do this the rest of the day. Fantastic start. I was listening to you guys. And geez, I don't know I can be that good. So I think, listeners, you're in very capable hands. I hope I gave you a little bit of a break that I was able to get out here. I'll have to get back to school cricket. I certainly will watch this game intently. And I do know there's a few old Terrace boys, Wilson, Presswich and those sort of guys in this team.
Sully comes into Grady. He's got another 4 balls against the newish number 8.
Wouldn't surprise
if you've got any school, if the school games are over, send them here to watch some great cricket.
Yeah, well, that's true. Anyone who's listening and they're close by, this has been a really good contest.
The sun's out at Webb Harris Oval. It's a great chance to watch some cricket.
It is a nice day.
Lovely hill.
Well, we've been in the shade. I think we've been avoiding the sun. But, it wouldn't surprise me if Sully ended up with like 5 for 30 or something like that, the way he's going, which would really put Uni, it's a very good side, under pressure. As he comes in for the third ball, the over, right arm over the wickets. Outie, a bit wide. But of course, now this is interesting, isn't it, about elite sport? And you'd say first grade's elite sport for cricket. Your next step is state cricket. So it's hard to win anything 3 in a row. 3 premierships. Yeah. Even if you look at rugby league, it's hard to win 3 games in a row in first grade, I've always noticed. Roosters won the first 2, but lost the next one last night. It would be it wouldn't surprise me to see Norths get up here which is a bold statement just before lunch.
But you're right. It does take a
It's a
lot
bit wide.
to do that. I think one of the evenness of the competitions over the last 15 years is that aside from uni winning the last 2 first grade 2-day titles, no one had won back to back in 20 years since Sandgate. We always had different winners. So
because Sandgate hadn't won for a long time, and I think they lost a semi by 1 run or something like this, but they were a really dominant side. They would have won like 3 out of 4.
Yeah, it was 4 in 5 years, and they had 3 in a row.
4 or
So
5, yeah. They had Pink, who's sadly no longer with us, but and all those guys. Brendan Creevy, geez, he was a good first grader, and a good first class grader too. Well bowled, edged. Brendan Creevy, I think I saw him the other day and I go, oh, geez, Creevy, I remember that season when you got 75 wickets in the first grade season. He goes, Browning, it was 85. But as a West Chemist selectors, he was one of those guys who would just kill us. Like, I reckon he got a couple of first grade hundreds, and at least one was against us. He was always getting 50 off 30 balls or taking a 7 for. Gee, he was a good player.
Definitely, there's some players who end up having a good relationship from their point of view with certain clubs. Like they have a success rate against them with battle ball.
He was always good against us at West, I tell you. Because they even had Gavin Fitness, who was making first grade hundreds at the age of 40. He played for Sandgate and then Toombul in the Sunshine Coast. And this will be the last ball, I guess.
Oh, was there a bit of battle on that?
I don't think so. They might have been all 5 pad.
It was very paddy. And that caps off a very exciting first session of day 3 here at the Bulls Masters First Grade Grand Final. Northern Suburbs have University of Queensland 6 for 128 after 85 overs. Just taken the second U rock, and a bit of success for Norths, who are in a good position here after the first session of play. And we'll take a break and join you back after lunch. Thanks for watching.
All the very best to both teams, and all
Thanks,
the very
Brownie.
best to you guys for the rest of the day.
Yep.
Welcome back to session 2 of day 3 in the Bulls Masters first grade grand final between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs. My name's Michael Wright. I'm joined by Ted Roker, and University of Queensland resuming 6 for 128 after 85 overs. Evenly poised game, hey Ted?
Mate, it's been a goodie. I was thinking today when I got here, it could be a block fest. We've seen a couple of wickets, a couple of shots.
Big first session for Northern Suburbs, taking 4 wickets. Most of the runs coming from a bit of a fight back from Michael Phillipson, a counter-attacking punch with some boundaries. But I definitely would say that if you were scoring the first session, Northern Suburbs definitely swung the game way back into their favour with 6 for 128 now, and just recently taken the second new ball.
Yeah, and they looked pretty dangerous with it. Sully and Feldman on the attack, and Grady and Fry just defending for their lives.
Just very much just trying to get to lunch, those two batters, Grady and Fry, both very accomplished batters, so still plenty of power for them. I think Will Sanders, bowling all-rounder, is next in, so plenty of fight left for University of Queensland, but they are having to counter the challenge of that second new ball, which is only 5 overs old.
Tough spot for them. From here, they'd just 250 would be amazing, right?
I think 250 would be very amazing. Even just around 200 it would be a big target. Obviously, I think the next 2 wickets are the big partnerships. As I said, Fry's an accomplished batter with a fair few hundreds at first grade level and used to batting with the middle to lower order. Grady, very, very comfortable with the stick, and then I think Will Sanders in next. So still plenty of batting, but you need partnerships. We talked about earlier that there's been a lot of wickets in clumps today, 2 wickets in the space of a short amount of time. So universities want to keep avoiding that and get a partnership back going.
For sure. And, Feldman starts us off here. Standing in, the big constable. All down leg.
A strangle shout down leg side after lunch. Keep everyone awake.
Oof, no wide. Given 2, it's worked.
Umpire Peter Boland at the main end and Stephen Dionysius at square leg. Just checking that umpire back out there first ball after lunch with a polite question down leg side. Good little take from Tom Healy.
Oh, left-hander.
Kicked the legs up, bit of flair.
Beautiful.
The judge gave it a 9.5.
Straight into the mid.
Feldman coming in to Fry, second ball after lunch.
Oh.
Good forward defence there from Fry.
Swinging in nicely. Oh, gee, that looked good.
Some great angles and great coverage here from Calling All Sports Brisbane, who are doing the live stream. Shout out to John Devine, who's he's not with us today. He's at an important family wedding. I think it might be his daughter's, so all the best. Lovely sunny weather for a wedding, which is great, having had a bit of rain last weekend and early in the week. It's some nervous times when you're organising events and weddings.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Righty.
So,
Here
Feldman
comes
comes
Feldman.
in. Another flick. That's probably going to run away quickly for 4 runs. Oh, leg buys.
Off the pad.
Get the scoreboard ticking. I said Fry's done this before. He's made some hundreds and good 70s and 80s at number 7. That sort of feisty keeper bat who can lift the run rate when required and take on the bowling, but also work around with the other batter and get them through. So it'll be a big wicket as well for Northern Suburbs.
Feldman firing in. Leaves it. So Fry, batting at 7 or 8, such a tough spot to score runs from.
It is, yeah. Like you almost feel like you're only scoring runs when your team's not going that well, like as you're called upon in a tough situation. So you'd almost think that the times he has scored runs, they've been extremely valuable and match winning or innings defining knocks. So sometimes when your team's going well and you're batting 7 and 8, you sometimes don't bat, and then you get called upon in the biggest game of the year to really stand up and fight. So he's an experienced campaigner, and he's probably the right guy to have in this moment. And as I said, he's done it a few times before. Probably the most memorable one being a part of a big partnership with Jack Carty in the grand final a couple of years ago. He scored 100 in that one as well, at number 7. I remember him scoring 100 here against a pretty good West attack to get a good chasing victory for University. So he's done it before, and he can, as I said, big part of this innings for University of Queensland.
on the leave again.
Left alone. We might, as we ease back after lunch, we'll do a bit of around the grounds. Probably, I know a few people are probably paying attention to the Queensland Fire down in Victoria. They were off to a good start with the bat amongst the runs. We might check in and see what they're up to.
Yeah, Redmayne, 95 not out at the moment.
5 for 249 with 7 overs to go. So good spot for Queensland Fire as Feldman comes into Fry. Bit of a slash through cover point there. Great shot. The ball should run away. Second new rock in chase and hot pursuit. And wheeled in by Brown, and they'll come back for 3. So good intent, good shot from Fry there. Got to keep the scoreboard ticking and made the most of that wide one from Feldman there. So, yeah, the Fire, I said, Redmayne 95 not out. The skipper's not guiding that innings. She's currently in there with Ellie Johnston, who's on 2 or 5. And, 5 for 249 with 7 overs to go. So, I'd love to finish for, or just jumped up a bit there, finish on a big score, 300 plus maybe. 300 minimum would be a good spot to be, and they'll take some getting from the Victorians. So, good spot to be, the Queensland Fire.
Big moment for Ellie Johnston in one of her first few games.
Playing in a final, yeah. I think she's only just recently turned 18. The youngsters, it's a big moment to have early in the career, and hopefully many more of those moments to come as well.
She can certainly hit some runs. So the final 7 overs, hopefully some fireworks from her.
Indeed. We'll keep continuing. Men's second grade, Alan Pettigrew Shield. That game's out at Northern Suburbs at Ian Healy Oval. Norse were batting after last weekend. It was the way that Sully comes into Fry as the second over after lunch here. Ooh. Sully takes a tumble there. He went through a few shoes last Sunday when his bowling spell, so I hope he's got the right studs and shoes on. A bit of wear and tear for those big quicks slamming down.
Who would want to be a fast bowler?
Yeah, it doesn't look good for the body, the old fast bowling, especially when you tumble down like that on a hard pitch. But Northern Suburbs in second grade, 6 for 266 off 132 overs. So they just continue to bat there as the highest placed side at Ian Healy Oval. Mitch Doolan, 81 not out of 254 balls as Sully comes in again to Fry. Punch through cover point. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Fry through cover point. As we talked about, that's probably his strong zone there, that sort of cover point and backward point.
Grady, great to see these two start confidently after the break.
The red second new ball just pinging off the bat there for Fry. Doolan was continuing on his innings, and Chowdhury, 46 not out of 88. So Norths continue to bat in second grade. Good position there as Sully comes in. How does he respond after that 4?
Bouncer.
Oh, just through to the keeper there. As I said, Fry will play those shots. As I say, he's in counter punch, and he's done it before. And the field's up, so yes, it's about surviving him and Grady, but you also want to keep that scoreboard ticking.
Sully looked a bit stiff running in there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough starting after lunch. Everyone gets to the body, just cools down a bit, and big fast bowl. He's bowled a fair few overs this morning. He had the tail up and took a couple of big wickets for Northern Suburbs, but all about rhythm. Wants to get in that rhythm after lunch here.
Here he comes. On the up.
Sliced through gully. Might run all the way, and has run all the way for 4.
Another 4 in the over. Fry attacking.
So up-ish through gully, but not to hand, and runs away there from Fry. So 4s are flowing here and is over. 3 off that last one as well.
Don't mind this.
Yeah, field's up. If you get something wide and in your spots, you may as well have a crack. As I said, they need a partnership, but they also got to keep the scoreboard ticking. You don't want to get bogged down. So boundaries are fine as Sully comes in to Fry. Wrapped on the pad and squirts out to mid-wicket there. So I think he's going to look for a bit of width. He just said strong cutting and square driving, so he likes those spots there. And we've seen the last couple of overs, he's picked up some boundaries and runs in that spot.
Yeah, well, if they want to post a good total, they've got to get runs on the board, and It's probably a spot now when it's best to attack, or you're just going to get yourself
Yeah,
out.
same thing. Like, you got the bowlers coming in after lunch. Like, they got to hit. They got to be. If they're not on their mark straight away, they'll probably give you some balls. So if you've got that intent, I reckon the runs will come here as Sully continues. Good spot. Well played. Thought about a single there. Cover's empty, but point and mid-off move well to those. They close out the over there. 6 for 143 after 87.
Had a message from former South Secretary Corey Curran
Yep.
before. He's tuning in. A bit disappointed I haven't been talking about South.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Righto. So. I'm fine for some South conversation. If guys want to text, they can text Ted Roker and we can have some questions. Or you can shoot me a text 0434 225 219. We'll read them out if anyone's got something to talk about for the live stream. If you're at another final or you're watching this one.
Predictions,
man of the match predictions. What's going to be the end of the session?
Will Connor Sully get a fifer?
Yeah, we'll any question, send it through. We got a bit of tit for tat last Sunday when we got play on. We had some texts come in from people watching and listening, so happy to see what comes through as Feldman gets ready to start after lunch here. Through the keeper. He's going to challenge the right hands here with those big in swingers.
Yeah, 7 overs old, the new ball, and still shaping it around.
But I think we'll see a pretty exciting period here. The ball's hard, the sun's out, definitely a bit more pace in the outfield than this morning and also last weekend. And if the batters get something to hit, I'm sure they're going to actually take a chance here.
Oh,
big shout.
Maybe down leg.
He does swing him a long way, Luke Feldman. Love a replay of that. We'll be blocked by the batter a bit, but they do go a very long way, these in-swingers from Lukey Feldman.
Gee, that hooped.
Let's see here on the replay.
Ooh. Pretty close,
really
isn't
tough,
it?
really tough. I think the doubt's definitely gone for the batter there, but I think they see they do tail away late there.
Well bowled. Jeez.
That's the place you want to be. Ask some questions. But they are hooping back in from Feldman as he comes in again. Played out to point there.
Yeah, Grady's just got to hang in here.
Feel like there'll be some nerves for Grady. Like as I said,
sure.
It's probably his first year playing a regular first grade spot. And he's in a grand final. Come in for the fight at number 8 facing, former bull Luke Feldman. So a bit of pressure on.
Yeah. How old is he?
Not sure. Maybe early 20s is my guess.
Yeah.
Mid-20s at the oldest. As Feldman comes in. Blocked again.
Jeez.
A big stage, and, this is why you sign up to play the cricket, to be in stuff like this. So I'm sure he's also enjoying it, but there would be some nerves out there for the batter. Got a good season campaign at the other end to probably help him through. So if he can form a partnership with Fry, big part of the fight back for University of Queensland after lunch here.
Yeah, 143. They get a couple more away, and 160 not looking too bad, and 200 is not too far away.
Bumper.
Yeah, like it.
Yeah, it's amazing how in like big games and stuff like that, just like keeping that scoreboard ticking and that kind of stuff. The team in the field looks up and they go, we had them 6 for 120 or that kind of stuff. Well, now they're on 150, and it's like, they get to 155, 160, all that sort of stuff. So it can play on people's minds, even when you are in that strong position, if people do start to that scoreboard ticking.
Frustration.
Just an even contest. Banner backed away there as someone walked in front of the screen at the university end. Didn't realise there was a game of cricket happening.
Constable Feldman's policing.
Yeah, I'm sure he chose some words to say. Steams in. Big Feldman.
Wow.
Oh, that's a tight leave. Big innies.
That's lovely. Geez, just hitting that 4th stump line, and then he just takes one in. Oh.
Tight over there from Feldman, a maiden. Got through 21. Big effort from Feldman. 21. A replay here, big in swinger, and you're just hoping it doesn't tickle the off stump.
If it doesn't hit the stumps, it's a good leave.
Second slip and first slip are riding that one over.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, they hope it clips.
Ooh. Wow. Sully looking for his 4th wicket.
3 slips, waiting there on a gully, backward point as Sully comes in to fry. Left alone. Big gap at cover. The mid-off's quite square, and mid-on in tight on the single, bat pad and fine legs. So North's happy to offer up that cover region for a shot through there, and they'd love to get a nick out of that through to the keeper or 3 slips there. Likewise, Gully's a good chance here. Kendall Fleming there in Gully. There could be something hot come through there, and you want to hold on to it here in a really big spot as Sully comes in to fry. Flick to fine leg. That's going to run away. Put a bit of pressure on Luke Feldman, who's done some good work and keeps it to 2. Probably not what you want after bowling a nice maiden to have to chase one to deep backward square leg. I think at certain times of the day there's a bit of shade down there, but there's none down there for Lukey Feldman at the moment. He's right in the sun.
He's got his water bottle, I think. He's all right.
Water bottle and big flobby hat, so
yeah.
Doing the best he can, but I know sometimes when you're at fine leg and third man, they love a bit of shade.
Comes Sully, and Fry's been starting to get them away, so see if he's in the runs again.
Push at that one, just to that close mid-off. Very, very interesting part of the game here. After a break, second new ball, still pretty fresh. Newish batters, but batters who faced 20 or 25 balls each, so they've been out there for a while. Couple of boundaries here and there.
Probably the hottest part of the day.
Very true. Sully comes in.
Oh,
Had to think about it there. Had to think.
oof. Dangles the carrot.
No, and the other thing people have to realise is a longer day today. Started at 9:30, so they've already played 2.5 hours. So that first session, and starting this one after lunch here. So not the easiest from a bowling point of view. Longer day, asking a lot of your quicks and things like that. So Sully's already bowled a fair few overs today, and he's coming after lunch here. Wants to take that 7th wicket for Northern Suburbs. Bumper.
Ooh.
Well under from Fry. He's looking comfortable here, Fry.
You reckon?
I reckon for the batters we've seen so far today, like early on in his innings, to put some boundaries away. He's looked busy, but a controlled busy at the crease here. Very, very wicket keeper batter-esque.
Yes.
I think he has a couple of really good zones he likes to hit to, and he likes to look at certain balls. But the rest of it, he'll probably leave alone and get in behind and defend.
Not afraid to play his shots.
Sully comes in again. Got a text in to say Captain Redmayne brought up the 100.
Oof. Beautiful.
6 for 279 in the 47th over, halfway through the 47th over. So love the Fire girls to push on to 300.
We better not talk too soon, but after 5 grand final losses,
Yes.
6th time the charm.
Put it to the side of the head, that one, and just worry about the here and now for the Fire.
Ellie Johnston out for 2. No.
Yeah, no, I think she was that 6th wicket, so probably trying to push for quick runs as that innings wraps up, and they push on for 300 there, the Queensland Fire group.
300's too many, surely.
It's going to take some chasing.
Yeah.
Feldman comes in to Grady here. Whoa. Slice through point there, and that's probably going to run away, the hard ball.
There it is.
They might pull up, just pulled up.
Oh.
Long boundary out there. Very long square boundaries here at Webb Harris Oval at University, and they've just got 3 there. I think on most days that's 4 runs, but with a bit of rain and a slower outfield, just the 3 there. So good intent from Grady as well. After facing a maiden from Feldman, he probably likes to get the other end first ball, the over with a 3. Would have taken probably a single, but he's done even better with a 3 and got Fry on strike here.
Good to see him having a crack. Fry might try the cover drive as well.
Yeah, the gaps there. Bit harder though with the big innies of Feldman as he comes in here to Fry. Left alone there.
They've taken the cut out, these two.
Yeah, it's a really good spot here. Like it's good from Grady to show that intent. It's going to be. I think there's going to be some more of that in that space. That cover drive, square drive sort of shot. North's going to pitch a few up there. The ball's hard. Have a crack when it's out there.
Yeah.
Swing hard. If they nick it, they go catch it.
He doesn't bowl many bad balls. Here he is, Feldman. Oh.
Down the leg side there.
As I say.
Put the mocker on him there. Good bit of work from Tom Healy with the gloves there, diving down. They would go plenty those ones late from Feldman, so had to move a fair bit there. Keep checking in. Northern Suburbs in second grade, still 6 for 283 in the Allen Pettigrew Shield, so they continue to bat.
Doolan close to 100?
In the 80s, so not quite that close just yet. Got an update from third grade. The live scoring's kicked in as Feldman comes in. Just tried to push through cover, but got the inside half of the bat there and dribbled out to mid-on there. Northern Suburbs 2 for 70 in reply to Gold Coast 205.
Good start.
There was a couple of early-ish wickets for North. I think they were, looking at here, they were 2 for 19, so they're 2 for 70. Good fight back there. Tyrone Eglamesi 28 not out and Lachlan Marshall 21 not out. So a bit of partnership there for Northern Suburbs against Gold Coast.
Sometimes in those lower grade finals, it just takes one good score.
Yeah, but often find 3s and 4s. Teams have very good bowling sides, and all it takes is that 60-70, which accounts for 200 plus type of thing, and a couple of partnerships either side. A lot of games can be like sort of that 170 to 200 where teams bowl well and everyone sort of chips in, and once that batter contributes with a big score as Feldman comes in to Fry. Good shot there. Good hand from Nathan Carroll at cover. Just kept it to 1 as Parry allowed University to scamper through for a single. And you're right. That scores the difference between 180, 190 and 250 plus type of stuff. So, but even game there. There's a good bowling tack for Gold Coast in third grade. We mentioned him before. Dan Doran, the skipper, leg spinner for Queensland Bulls, a bit back and will be tough to handle at third grade level.
Wow.
Ripping them out there.
Yeah, a couple of wrong uns.
Yeah, I think he's taken a fair few wickets here. He might have taken the most wickets in third grade this year, so he's had a good season. Probably one of the reasons why they're in the mix in the grand final. He made some runs with the bat in their first innings, so he big contributor for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
We don't think we're getting anything from fourth grade. There've been a few troubles in that live score, but if anyone's got a fourth grade update from Redlands and University, shoot us a text on 0434 225 219.
So those Redlands grounds, they've cleared up a bit?
All good there, yeah, all good. We'll keep the rounds going. The fifth grade game, which is at North's number 3. North's are batting. They're 6 for 141. As change of bowl with McFadden coming on from the river end to Fry through to the keeper.
6 for 140.
6 for 141 or 60 overs. They only played about 30 overs last Saturday. All of Sunday was washed out. So Indy Ranatunga is 27 not out of 116 balls, and Sam Deacon is 3 off 21. So a bit of batting there for Northern Suburbs. Indy Ranatunga is a nephew of Arjuna Ranatunga.
There you go.
Sri Lankan World Cup winning captain as McFadden comes in. So
yeah, wow.
Good pedigree there.
For sure.
He proud Sri Lankan Indy. I think as a Norths group, we actually got to meet Arjuna.
Cool.
When he popped out a couple of years ago, when his nephew started playing for us, he was out on tour as well and popped down to some Northern Suburbs training sessions and shared some stories as McFadden comes in.
Yeah, you love to hear those old cricket yarns.
He very much likes to talk about the 96 World Cup victory, which he was the captain and a big part of. So it was a good side back in those days, and the start of very much the start of modern one-day cricket. That World Cup. That's when Sanath Jayasuriya and
Chaminda Vas
was in the side. Mullery was in the side, but they started scoring a lot more runs back in those days as McFadden comes in. At the top of the order, Jayasuriya and Kululupanara were the Sri Lankan openers, and they were the ones who started going very hard in those first 10, 15 overs, and scoring at 6, 7 and over, which sort of now becomes almost par in one-day cricket. But that was kind of the period which started that type of play in the white ball game, and obviously having a few other handy bats and spinners meant Sri Lanka were a pretty hard team to handle as McFadden comes in.
So who did they beat?
They beat Australia in the World Cup final. So Australia's Mark Taylor was captain then, and sort of the end of his one-day career. Mark Orr opening the batting. Young Ricky Ponting, Steve Orr was in the side. People like Stuart Law, Michael Bevan.
Bickle?
No, not really in the fray there. The bowling attack was like Warren, McGrath, Damien Fleming. Damien Fleming was at peak in his white ball sort of mode then as McFadden comes in. Paul Rifle.
So quality team.
Paul Rifle, yeah. Even the brother, Shane Lee, brother of Brett Lee, was playing in the side there. Bit of a one-day all-rounder there. So it's a good team. But the Sri Lankans were too good in that final. That was kind of one of my first sort of intros to world cricket, watching the VHS of that World Cup. There's some pretty good cricketers. Started a bit of a love affair for Mark Orr. Mark Orr was a very stylish batter.
That's who you'd play as in the backyard?
I try to. He scored 300s in that World Cup. Very stylish player.
Junior.
Yep. I think a lot of people in that era wanted to look and bat like Mark Orr, but sort of score the run Steve Orr made.
Yeah, okay.
That was definitely the sort of feeling.
Yeah.
If you could combine them to the ultimate batter as Feldman comes into Grady. Through the keeper.
Yeah, there's that classic sledge, at least I'm the best batsman in my family.
Both very, very good players. Did it sort of a slightly different way. And great to watch in very different conditions.
But we would have won the next World Cup, surely.
We did. That was 99. That started the run where we won 3 in a row. So, to be in all those finals.
It's nice of us to let Sri Lanka have a win.
Well played, Grady. Good step there, good stride. He's settling in here. Said coming up on 30 balls. Fry's been there for 40. Just keep etching away there. Good little partnership and a fight back from the students.
So it was only 4 or 5 over spell from Sully.
Yeah, we mentioned there was a few things with his landing and he slipped over and all that kind of stuff. So sometimes it's. If things aren't feeling right, it's no point sort of just keep on pushing through. Like a little breather, try something different as Feldman comes into Grady. With plenty of other bowling options, they can afford to do that. But you don't want to sort of not feel right and bowl an over which goes for 12 or something like that, and the momentum swings the other way. So Feldman's been really tight at his end and building up the dots. So
One for 37 from his 22.
I think you find if Norths can build up that pressure from both ends, that sort of chance will come as well. Feldman coming in again to Grady here. What a leg side here.
Swinging it a long way.
Got a text in from University of Queensland President Jeff Tees, who's watching and listening. 4th grade grand final. Redlands are batting. They're 3 for 70 in that game. So all of last weekend was lost in that game. So just basically a two-day match for this grand final. 3 for 70, Redlands. Evenly poised in that game as well, probably.
So would Norths be on top there, the top team, out of the two?
Redlands the top team, sorry.
Okay.
Redlands.
So they can hang on?
Yeah. They actually in the semi-final they batted for 2 days or a day and a half, and I think that was against South. They had him 6 for about 400 and said that's it.
Poor buggers.
So that was a tough way to go out for
Southies.
South's 4th grade, but
they had them. They had a few wickets early on.
Yeah, they did. I think that we heard. I was playing next to them. They had a few shouts, but then I think May number 4 or 5 got 100, and then a guy by the name Jason Hill, who's played a lot of games for Redlands, usually focuses on his fast bowling as Feldman comes in here. Down leg side again, and I think he scored his first ever 100 for Redlands after 20 years, batting at number 7, and that helped him get him to that 6 for 400 as that over wraps up 6 for 149 here after 92 overs. So
rough way to go out.
2 days in the field would be a rough
days.
way to go out, but well done for Redlands for doing that. They only lose 6 wickets. Well batted from them.
Yeah.
And they've continued with the bane here, but 3 for 70 out there in 4th grade.
Surely that Centurion will be out there right now.
Yeah, not sure. I think came in number 7 here. Getting a few text messages in. Someone reminded me of we're talking about the 96 World Cup final, and as McFadden comes in here, left alone there. I didn't mention him, but I knew exactly what he did. Aravinda De Silva, one of the greats for Sri Lanka, scored a big 100 in that game. Also picked up a couple of wickets, bowled very, very handy off spin, Aravinda De Silva, and I remember him clean bowling Ian Healy through the gate in that World Cup final. And he also took a nice catch. So fond memories for those watching and listening of that 96 World Cup. Whilst Australia didn't get up, it was a good game of cricket from 2 sides as McFadden comes in.
Just hits the dime, doesn't he?
Little late cut from Mitchell Fry, runs away. 2, don't think they'll come back for 3, but nice little deft touch to go through the 2 slips in a gully there.
He's just taking it away from him, hitting that same spot every time.
Yeah, as I said, change of bowling McFadden on at the river end, and probably just trying to tighten up a bit and work away at both ends with Feldman going pretty well. But yeah, I think we've seen that Fry likes that sort of offside with a bit of open face there through square cover and even through gully and stuff like that. So deft touch there as McFadden comes in. Open the face again to point there.
They've done pretty well with the new ball.
From a batting point of view, yeah, definitely. They've, North's had their tail up, the big wickets before lunch of, Phillipson and things like that, and getting amongst the middle to lower order with a fresh second new ball. So to, both batters to be in that 30-40 ball mark, really important for University of Queensland just to get that partnership. So they've done well.
Huge effort. McFadden steaming in. Good driven.
Bit more expansive shot there from Fry, but straight to the fielder, Nathan Carroll. He's got a fair few touches in this game and covering mid-off.
Good tackler.
Yeah. He's a flying winger for Brothers, or he was last off-season, and we thought we might have lost him a bit to rugby, but he came back to cricket, so good to have Nathan Carroll in the North's contingent.
Yeah, great athlete. So did he start the season?
Wait as McFadden comes in. No, he didn't. I actually feel he might have been on like a contract list or like a training list, and with Super Rugby sort of starting in the sort of summer period or the back end of summer. I think in that early September, October period, he was pretty heavy with training and playing in the NRC stuff and things like that. So we thought he was gone for cricket, and then sort of rocked up a bit later in the season and played a bit of second grade, and then got himself into first grade once he sort of got back into the cricket swing of things. So
pretty handy.
As McFadden comes in, played to go. It's a lot harder these days to have the sort of multi-sport players because the seasons are sort of all creep a bit, and playing at the top level, there's sort of not the same opportunity which there used to exist to be like a winter and a summer athlete. But great to have someone playing first grade premier level sport in cricket and rugby. Over was just completed by Noah McFadden, who's a talented AFL player as well. His older brother Connor, on the Lions list. I think he's recovering from injury. He's had a few. I think he had a knee reco last season and stuff like that. So a few very talented all-round athletes on display here. So, as you expect, cricketers have probably played a winter sport going up, and they're usually pretty handy at something. So we've got, speaking of Carroll and brothers, we've got Sam Wilson's patrolling the mid-on region, and older brother of Harry Wilson, the Reds and Wallabies flanker. So Wilson played a bit of rugby in his day as well when he was younger, and plenty of winter athletes floating around out there.
For sure. Comes Presswich.
Yeah, change of bowler. Presswich replacing Feldman. Bit of pace. Copped a bit of tap from Phillipson when in his earlier spell. Bowled a bit short, and Flip took him on through the point and cover region. So got a new batter on strike, or facing some new batters now in Grady and Fry. So we'll see how they go. But definitely a bit more pace on the ball. And with that second new ball, usually goes two ways. It can bring wickets or it can bring a few runs. So another little chance for that sort of university counter punch.
They don't have deep square, so don't know if the bouncer tactic
No, I think
is
that
on show.
Presswich comes in. He's deep in the crease there. We got a good square on view here, and Grady's going back to that. So there'll be a bit of short stuff, but I hope he follows it up with something full and challenges those stumps there, because he was deep in that crease. Grady.
How quick has Presswich been clocked at?
Oh, I heard something that he was at the last youth championships. Probably would have been maybe the last under 17 championships. Was in the, I think he might have hit 140 as Presswich comes in. That's in nets and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure. But he can definitely get up. We talked about the Presswich name and the family. They've all bowl very quick, and they all give it a whack with the bat. They all seem quite athletic. I feel like the game at backyard at the Presswiches over Christmas would be, pretty intense. I'm sure Dad's still pretty handy. And then it's a battle out of the siblings as well. So
imagine them with a tennis ball
taped up tennis ball of 8 metres as Presswich comes in. Oh, that's quick, and Grady had to move for that one. Got another text around the fire updates. I think Captain Redmayne very much kicked on. 134 off 146. Fire made 8 for 317.
Captain's knock.
Huge captain's knock. Well done, Georgia Redmayne. I'm sure her Gold Coast Dolphins teammates are watching the stream, or it might be, I think it's on Fox and KO, that of the fire in the WNSL final as Presswich comes in. Cheering her on there, but that's a massive knock for the Queensland skipper.
300?
317. 317, so...
I'm calling it, we're home.
I feel like if they get an early wicket of Elise Villani, they'd be back in their chances, the Queenslanders.
Furling schnicking her off.
Yep.
Redmayne might even catch it.
I'm sure, as keeper, you've come off 100. I'm sure you're not going to keep yourself out of the game. But, I feel like she'll be in the thick of it. Captain, opening the bat, put the gloves on. Just batted the whole innings. Just wants to do 100 overs today. Get the money
worries,
for
guys.
as pressure comes in. Played a bit wicket. They'll probably get 2 there. Probably get 2. Chased by Sam Wilson.
Flicked off the hips.
Yeah, just wonder if that was in the team meeting. It's like, I'll bat the 50.
Yeah, you guys are right.
No, it's great to hear the fire going well. So all the best in the second innings with the ball.
Yeah.
Get a bit of silverware.
Would be nice.
Great.
A couple of others scored. Georgia Vol got 30 odd. Who else was in the runs?
Ted checks through the cricket.com app. We'll go 6 for 153 here of 94 overs.
Michaela Hinkley, 53 from 54.
Very good. Coming down the middle order there. We've got a keeper coming up here to McFadgen. So put a bit of pressure on the batter here. She had a big year, Michaela Hinkley. She played. She's done well for Valleys. Lots of runs. So good to come up with an important 50 in a final there. Former New South Wales player, so another one who's seen the light and come and play for Queensland.
Yep, good on her.
As McFadgen comes into Fry. Left foot, Tom Healy, well glove. Keeper up the stumps, 2 slips, gully, point. cover in tight, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the fine leg there. It's a bit of a squeeze here, field here. Still think one of the positions which has to be on their toes the most is that fielder at gully. I could see something getting sliced through gully there. I'd almost be tempted to have 2.
Yeah, they just took that other one out, didn't they?
Hits a lot through that spot. I'd be tempted to either the fine leg or the mid-wicket and just have a second gully because I feel a bit on the squarer side because I feel something's coming through there. Keep doing the rounds in some other games. The finals around the traps. Northern Suburbs in second grade, still 6 for. 293. Mitch Durlin into the 90s.
Oof.
As McFadden comes in. 91 not out of 288 balls. That's a serious knock. That's a big knock. With a bit better clip, Chowdhury this morning, he's 63 not out of 121. That's been a tough first half of the day for Sunny Coast. They're up to 143 overs.
That bloke had 44 overs before. How's he going?
He's at the 62.
Holy.
62.
Yikes. Has he got any? How many wickets has he got?
He's still only got 2 wickets,
Oof.
so he's still on the 2. The 1 wicket to fall today. That was his second. Was the 1 wicket to fall today. He got a LBW, but he's getting through the overs. That's a serious effort. 62 overs. When you get to about 140 overs, you get into that really, really weird territory if you start talking about a third new ball at a 160 over mark, which as McFadden comes into fry. It's not a great place to be, the third new ball.
Yeah, I've never seen that happen before.
I feel like that's happening in like test matches and when things are really not going your way.
Not a good few days. So we saw Phillipson take on McFadden earlier. Just walk at him a little bit, and that brought Healy up to the stumps.
Yeah, definitely keep the batter in the crease. I think for someone like McFadden, a medium pacer, on a good deck, you can give yourself that little half a foot bad side of your crease. As he comes in to fry. Left wicket, take away maybe an LB by getting down the crease, negate a bit of swing, but with the keeper up the stumps, just adds that bit more pressure, keeps you half a foot or so back in the crease, and that can be the difference. That can be the difference between LBW, even a shot selection where you're standing in a position which you'd prefer not to be. So whilst it's a challenge from a keeping point of view, sometimes the value of messing with the batter's setup and mindset can bring about that wicket. So as a keeper myself, fully support it. Puts a bit of pressure on the batter and just can't let them dictate and stand outside the crease and get on the front foot. So
let them know you're there.
Yep. So we've got press switch continuing again. So I think there's going to be some more short stuff again to Grady. I wouldn't. We saw the tactic. As they're definitely beefing up the leg side here. Mid-off's been moved round to mid-on. Huge gap at cover. And the mid-wickets come round where that 2 was hit before.
I'd love to see them take him on. Oh, no.
Oh, shoulder of the bat and
full safe.
Balloon safely over the slip cordon there. I'd love to say that's a serious bumper.
Yeah.
That was on the money. And had a bit of
venom,
bit of sort of hokey pokey there. Sort of I think the 1 foot was off the ground. The hand might have been off the bat and caught a bit of the shoulder and ballooned over the slip cordon there.
Yeah, he's unlucky not to get the wicket there.
Yeah, the ones just wanted a little bit more hang time.
Here we go. See it again. Oh, straight up. Wow.
Didn't fall for North there as pressure comes in. Through the keeper.
That'd just annoy him even more, wouldn't it?
Been a few of those ones, just sort of sliced wide of people, wide of gully and stuff like that. So Norths keep pushing for that 7th wicket here. 6 for 154. Good little fight back from University of Queensland here. Fry and Grady.
Yeah, 95 overs gone. 154. That run rate pushed up to 0.162 now.
Left alone through to the keeper. keep going. We don't have... We had the recent 4th grade grand final update from Jeff Tees. So we'll skip on to 5th grade at Norse. 6 for 143. Still batting there. Ratunga and Deacon just chipping away there. 6 for 143 after 65 overs. And then we'll round out with 6th grade as Prestwich turns and comes into Fry. Ooh, beats the outside edge there. Valley's number 2 are batting that game. They are 5 for 137 after 52 overs. Looks like they've just recently lost the wicket of Gav Brown, very experienced player, a great day playing 6th grade. He got 63 of 107. A couple of new batters in there at the moment there. So
funny to see Valleys 1 versus Valleys 2 in the semi.
Tell you what, made a bit of the headline that game with the catch.
Yeah,
see the one-handed catch?
Screamer.
As Prestwich comes in. Glided again through 3rd man. That's going to run away for 4.
Wow, and that's got the biggest applause of the day. Gee, they like that.
Little deft touch from Fry. We talked about his play behind point, and he's just glided that lovely full control off Prestwich for 4 runs. So he's got his style, he's got his little spots, and he's making it work out there, Mitch Fry. Bit of a nuisance.
158 looks a lot better than 120.
Yeah, that one-handed catch from, I think it was Derek Hilbron at Valleys. It went round the world in the social media sense.
How did he? Jeez, yeah.
It was on cricket.com. It was on Fox Sports as Prestwich comes in.
Ooh, not happy Jan.
Followed up with a bumper.
Looks at him, stare. Ooh.
Wraps up the over there.
Yeah, you love a stare.
6 for 158 after 96 overs. It was great to pick up those sort of highlights, and there's been heaps of highlights throughout the year. And I give a mention to Frogbox and Interact Sport, who provide our fixed cameras for the regular season fixtures. Which picked up that game, which we also have some of our finals and semi-finals being done through that. Some great bit of highlights and footage from that.
Incredible coverage. Very lucky that we're able to have this sort of thing.
Great, and helping us with the final today with the enhanced live stream. We've got Calling All Sports Brisbane. John Devine and his team, who are doing a great job to bring together a couple of extra cameras and some commentary to wrap up this Bulls Masters 1st grade grand final. University and North, couple of heavyweights going at it.
McFadden, here he comes, outswingers. Oh.
I think his first real look at Grady here for McFadden. He's bowled mostly to Fry here, so see how he goes.
As you said, the big grand final, UQ winning the last 2.
Yep. Didn't have one. Never have a game played out last year due to COVID. They were set to play Ipswich Logan Hornets, which was a big deal for the Hornets to get into the final, and didn't get a chance to play that one. But they've sort of followed up with another good season. The Hornets, as McFadden comes in, cut to point, qualified for the semi-finals in quite stylish fashion. They won their last game against Sandgate, which was basically a quarter-final. They got into the semi-finals and they played an excellent game against Northern Suburbs at Ian Hilly Oval in the semi-final. They probably just didn't go their way, having been the away side. North batted and got a fair score and took a lot of time out of the game. And the Hornets gave a real good fight in the chase. Harry Wood with a very, very good knock. I think Fadgen comes in to Grady. Worked the fine leg. 90 odd for Harry Wood, and for a while there, I was actually there for the last sort of 45, 50 minutes of the game, and him and Adam Smith were really pushing the Vikings, who were sort of in almost one day in T20 mode trying to defend the total. And they just fell short about 15 or 20 runs, the Hornets, but they gave it a good crack on a lot less overs to try and chase down the North's total. So
been a rough finals. Last 2 final series for the Hornets. Comes McFadgen to Fry. Defends.
Yeah, but it's great to see him at that point of the season, like as in, for essentially an expansion club, like, popped on the radar 6, 7, 8 years ago to be playing in first grade finals. They're also in the second grade one-day final early in the year, so good program up there. Shout out to Aaron Moore and his players up there for having a good couple of seasons, and great to have them amongst the mix here as McFadden comes in, played through to mid-off.
Yeah, they came from low on the table to even qualify, and huge effort for them to get to the finals last year. And obviously Harry Wood's been a good player for a few years and came good towards the end of the season, over 900 runs.
The Wilson boys had another good season. They sort of always feel like if Dan doesn't get you, Anthony gets you. So there's a couple of hundreds for Anthony. He got a big one against, I think it was Sunny Coast, got a big 150 when they were in a bit of trouble. Him and Jake Cross batted really well as McFadden comes in. And that was in the second half of the year, and we talked about it's all about finishing strong. You usually get 4 or 5 2-days in the second half of the year, and you want to sort of win most of them and get a nice run into the finals. So they definitely did that. They sort of were, middle-ish at the turn and finished well and get some wins and made it into finals.
They've built a really impressive team, picking up players from other clubs and their own juniors. Great cricketers coming out of Ipswich.
Yeah, no, it's a good program up there. So I said it can't always be in the final, but it's good to have different sides mixing it in the semis and all that kind of stuff. It was good to see Toombul make it as well. So Toombul played University in the semi here a couple of weeks ago. They also got into the semis as Prestwich comes in. Another bumper, and he's deep in the crease there, great. They qualified for the semis in sort of thrilling fashion as well. They were playing West at Kembakai Oval in essentially another quarter final, and a win for West would have sent them into the semis, and a draw was enough to get Toombul in there, and they were 9 down.
Jeez.
With 4 and a bit overs left. Whew. Second new ball had been taken, and very much it was for number 11 and the keeper batter, Paddy Cotter, to survive the next 4.5 overs.
Hung on.
And they just hung on. There was a few extremely close shouts or chances as Prestwich wheels to come in again. Another bumper.
Ooh.
More so for the number 11. There was a fair few beat the outside edge and went over the stumps and stuff like that. But they clung on for a 9-down draw and made the semi-finals. So big turnaround for Toombul.
First time in a good 20 years West haven't made a finals.
Yeah, it's we've got some really good even competition and sides. So I think it's a testament for the competition that if you rock up every week and whether it be 1-day T20 or 2-day cricket, there's no given result. So it's good for the competition. As Prestwich comes in, strapped on the pad, but going down leg. Talking about that, a club like Wynnum beat both University and North this season.
Jeez.
Not featuring in the semi-finals, but you beat the two teams who play in the grand final.
You should make it.
Yeah. Well, it shows you've got a good enough side. Yeah. So it just means that every game counts for plenty. And there's no certainty in results, so it's a good, pleasing thing from a competition point of view.
Comes Prestwich, ferocious spell. This.
Oof, that's cramped him up. Little fielder behind the square near the umpy. Something was balloons or clipped off the hip there. But Grady's definitely going to get some short stuff here from Prestwich.
I like it. I want to see him. Just the hook shot. Get it out.
What about round the wicket? Because the Brown had success round the wicket to Phillipson.
Yeah, why not? Tempt him into the shot.
You do take away the LB, but brings in that tighter angle at the batter. Jeez, he got his tail up and he's steaming in.
Yeah, he's bowling quick. Grady, 8 runs from 47 balls. He's batted well. Kept out the good ones. No loose shots. Just building a nice partnership with Fry, 22 from 62 balls. He's been the aggressor. A couple of cover drives. Nice deft shot through the cordon. And they've been facing some very good bowling.
Yep, just trying to weather this Storm is the second new ball. It's getting 17 overs old now. It's pushed him back in behind. Well done from Grady. We'll negotiate another over.
Another maiden.
Said 18 over ball now. They've taken a bit of shine off it. Taking that score to 6 for 159. Good little counter jab. I wouldn't say punch, a little jab.
Yeah. If they don't lose another wicket till this drinks break, you'd say that'd be their session.
Their little mini session, yeah.
Yes.
Umpy's put the finger up, drinks in 2.
McSweeney, do you think he'll come on after the drinks?
I feel like he might be, yeah. Sometimes he came on quite early last week on Sunday, and sometimes that newish ball, a bit more in the seam and a bit of bounce and some spin. Also, some of those ones can slide on as a McFadden comes in.
Ooh.
A lot more of those finger spinners have gotten so used to bowling early in limited overs games and one-day games, so they're used to that feel of that new ball. And you get that sort of slider, natural variation ball, which looks like it's going to spin but just skids on when that ball's a bit newer compared to the 40, 50 over ball, which might be more conventional spin. So wouldn't be surprised to think if McSweeney comes into the mix after drinks.
He surprised us earlier when he threw a leggy down.
Yeah.
Does he do that often?
I don't think so, as McFadden comes in.
Wow.
Oh, that's a tight leave.
Oof. Disappointment on McFadgen's face. Frustration.
Let's see how close this one is.
Yeah, he knows where his off peg is. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, tight. did nibble and lure it back. Good spots to be for McFadden.
Well kept. Healy. He's looked very good behind the stumps.
Indeed. Loved again. It's just there's been a slight little lull in the game. There's Fry and Grady have responded well and withstood a bit of onslaught from Northern Suburbs. That second new ball right after lunch, when North would have loved to have taken that 7th wicket and really get amongst the lower orders. McFadden comes in. Oh, he sliced that through cover point, and they'll come back for 2. Didn't get much of that. A bit more of the outer half of the bat and sliced away.
Good to see him having a go.
Yeah, it's a pretty packed offside field there. Not too many gaps there.
Bit uppish.
Yeah, it was in the air for a bit. A few sort of hands in the air from the Northern Suburbs fielders in the region, so they feel they're a chance. There's something catching coming, I reckon. Back on the crease there.
It's been a pretty handy 24 from Fry. 161. Gee, they'd take that when they lost those 5th and 6th wickets.
Definitely. As I said, with a bit of power still to come, Will Sanders in next. No slouch with the bat.
He's pretty tall, isn't he?
Yeah, then we've got I'm not sure what makes up 10 and 11. It'd be either one of them or Walter. But good punch and fight back from University of Queensland here.
So 1 over before drinks. Press switch. This will be rapid.
Press switch to Grady. Yeah, but I think there's going to be some short stuff.
Oh, yeah. You'd think this would be the end of his spell?
Yeah, I think he had a little breather at the drinks break, and that was the University at the end was where McSweeney bowled all of his overs last weekend.
Yeah.
He did bowl from the river end today, so he might come after press switch there as he steams in.
Jesus.
Pushed Grady back there.
That is rapid.
Getting behind Grady. He's got the looking stylish. He's got the towel in the out of the back pocket.
I'm glad I'm not facing him. Have you faced him in the nets?
Not in recent memory. Maybe when he was 15 or 16.
How'd you go?
Oh, probably not that well. I bypass the nets a bit these days. As Pressridge comes in. He's worked that away to fine leg, got in behind it and off the hip. No, generally had a long-standing policy of don't bat in the nets to live bowling at this point in my career.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, you've got the turf nets there now.
They've just opened up. We haven't used them yet, so I might crack back into the nets if we start playing on some turf. But,
yeah, that'd be nice.
But I'm not going to lie, 7 o'clock at night on Astro with
the lights,
with guys who bowl a foot and a half over the front foot line, and people like Presswich and Sully, as he comes in, I'll go somewhere else for that.
Yeah, good call.
Just do some top hand drills.
Yeah, get the bowling machine going.
But no, some good young quicks coming through. We were talking about earlier with Brownie, like the makeup of squads and bowlers who are putting their hand up. And I think given our sort of climate and obviously having the great bowling surface or even just cricket surface at the Gabba, like we tend to produce good fast bowling up here. So it's good to see youngsters, 18, 19-year-olds coming through. As Presswich comes in.
Rapid. Yeah, you see a lot of them go to other states. There's so many good Queensland quicks around the place.
Like we have definitely exported some talent. We've done so in the women's as well recently. We've lost a few players to other states. The Josie Dooley scored a maiden WNCL 100 recently for South Australia. Gemma Barsby's playing for South Australia. Sammy Jo Johnson for New South Wales recently was captaining New South Wales, which is great to see. It just shows how strong the competition is up here in Queensland. Players who've come from here or played in here for a long periods of time and go elsewhere for a variety of reasons, but it's good to see the competition is going well.
Even though they've gone elsewhere, we still claim them though.
Yeah.
They're out. They're Queenslanders. Yeah.
I think I even find when some of the BBL players who've played for the Heat from other states, come here and they play some T20s and things like that. Like Joshy Layla played for Redlands. He played 3 or 4 years for Redlands in a couple of T20s here and there. And everyone gets round them, and you always pay a bit of interest as Presswich comes in. Glided again from Fry. That's his zone.
Lovely shot.
Well chased from McSweeney.
Rapid in the outfield.
Just a 2.
Yeah, my dad always says they should have a 3 Queenslander at all time policy in the Aussie team if we want to win.
Drinks here, 6 for 164 after 100 overs. We'll have a quick little break, coming back on after drinks. Welcome back after drinks. University of Queensland 6 for 164 against Northern Suburbs here in the Bulls Masters first grade competition grand final here at Webb Harris. Michael Wright and Ted Roker on the call as McFadden comes into Grady. Made him play early. Really tight ring field here. Got some catching covers. Very much squeezing the batter here.
What would they be talking about at the drinks break there? Got to be a big plan for these two.
So as we see McSweeney warming up at first slip there, so we might see some spin from Northern Suburbs' point of view, but I think they'll be talking about being tight after drinks and building some dots here, because I think there's a chance around the corner. As McFadden bowled that one to Grady.
He's been bowling in swingers the last few overs, I think.
He's sort of at you. He's got the ability to sort of nibble it both ways and wobble sort of an innie and outie. So really handy sort of middle over option here. Keeps the batter guessing, and he's just probably going to challenge around that off stump and bowled LBW sort of stuff.
The 100 overs are up too. McFadden.
Down the leg side there and scamper it through for a leg bye. So University would have given themselves a little tick from that period from lunch to drinks to go through without losing a wicket. A couple of sort of boundaries from Fry. But still plenty to do here. We talked about there's been a lot of double breakthroughs today. As McFadden comes into Fry. Played on the front foot for University. Don't want another one of those. They want 2 wickets in quick succession.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that if they do lose a wicket, they probably will, 1 for 2 for.
So University might be just thinking, little targets, can we get to 175 or 180 and still be 6 down and then assess for the next target. Etch towards that 200. McFadden comes in. Played from Fry.
Geez, a perfect day for cricket too.
Yeah, the sun's out. It's great to have the sun shining after sort of the pain and issues of last weekend with rain sort of in all parts of southeast Queensland, and then also rain early in the week, which sort of, would have made a lot of hard work. So we're probably going to give a shout out to all the groundsmen out there, Dean Reeves and his crew here at University of Queensland, all the other ones involved in the finals as McFadden comes in. There's 3 finals at North, so Dan Swan and his team over 6 for 165, and Chris Hepburn and Doug O'Neill out at Redlands, who had 2 finals out there. So it would have been a tough week with plenty of rain, Monday, Tuesday, all that kind of stuff. So to get the grounds up across the 6 grades and the grand finals, it's great. So well done to those gentlemen, and also for all their efforts throughout the season. It's sometimes a thankless task, the groundies. They do a lot to get us the facilities to play on. So from Ted and myself and the wider Queensland Premier Cricket community, thanks to all the curators and ground staff and also as volunteers helping make our weekend competition tick along. So thanks from us.
Yeah, I'll say a nice shout out to Kev.
Kevy, how'd you go at South? Kevy, how'd you go? And Ben Johnston.
He was our team manager when we made the finals last year. We made him come along.
Yep.
Good bloke. Does a good wicket too.
Known Kevy for a long time. Loves his cricket, Kevy.
Yep.
Usually sort of works in a bit of coaching and managing whilst he does his grounds duties as well. So wants to help out. So we change of bowler, McSweeney coming on from the college end. Played from Grady. Good stride and pushed to mid-off and take the single. They've shown good intent, these two, throughout their partnership. 50-odd balls for Grady, 75 for Fry. Whilst not, huge runs next to it, they've just had good intent and good positivity to score.
Yeah, they haven't been afraid to play the shot. There hasn't been much in the air, but yeah, when they've gone at it, they've gone hard at those loose balls.
2 catching mid-wickets here from McSweeney. Bat pad, first slip. Big gap from sort of slip to cover, mid-off. It comes in to Fry. Well bowled there, bit of flight, bit more air on that one.
Jeez, he bowled well in his first spell. So I think he was 1 for 9 at the end of 14 overs last week. Came back and gave them nothing.
And I got the big wicket of Scott Henry last week, one which just slid on, clean bowled. He comes into Fry, pushed him back. But no, very, very handy string to the bow, the off spinners for Nathan McSweeney. Obviously scored over 1,000 runs this year for North and been scintillating touch with the bat, but he's also just as dangerous with the ball. So great asset for the Vikings as he comes into Fry. Through to short fine leg there. Came off a 5 for against South late in the season. It's part of the bowling effort which sort of brought that total down to 260, 270 as they chased late on day 2 for a very important win. So Sweeney comes in. Got him to sort of push one. Sort of synchronised diving there. We got a replay of that. That was a couple of the big fellas in Josh Brown and Sam Wilson with the sort of synchronised.
He wanted a piece of this.
Well backed up. Excellent backing. Good fielding drill. You go left, I go right.
Just the one from that over. Surprised they got one. The amount of maidens.
That was a good single, that first ball from Gray. Just pushed it to mid off and left the left hand side of mid off and scampered through. So I think you're going to see a period of a bit of a strangle here for Northern Suburbs and try and build up some dots and see if they can get that sort of loose shot, whether it be a slash or something. I think McFadden and Sweeney are going to try and build those dots and see if that mistake comes. There's a slight field change, taking the slip out to Grady and going to a behind square. They've moved him behind square. Maybe just a bowl a bit straighter here. And he's fielded that.
Ooh. Well run.
Scampered through for a single there. McSweeney with the fielding. Probably just trying to allow them bowl a little bit straighter. Not give him an easy single or two through square leg and allows McFadden to bowl a bit more for the bowls and LBs, is my guessing, with that field change. See if Fry wants to glide one to the empty slip region.
He's definitely, setting him up with the innies.
We've seen Fry play a few through the third man and with a bit of deft touch, and he's got a gap either side of Fleming at gully. He's got the slip gap and the square gully gap. Whether he wants to delicately nudge one down there again, a bit harder with the in swingers of McFadden. It comes in. Play that into the ground there.
He might play himself into a sponsorship here, Fry.
I have heard the rumour that this could be his last game for the students. So
there you go.
Always this time of year you get talk of retirements and all that kind of stuff. So well played.
Be wearing his heart on his sleeve out there.
It could be extra motivation for the knock. So he's done well in finals before. He's won a few finals and been in a few premierships and been around for a long time for the students.
Well, I'm sorry, Roddy, but I hope he gets some runs now.
There's the glide. He's
wow.
Sort of trapped it down behind him and they've come back for 2. The wagon wheel would have a few going to third man in this innings. Likes it down there.
Well bowled.
Very, I think we described him earlier, very keeper batterish. The sort of busy nature, has a few zones. He likes to work. And probably a bit annoying from a captain point of view. It's hard to prize away here as McFadden comes in.
Just digging
Punch that down the ground. A big Foxy on the slide there. Going to take some getting up from down there.
He'll be ready to come back.
103 overs gone. University 6 for 169 here. Really good contest here between University and Northern Suburbs. Partnership is built between Fry and Grady after a couple of wickets before lunch in the second new ball, but they've withstood the attack of Northern Suburbs and built a little partnership here worth about 40-50 runs, these two.
Pretty warm out there too. They'd be
Hot
tired.
part of the day. We talked about being a longer first session, 2.5 hours for Northern Suburbs. They had to work hard for that. Coming after their 40-minute break for lunch, so plenty of overs. We talked about 112 scheduled overs in today's play, and then also for Sunday. So hard work for the bowlers, as it is a hot part of the day as McSweeney comes into Grady. Bowled. Big lunge down the wicket from Grady. Probably wait to the end of this over because McSweeney gets through him pretty quick. We might do some around the grounds and see what's floating around the other finals.
Just so tough to get away.
Ooh, bit of bounce, bit of extra bounce there from McSweeney.
He liked it.
He's not he won't give much width here for Grady with no point and backward point. He's going to be pretty straight with him, I guess, and playing down those stumps. All back on the crease. Bat pad was in the mix for a little bit there. Straight down. It's good. Get up to close to 60 balls from Grady. So he's been out there for a while. Been hard to remove. Tossed up.
Oh, he walks at it.
I feel like for Grady, you can be that bit more air in it to the number 8. Maybe you can be a bit flatter to Fry, but definitely once he tossed it up, he saw something there. Grady came down the wicket. It's good to see.
Like a leg spinner soon, that'd be nice.
Oh, he's come down again. Good shot, lovely shot.
Oh, beautiful timing.
Chase from Will Presswich there. He's pulled it in. I'll just get the 2 there with a big throw to the keeper. So good intent from Grady there. Came down the wicket. Pushed through the gap between cover and mid-off. Not the easiest shot to play against the spin there. So well done.
Guess you'd still feel a bit nervy with the number 8, advancing it to the spinner.
Oh, you've got to have that intent, and he's been out there for a while now, so he's going to have to play. He's going to end up, if he's out there for a while, he's going to face a bit of Nathan McSweeney, so if he's comfortable using the feet, then all power to him.
You'd think he'd bowl a fair few overs after this.
Wrapped up the 104 overs, 6 for 171. We'll do a bit of around the grounds. Hopefully see what's happening with the Queensland Fire. Might be an early wicket.
Wicket would be nice.
None for 9 after 2 overs, Victorians in reply. Chasing the big 317 set earlier by Queensland Fire. All the best to the Fire players and squad and coaching staff down there. Keep going around.
Second grader. North's a 6 for 336.
Still 6 for as McFadden comes in.
And Doolan has 110.
110 or 324 balls. Well batted to Mitch Doolan. That's a serious knock in a second grade grand final.
It's impressive.
Well supported by Chowdhury, who's 80 not out of 144 balls. So in the box seat, the Northern Suburbs Vikings in second grade, they're going for the treble. They or actually even the quadruple. They've were minor premiers. They won the one-day competition earlier in the year as McFadden comes in. They won the one that's another close leaf. That one's tailed in late from McFadden. Love to see a replay. I reckon it's gone right over off stump here.
Hands on hips. He's fallen to the ground. He can't believe how that's missed.
Let's watch here on the replay. Oh, just
good leave.
Just needed just a bit too much bounce there. If it didn't have as much, it would have maybe clipped that off stump. As he comes in again to Fry. And through the region again.
And they'll get 2 for their trouble.
Grady's pushing hard, but just be the 2. They'd won the one day earlier in the year. They won the T20 competition. They won the minor premiership, as I said, and they're going for the 2-day title. So potentially going for a clean sweep there in second grade.
Yeah, it's a good Sunny Coast team they're playing too. Leighton Chick and Kobe Griggs.
Yeah, no, they're a good, strong side, Sunny Coast. They knocked out, they played University in the semi-final last 2 weekends ago. Fadden comes in. In third grade, Northern Suburbs 3 for 85 in reply to Gold Coast 205. Lachlan Marshall's 26 not out. for 111 balls, and Guy Rushton 7 of 43. So that game sort of edging in a really tight contest there. You could imagine Wickets would change that, but a partnership would also put Norths in a really strong position. See as McFadden comes in again to Fry. Pushed him back. Don't think we've got a My Cricket score for 4th grade, so if Jeff Tees or anyone in Redlands or University 4th grade final wants to text through a score, we can get an update for the people.
5th grade, the score hasn't really changed either.
Yeah, they're going pretty slow in that 5th grade game. I think there's a lot of dots. Okay. The overs have gone up, but the runs haven't. So 6 for 163, Northern Suburbs. McFadden comes in. Played soft hands deftly by Fry. Yeah, so 6 for 163 against Toombul. Indy Rantunga's 45 not out of 171 balls, and Sam Deacon's 3 off 70. So they're, I guess, just batting from a top place point of view and just trying to take that game deep.
In 6th grade, Redlands have bowled Valleys out for 139.
Well, they wrapped them up. They were 4 for 110 or something at one stage. So a bit of a collapse there in 6th grade.
Wow.
So
4 for 112, all out 139.
Anyone pick up the wickets?
Hayes with 4 for 17.
Redlands swinging that game right back in their favour. Obviously, the big wicket of Gavin Brown, I think it was the 4th wicket.
Yeah.
McSweeney comes into Grady. That's a big turnaround there in the 6th grade game. Big swing. But Redlands going to have to go in and bat, and plenty of time in that game as well. So
could be a reverse outright.
You never know. Lots of crazy things can happen in finals. Good step forward from Grady here. Showed intent last over against McSweeney. A couple of shimmies down the wicket. See if there's some air under this if he goes again. Against the spin, those shots were. A bit of flight in that.
Ooh.
And well stopped by McSweeney.
Yeah. Bit of air in there.
Yeah.
He's got the hops.
Got off the ground and got a hand of that. So the low full toss, I think it was, and he smacked it back into the wicket.
I like this battle. Grady, he keeps walking at him.
He seems to be content to get the big stride and block a few, but then also shimmy down when there's a bit more air under the ball and play with that, good intent. So it's got his approach. Bit slower that one, well bowled.
They do have the deep mid on, so it's a bit riskier, but through the covers like we saw last over, he powered one through there.
Yeah, I think, McSweeney wouldn't mind him trying to play something on that leg side, chip something, because there's a lot of hands there waiting in the catching position. Oh, as he comes down out of half there, and it's sliced away. I'll probably get 3. Fry's going to come back. No, settle for 2. Good chase and throw.
Could have been 3 there.
I think in a 2-day game, probably not going to take the risk. As batters just get a quick little drink. 6 for 175 after 106 overs.
Very warm out there.
Partnership continues between Grady and Fry. See what's it taking it to. Will be an interesting one. I reckon it's in round
50-odd partnership for sure.
Yeah. Really key point of the game when Norths had their tail up. Yeah, they was 6 for 123 at the fall of Phillipson. They'd lost 2 wickets for none at scoring 123. 5 for 123, then 6 for 123. So what was that 52-run partnership when they desperately needed here, the students. So good job from Fry and Grady.
It was at the 50-run partnership that the last pair got out, though. So these two need to push on.
Putting the mocker on it. I'm sure some Northern Suburbs viewers would be all fine with that, but McFadden continuing. A couple of those close leaves in recent overs here. There's still plenty of gaps behind the wicket here for the Fry sort of glide here.
They're both quite set against each bowler. Fry taking on McFadden, Grady and McSweeney.
Not the worst thing, though. Like, if you're comfortable and you've got a good approach against the bowler, having that isn't the worst thing. usually it's not great if the bowlers are on top and the same batters are stuck at each end. So when you're comfortable, it's okay. But if it's the reverse and the bowling side's well on top, having the one batter stay at the same end for 3 or 4 overs isn't great. And usually they're probably not going to stay there for too long. But at the moment, it seems to be working okay for the students.
Oh, how was that missed?
There could have been a little, we had a replay, that might have been a little inside edge or something.
And it's bobbled back just past the leg stump. Oh.
I think he clipped his back leg.
Yeah.
He slowed up. Yeah, just back. Yeah, front pad, back leg.
Into
hit
Healy.
the keeper,
Yep.
Fadron comes in. He's getting that good tail.
Oh, looks nice.
Good tail on the ball, asking questions. Nice sort of straight, sort of subcontinental type feel, catching covers mid-wicket. The slips have kind of long gone. Trying to ask that question around off stump, LBW's bowls. And if he does play something, he might chip something to a fielder in the covers or that straight mid-wicket there. So asking a lot of questions here, McFadden. Well pushed to mid-off. Good stride in from Fry.
Yeah, it's a really strong straight field. Just trying to get him.
Well, I think they know his strength is with a bit of width and playing through the gully and backward point region. So trying to really straighten up, not give him that width. If he wants to play that shot, he's going to have to take it off a 4th or 5th stump line, which is going to be cramping and be a risky shot. But make him play straight and ask those questions as McFadden comes in.
We saw him sort of French cut one when he tried to cut earlier of McFadden.
But extremely well poised game this. Great fight. Great contest between two very strong units.
Yeah, you can see UQ, trying to get 250 from here. That'd be a great score, set up a great chase for Norths.
Indeed. From where they were at 6 for 123, they'd take that.
For sure.
We talked about finals. You can add a few more runs on a chase for finals. I think everyone probably would talk about, you got the experience and the strike power of Scott Walter for University of Queensland. He picked up 5 for against Vikings in the fixture in the regular season. Picked up a few 5-fers against other clubs in the regular season this year and in seasons before that.
Did he get a 10 for this year?
He got a 9 for 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
In innings, we're talking about. Yeah.
Oh. He's been on song.
So.
Big left armour. Yeah, he'll be good to watch. What's the battle like between him and McSweeney?
Well, as he comes in, I'd say it's a good matchup, that too. In the fixture, though, it wasn't actually Walter who got the McSweeney out. I think it might have been Jack Carty. But it was an extremely good catch by Scott Henry. It's at second slip as McSweeney comes in. It was at second slip, kind of diving to his left. It was one of those nicks off the back foot, which almost goes straight down. And, the only way you're going to catch it, if it just sticks in your fingers type of thing. And Henry took a really good catch as McSweeney comes into Grady with, good intent. Intent, but in a half and a little sort of squirt through a wicket there.
Jeez,
so
got lucky there.
He's keen to come down the wicket. But, yeah, stuck in the mitt just off the blades of grass, and that was a big wicket in that game and sort of started the collapse for North, and Walter did plenty of damage at the other end. So it's not just the one bowler, but I'm sure having Walter does help.
Yeah. Comes McSweeney. And they've changed over, Fry and McSweeney now.
It'll be interesting to see if they can keep Grady at the non-strikers end, because McFadden's been bowling a really good line to Fry and hasn't had a look at Grady for a while. It wouldn't be the worst thing to have a look at Grady with those wobblers and McFadden. Well played, well fielded. You might be ready to bowl that leggy soon,
Oh,
Ted?
I'm waiting for it.
He's
Drew the edge last time.
Oh, was that it?
Nah. Offie. He bowled one, sort of looked like it was out of the front of the hand as well. But he did. There was a leggy, and he followed up with front of the hand sort of thing.
6 for 176 after 108 overs.
Fry with the 30 strike rate, 30 runs from 100 rocks.
100 balls for him, 70 for Grady. They've been really battling for the students after losing 2 wickets for no runs just before lunch to then put on a 50-run plus partnership here. Been massive from these two. Good support from the sideline. Some supporters have rolled in. A couple of middle and lower grade players for the students sitting down on the hill. Lovely sunny day here at Webb Harris Oval as McFadden comes in.
Ooh.
Down the leg side and it's a bye.
Is that the first bye of the game?
I think there was one earlier. There was one earlier maybe off Feldman, I think. But tough one up to the stumps there.
Yeah.
Just down the leg side. He get blinded by the batter and he just hope it sticks in the mitts and didn't quite. Got a bit of glove on it and went down for a little single. So Fry back on strike to McFadden. If you're out there watching or listening, feel free to text through any as McFadden comes in. Or played by Fry. Text through any questions or predictions. Score updates if you're at 4th grade Redlands v University. 0434 225 219. Got a question for me. I've got a question for Ted Roker. I'm sure we can answer them.
It's a tough one for Healy, keeping up to the in-swinger.
Keeping up to him, and no McFadden, he's not slow. He bowl, I know some people don't like the phrase heavy ball. I think Ian Chappell's the one he dislikes it the most as he comes in. But he's in, he's just gone back on the crease there. They're hoping for that LBW, little laps and one to sneak through. They'll go up big, the Vikings. But yeah, he doesn't slow down off the wicket. Sort of almost speeds up a bit after it pitches. And he can rush a few batters, McFadden. Old ball and new ball. Sort of shuffles in as he comes into Fry. Was a shot there and a catch.
Oh,
great catch. Well, that came out of nowhere a bit.
First pull shot of the day.
And looks to be Josh Brown, I think, at mid-wicket. That sort of came a bit out of nowhere. That's a big wicket for Northern Suburbs there.
Huge.
McFadden, he's worked hard. Really grinded from that end. Just a probably mistake ball here. And Brown moved well to his right and takes it.
Mitch Fry, he'll be devastated. Worked so hard for his 30 runs there.
Good fight from Fry, but the big breakthrough for Northern Suburbs, 7 for 177.
Put the mocker on him. 50-run partnership.
Massive first wicket for McFadden. He's toiled hard. He's in his 24th over. None for 31 now, 1 for 31. Brown moves well to his right. AFL mark style. Good celebration for the Vikings.
A big clap for Fry as he comes off as well.
That was good. Good fight from the wicketkeeper batter for the students, but a big wicket for Northern Suburbs there. And we talked about it's been a regular bang in this game, sort of 2 wickets for not many runs. So a bit of pressure on Sanders, who's now come in.
Just has to battle through it. Can't lose a wicket here.
A couple of youngsters at play here. Will Sanders and Noah McFadden. Need to double check something, but I feel played a bit of youth cricket together, these two.
Sanders, Queensland under 19s, I believe.
Just hang on. Oh, good first ball. It's the incoming batter in Sanders. And yeah, both recently named in the 19 side to play in some invitational games against the New South Wales Metro and New South Wales Country. So a couple of rep teammates going at it here. Great to see the up-and-comers and the competition mixing in the big dance of the first grade final as McFadden comes into Sanders. Ooh, he thought about it. Brown move to that one.
In-swingers are looking deadly.
At the pegs and asking questions. At end of a successful over for McFadden and North. 7 for 177 the students are after 109 overs. Big breakthrough for the Vikings.
Does Grady have to sort of get a few runs here? Just
there's a really, really good question there. Like he's done an excellent job being at the other end with Fry, and he's shown some good intent against McSweeney. But yeah, you're right. You still want that scoreboard ticking over. The sooner they can get to that sort of 200 mark and put a bit of pressure on North, they've got to have that intent. Whilst it's, unfortunate they've lost the wicket, they want to keep, be busy. Even if it's just singles, they want to be busy. Don't want to get bogged down because I think, opens them up for another wicket, another chance as McSweeney comes in.
And he's looked good against McSweeney. He's looked to take him on.
Do you think do Norths go a bit aggressive and do you bring that mid on up and see if he wants to?
Why not? I feel like this over, he's in two minds a little.
Just pushed a mid off there, made a move to his left. Another single for Grady. No, he's played some really good shots against the spinner, Grady. Good intent. He's hit that gap between cover and mid off, where there's predominantly leg side field, so there's a few more gaps on the offside, and he's run well. So new batter on strike in Sanders. Same field to the new batter. So we'll see how McSweeney goes. Oh! Whew. And he's chipped that just outside the stretched hand of Sam Wilson at that straight mid-wicket.
For a single. This might be the most amount of runs off of McSweeney over so far today.
Yeah. Just chipped. Oh. Pretty much had to be on the wicket to catch that one. Pushed way back on the stumps, Grady. Evenly poised here. 7 for 179 as McSweeney comes in.
Oof.
Missed out there. Probably that was one that would have liked to have got past short fine for a 2, or it may run away from a 4.
He's bowled the 2 shorter ones this over. Not too short, but enough for them to push him.
Oh, came down the wicket and checked the shot there. End of the 110th over, 7 for 179.
McFadden's going to go again. Looks like he'll go all day.
He's done well. He's bowled that heavy ball, that little sort of tail into the right-handers. Him and McSweeney definitely have tied up the runs in this period here. Plenty of dots, plenty of pressure. Between them, they've probably got through, across this innings, they got through 50-plus overs for, around 1 run and over. So they've definitely done their bit to tie up the scoring. They picked up a wicket each. Also helped their bowling team efforts as well. Fadgen comes in.
Yeah, fantastic bowling partnership, the two of them together.
Looking a bit edgy here, Sanders, early. Couple of hands a bit out in front here. He's almost chipped that one off McSweeney to the short mid-wicket. That one he just sort of inside halved it to square leg. So
he has to be nervous.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on him.
Tough time to go out.
I feel like this is the big wicket here.
For him, he'd be used to going out there when they've got a lot of runs on the board.
I think so, yes. That'd be fair to say. Like he mostly in the team to do a fair bit of bowling and maybe whack a few if you're batting first on day one and want to up the score. So to come in at 7 for 179 and just trying to get as many runs as possible. A bit different of innings, but he can bat. He's hung around many times before and still plenty of batting to come here.
And as we've said, the Queensland selectors, they're looking for those sort of players that stand up in these big games.
Big games, yeah.
He's a young bloke looking to put his name out there.
The other thing is it feels like, these days also from a bowling point of view, it's got to be a pretty solid bat and at least be able to hold up an end and either hold up an end or swing hard. So, he's definitely good enough with the stick, but it's a very pressure situation here. So, And McFadden's just honing in on that top of all stump and good bit of tail and making you play every single ball. It's been great that he hasn't had a chance to leave one.
I think Dizzy Gillespie ruined it for all the bowlers, didn't he?
With his double 100.
Yep. The giddy up.
All got to be out of bat. McFadden comes into Sanders. Ooh.
Too high, I'd say. Hit him in the cup region.
Yep.
Walk it off.
Just keeps at the batter here. Great little tail, great little shape from McFadden. Good sort of...
We'll have a look again. Oh.
Yeah. Bit too high. Good spots though for McFadden. He's doing a great job for the Vikings. Well hit from and well fielded from. I want to say that's Sam Wilson at mid off. Got the boy down and kept that to a dot. Build that pressure.
Shot looked good.
Might see a change of bowler here. See young Will Prestwich taking his hat off and a few little jumps in the air.
I know.
Back to the raw pace of Prestwich, who earlier was shortening up the likes of Grady. And does he go back to that? Looks like he has.
Yikes. You wouldn't want to be Sanders.
Might be some short stuff in order here.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to have two deep on the leg or what? Let them know early.
Whilst we've got some quicks back on, we can probably do some laps around the cricketing world. Victoria, 1 for 33 after 8 overs in the WNCL final in reply of Queensland's 317. So, Villani is in, so...
Danger.
Still plenty to happen in that game as Prestwich comes in to Grady.
Wow.
So... I feel like an early wicket for Villani. That would swing very much in the way of the Fire. But we'll keep our eyes and ears on that game. We'll go and check in on Mitch Doolan's net session in second grade.
Still going. He's on 1, 2, 3. Chowdhury, 89 though. Creeping closer.
It's serious. When you're facing 350 balls, you've got your money's worth from Doolan.
Yeah, I don't know if I've faced that many balls this season.
No, didn't get much of that, but I'll probably get away for 2 with Feldman chasing that. Without looking,
yeah.
How many overs do you reckon Cook's bowled?
Okay, he was on 44, I think, before. Well, no, he was on 60, wasn't he? Okay, 65.
68. I think he's eased up a bit. I think they might have gone to some other options.
Jeez.
But good effort. 68 overs, 26 maidens, 2 for 129. That's going to be a very tired person.
Put the shoulder in ice tonight. Prestwich steaming in. Pull shot again.
Pull shot, and he's got more of that. And it was a no ball, I think. No ball. Umpy. Yep, no ball for well played from Grady there.
Shot.
A lot more convincing. The first one, he sort of got a bit of toe on that, but he got most in the middle of the bat on that one.
He looks more confident.
More confident now, and having a second look at Prestwich, having seen him before, and he bowled a fair bit of the short stuff at him, so might be thinking, this time I might chance the arm a bit, play a few shots.
Yeah, I think I'm hoping he bumps him again. Here we go, Prestwich, big, fast, angry. He's just been hit for 4. Here he comes. Oh,
and that's the uppercut.
Shot. Not going to go though.
Not going to go. There's a big boundary out there and a bit of chase for Josh Brown, and there was a bit of Phillipson in that shot from earlier today.
I like it.
But he's definitely got a plan to play a few more shots now. He's having a second look at Prestwich. Had to face him early in his innings when he was just before lunch.
He's got a couple of runs this over. Does he put the shots away?
I think if the ball's there, he's probably going to play the shot. So I think it's a fair chance he's going to get something short again at some point between now and the end of the over. But a bit of field change here. So
here we go.
Taking a slip out, coming more on the leg side.
Deep square.
The two guys back on the hook. Got a forward square leg, and now a forward deep square.
Holy wars. It's the body line.
Yep. This is like the Wagner field, this one.
Yeah.
McSweeney's going to make sure he stays in front of square leg here.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, a little stare.
Bit of test match style cricket here, which is on the offside we've got a slip, a gully, and a mid-off. Mid-off's hoping that it doesn't get hit through cover because he's the only one chasing it.
I don't know if there's going to be much pitched up.
2 balls to get through this over. Will he try and sneak in a fully?
Bouncer time.
There was a fully then.
Ooh.
It's not the worst to try the old slow ball with this field. See if he hangs back on one and,
Top
chip,
edge. Yeah.
or chips it to mid-wicket, this sort of surprise factor. But a bit of body line here from Presswich to Grady. Presswich's pretty handy with the bat, so he probably feels like if they dish it back to him, he can handle it. So
Yeah.
he's happy to dish it out here.
What more would you want to see in a first grade grand final? Big Presswich. Bah.
In there and stopped it short leg from Michael Dawson.
He's done well whenever he's in there.
End of the over, 7 for 188 off 112. Uni keep ticking along here. Might be some more fireworks if it's Presswich and Grady with the body line tactic at play. So tune in. Should be a bit of fun here. Day 3 of the Bulls Masters first grade competition grand final here. University of Queensland hosting Northern Suburbs. We've mentioned a few times, a couple of big heavyweights hitting out here. Great standard cricket between 2 excellent cricket teams. The game seed and sword over day 3. Great to have uninterrupted action, having a bit of weather from the first weekend. But the momentum swung to and fro for both sides. So great little fight back from University of Queensland.
Here comes Mick Fadgen in swingers.
They've flown to the keeper.
Got some great players on show today as well. Nathan McSweeney for one. He's right up there.
Been a massive year for Nathan McSweeney. Runs and wickets. Usually takes some pretty good catches and run-outs in there as well. He's exceptional fielder.
Yeah, 40-odd wickets for the year.
1,000 runs.
Plus 1,000 runs. Whew. Yeah, that's not bad. Mick Fadgen. Nice in
Pushed
swingers.
hard and stopped by Feldman. No, you do that kind of stuff in the UK. They normally pay for your next season, I think.
Yeah.
But no, big year from the skipper in McSweeney. But in saying that, it takes the whole side. There's been lots of contribution in both sides. I think you look back through the season in their 2-day format, they've all contributed and had big performances as McFadgen comes in. Just squirt to square leg.
Yeah.
One of the guys who stood up in the last few weekends for the Vikings, Sam Wilson with the bat. He had a very, very patient 60-odd in the semi-final. He got I think about a 70-odd against South in that chase and batted with Kendall Fleming in the tail to get them over the line with a few overs spare in that run chase. He stepped up with the bat recently. Kendall Fleming's been amongst the runs for the Vikings as McFadden comes in. Scored 100 against Wynnum. Scored a few hundreds early in this season in the one-day format.
Yeah, and we've seen Jack Carty today out earlier, but 900 runs for the year. It's a pretty good total.
Yep.
Scott Walter to bowl
with the ball.
next innings. Whew, another great year for him.
Got the handy spin options of Nick Sale and Michael Phillipson, both as McFadden comes in. I think it's a really big in for University of Queensland. They can have a left arm ortho and a right arm ortho. So depending on what sort of batter throws up from a north point of view, the ability to have someone to turn it away is good. Sometimes sides and their makeups can not always match up that well against other batting lineups. So to have 2 finger spinners of each hand is a big benefit for the students as McFadden comes in.
Defends. Yeah, it's interesting, the left arm orthodox how tough they are just to play.
Which is that one which skids on to a
Yeah.
right-hander. Like, there's, don't know what the percentages are, but there's probably a fair chance of bowling against right-handers, and that natural variation which skids on. Likewise, a right-arm offie to a lefty. It's so hard to play, and I think you might have seen during that India-England series that Akshar Patel took like 20 wickets in 2 Test matches because he's bowled the same ball and one of them turned and one of them didn't. And on a raging turner, it was pretty hard to play. So I've often said if I could come back as any type of cricket bowler, or it'd be a left-arm ortho.
Yeah.
Because you can bowl the same ball and can do 4 different things.
Presswich steaming in.
Continuing with the body line stuff, we got the interesting field. I'll try and do a quick wrap around. So we've got keeper slip, very, very square gully. We've basically got a straight cover or a square mid-off who's up in tight. We've got a mid-wicket who is somewhat catching. We've got a bat pad. We've got a deep forward square leg. We've got a close forward square leg and fine leg. That's the field for the viewers. Lots on the leg side.
Comes Presswich.
Ducked under again.
It's so hard to... Does he take it on? There's just too many blokes out there.
Well, now, with this field, it's very hard. He took it on when they had their sort of regulation field, but brave man to take on this field because, you don't get much of it. You can easily go to Luke Feldman with wicket or Nathan McSweeney at square leg. If you get a piece of it or get a bit of top edge, you've got Josh Brown here at deep forward square leg. And if you get like a real fine top edge, you got Sam Wilson here at backward.
Comes big Presswich too, not making it easy.
Oh, that's almost taken out short leg.
Oof. He's played the shot. When he played it earlier for the 4, he did look through
I think
mid-wicket.
that'd be a great replay because I'm pretty sure that's... If short leg doesn't duck, that gets him in the grill.
Cleans him up.
That's where you almost need the deflection off the top of the grill, top of the
fielder.
helmet to McSweeney, who's right behind him.
Wow.
If you got out like that, that would be a tough way to wrap up the season. Off the top of the lid to the bloke at square leg.
Did Dawson look nervous in that shot, you reckon?
Funnily enough, he has contributed to a catch off his helmet.
Huh?
I think last season, as Presswich comes into... Cameron Boyce was batting. Absolute rank shorty to Boycey off the spinner. He's crunched it into Dawson's helmet, and it's ballooned straight up, and the keeper's caught it.
Wow. Yeah.
And it was like a dolly, like literally like hit the helmet and went like 30 metres up in the air. Like, it was, 4 guys could have caught it. So he's got the assist with that catch.
Next thing, they'll be making helmets that the ball can't bounce off.
Presswich comes in. 2 balls left in his over. Well played through point.
Just waited for the loose one.
One of the things which sort of getting a sense of is like you also have to understand the timing of everything and the way in which the game is flowing. We talked about with, this morning, there was about 30 overs before the second new ball. North's trying to take a few wickets before that second new ball and how things did fit well. They had a burst before lunch with the new ball, had a burst after lunch. As Presswich comes in here, the other thing we need to think about, close out the over, nice and full. University batting well here, can tails wagging a bit. When their innings might finish, North's going to have to bat. It could be one of those tricky periods, late in the day, 20 minutes, half an hour, where you got to, go out for 5 or 6 overs. So just that idea that, just the fact that the days have certain times and things, periods when things have to finish, and how that can impact the sort of, pressure and tenseness of the game. But if University were to bat, for the next 2 hours,
Brings us to 4:30.
Gives a little half an hour or so.
Yeah.
A little bit longer as well. They'll play a bit later. Light might be an issue, but there's just those little windows which will pop up and make for a really good contest. So
For sure.
tune in, everyone. It should be a great afternoon here with, I think you'll find a bit of excitement and a fair few ups and downs in what is shaping to be a really good final as McSweeney now replaces McFadgen.
Oof. Yeah, Scott Walter late this afternoon.
Yep.
Jeez.
And all those little possibilities as the day sort of winds its way through. It's shaping up to be an excellent game, this.
McSweeney to Sanders, who's 1 off 16.
He's holding up an end here as Grady sort of played a few more shots from his end. Might do a quick round the grounds once the lightning fast McSweeney over is finished.
Just on the spot.
I think Sanders seems happy to just be defensive here and let the more settled batter in Grady play a few shots.
Ooh.
Pick up a single there. Doubles his total.
Well played. Big Sanders. Now, Grady's been one to take on McSweeney today and walk at him. 2 balls remaining.
Everyone, when he's given it a bit more air, he's been comfortable coming down the wicket. Hasn't gone aerial, but at least taken on that gap between cover and mid-off, which is big. Still got that mid-on, sort of 2/3 of the way back. Big stride. Bit of height about him, Grady, and he gets down the wicket well. Smothers the spin. 90 balls here. He's done a really good job for his side here when they needed a bit of an innings.
Plenty of variety from McSweeney. Oh, the quicker one.
Get through that over. 7 for 191 after 115. I think checking with the fire. 1 for 47 after 13. So still Villani in, but they're not going very quick. Villani and Annabelle Sutherland, who was a late sort of inclusion from injury for the Victorians. So I think there's a lot riding on that partnership there. But they're not going crazy quick.
Some amazing scenes in second grade. Chowdhury for Norths, 99 at
99.
the moment. So I wouldn't encourage you to leave our live stream. But,
Get up a split screen, get up a secondary screen and put on the second grade one on the YouTube channel. I might get it up on my phone so we can, as Pressbridge comes in and continues.
oh, fierce.
Don't think it's carried.
Off.
Got a bit of glove on that, I'm pretty sure. And I
he?
don't think it's carried.
I wasn't sure. I thought it might have been the shoulder.
It might need to be the square shot because I think it got the glove here. Yeah, that's it's off the glove, but I don't think I'm pretty confident he didn't carry to the keeper. He didn't go up.
Wow. Gee, that's just ferocious.
Just took a bit too much.
Sanders, relatively new to the crease, and he's...
This will be a good shot here.
Wow.
Oh, you can't tell unless it's the keeper, but didn't carry.
Jeez, here he goes again. Fast Will Presswich.
Sliced over through the slips and 4 runs. Sanders really jumping the score from 2 to 6.
Yeah.
Bit of width, bit of pace. We talked about, just throw the hands at it.
Taking on Presswich. Good to stamp a bit of dominance there. He's going to cop it though.
He has. It's probably been the bowler they've targeted. He's gone for most of the batters with the short stuff. None for 50 or in his 15th over, so they've picked up some boundaries off him. He comes in again. See how he responds.
Oh,
And
pokes
he's
it
poked
one.
at that one. Yeah, not the shot.
No. Yeah, he's nervous. The ball's coming at your head or just taking it away from the body. You've just got to play at it.
So I think looking at second grade, they have ticked into the 160 over mark. So if anyone's watching at that game, would love to know if they took the third new ball. It's not something people want to get to.
Surely you take it.
Presswich comes in. Squared to mid-wicket. Any updates in threes?
Third grade. All right. Oh, North's in trouble, chasing Gold Coast 205. They're 4 for 88.
4 for 88. Ooh, a couple of... The scoring slowed up there.
Egg Malesi out for 31.
Yep.
We've got Rushton and Addy Gruel at the crease.
Addy Gruel, dangerous batter, that.
Especially in third grade.
Work to the leg gully, but Wilson's there to stop it.
Player everywhere. They've got the whole leg side covered.
That game's evenly poised then. They need a partnership there, Northern Suburbs in third grade. They've got plenty of batting, but Gold Coast, strong bowling unit there, and I said they were 7 for 120 and they ended up making 209, or 205. So as Presswich comes in, ducked by Sanders. Just trying to check in on second grade to see if Chowdhury rings up 100. So he's on strike, and he has brought up his 100.
Good on him.
Well done to Chowdhury and Northern Southern second grade, who continue to keep batting. Fourth grade, I think that's still the one we don't have my cricket on. So as I said,
got something up now.
They do.
Redlands 3 for 121 against UQ.
Gray, I think he might have been one of the runs makers in the semi-finals. So continuing on.
52 he is. Back here live, Webb Harris. Got McSweeney bowling to Grady. 7 for 195 UQ. The Bookworms.
Good stride and lunge from Grady. Continues to be a tough one to prize out here for the Vikings. He's done a great job closing in on 100 balls here. Came to the crease when the students were in a bit of trouble at 6 for 123. Taken them to 7 for 195.
He's just waiting for that loopier one from McSweeney to...
Yeah, see if he wants to use those feet again.
Yeah, charge him. McSweeney bowls. Flat.
Pushed to mid-off, no single. We talked at lunch that it was, if you were keeping a scorecard, you would have given a big green tick to Norse for that first session, but students have done their best here as McSweeney comes in.
Oh, leggy. Oh, it was a wrong one. Can we have a replay?
Students have done their best to put their name back on the sheet for this middle session.
I think he's just bowled a wrong one.
That is wrong, yeah.
Beautiful.
The variations of McSweeney.
Gee, that's cheeky, isn't it? He bowled the leggy this morning, but it was a leggy. All the tricks, hey? There it is again.
We went back.
Another wrong one.
Keeps asking those questions. That'll be tea. So a great middle session for University of Queensland after being in trouble at 6 for 123. They've taken their score to 7 for 195 after 117 overs. Grady, 26 not out of 96, with Will Sanders the other end, relatively new to the crease, 6 for 25. Evenly poised contest here on day 3 at T in the Bulls Masters first grade competition grand final between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs. We'll take a short break for tea and be back for the final session. Welcome back to the third session, final session of day 3 of the Bulls Masters first grade competition grand final between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs here at Webb Harris Oval. I'm Michael Wright and joined by Evan Bancroft on the call.
Hello, mate. How are you?
First grade legend of Redlands and East.
Hey, I don't know about the legend, but thanks, mate.
Great to have you on the call. Evenly poised game here. It's 7 for 195, the students. 117 overs. They were in a bit of trouble at lunch, but they responded really well in that middle session to get to 7 for 195 at tea. Makes for a cracking final session here on day 3.
It does, mate. I arrived, I've been down the coast doing a bit of coaching, and I walked around and watched that last 2 or 3 overs, and young Presto was bowling very sharp.
He has bowled sharp.
The boys guts it out, though, aren't they?
They guts it out. They picked up a few boundaries off him as well in his spell, so they went for the short stuff, the Vikings with Prestwich, and bumped out, or tried to bump Grady and Sanders, but they hung in there, the batters, and they've shown a lot of fight to be 7 for 195 here, so really key first half an hour here in this final session. A couple of wickets would put North right back in it, but another partnership here takes that score well past 200 on towards 250, so evenly poised and great game for a final.
And mate, Mick, the wicket's been playing well, mate. After all that rain, it looks like it's a good deck.
I think it's been nice and hard. The rain of the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of the week is probably all fine. The decks would be under cover. They've been rolled for the last 2 or 3 days with plenty of sunshine. It's been a great day. Lovely weather today and the plan for tomorrow as well. So great to have 2 full days to wrap up the season and this final. So perfect cricket conditions.
It's beautiful, mate. And they'll obviously want to get those wickets pretty quickly now.
Definitely.
They don't want to get too far away.
At 6 for 123, I'm sure North would have loved to have wrapped up uni for 150, 160 type of stuff, but they've bounced back with a partnership. So now it's trying to think if they can bowl 3 wickets, 220 would be interesting. But obviously another partnership from University pushes them onto that 250 sort of space.
And the big gun, Lukey Feldman's on, eh? You'd have to open with him now.
Go for the experienced players after a break. So Feldman, I wouldn't be surprised if Connor Sully maybe from the other end, who he didn't bowl much I don't think he bowled all in the middle session, but he bowled a lot in the first session and got a couple of breakthroughs, had a couple of big wickets he picked up. Jack Clayton and Yanu Kutsi, but he hasn't bowled for a while, so it might be Feldman and him to cut after tea. So here comes in Feldman to Sanders. First ball down leg side. That was almost the exact same ball, which was the first ball after lunch. Feldman down the leg side to Healy. It was almost carbon copy. Big in swinger.
He didn't nick it then,
no.
Did he? No. I saw him bowling, actually. The North boys were at Terrace training on Thursday night, and he bowled superbly in the nets there. And he was bowling to young Sam Wilson, and he bowling very well, mate.
Oh, that's almost snuck through there and just got down on the bat there from Sanders. The big innies of Feldman, they test him out. He spent most of the first half of this innings bowling to lefties, and now he's had a few righties as we got down the order. So he likes that big shape into the right hand to wrap on the pads and bring in the bowls. So he'll be looking to try and sneak through here. But Grady's done an excellent job keeping the Vikings at bay. He's closing on 100 balls and 26 not out. He's done a great job at number 8.
He's gutsed it out, hasn't he?
Came in with all pressure on the line at 6 for 123, and they just lost 2 for none then. Back. So it makes for an exciting final session here.
It's going to be good, mate, and tomorrow, fantastic. It's great to see.
Interested if anyone's listening from a Redlands point of view down at 4th grade. We don't have any My Cricket score, so if anyone wants to text through the 4th grade score between University and Redlands out at Fred Kratzman, it'd be great to know. All the other games we've got covered on My Cricket, but we're missing there as Feldman comes in.
Good line of length. I saw the 6th grade scores for our boys down there. Mick, they're going all right.
They fought back massively.
They fought back really well.
Gav Brown for Valleys was doing a great job. I think he was at 60 at the top of the order for Valleys number 2, and they were maybe about 3 for 110. And they've wobbled and been bowled all out by the Redlands 6th graders for maybe about that 150 sort of area. So right back in the game there and batting now at Peter Burge. So I'm sure you're paying attention to the 6th grade at Redlands. Push through the covers again.
Brownie's a good player. He'll be a good player when he turns 100. How good's he going? He's still running around, Brownie.
I think he's well past 10,000 runs for Valleys across his career. Obviously, a lot of first grade for Valleys, and then he also played a lot of second grade in his, what I would say would be his 40s. Like
He did.
I remember he scored in one day. There was a second grade, first time we started playing second grade T20s, as Feldman gets ready to come in again. We'll continue with that story after this ball. Well played and good
very well
spots
bowled
there.
too.
So first time we start playing T20s in second grade, and he's in his 40s, and he's playing University and Toombul, and they were the two best teams. They played in the final that year, and he scored 100, not out, and then like 80. He's in his early or mid 40s in second graders against all these blokes, and just whacked him. And he always sort of thought that T20 would have been a perfect game for Gavin Brown, and sort of missed playing that as.
He missed it. Blake say, "Oh, gee, that Brownie's older." So, mate, he's 2 years younger than me. So I hate that. But mate, he when he was playing back in the 90s in the heyday, we beat him East beat them in a second grade final, and Brownie 9 down both innings.
Yep.
At the end of the game, we had our end of season trip, and Brownie went away with Deb for the weekend, and somehow he found out where we were. And he's wandered in a romantic weekend, and he's on the drink with the East boys for about 8 hours. It was really
just rub it in a second time. As
It was very
McSweeney continued from that end after tea.
He's picked up a lot of wickets this year, hasn't he?
He has 40-odd wickets. We welcome back Ted Roker to the call. He's ducked away for a quick refreshment.
We've got good news, guys.
Yep.
Villani is out.
Villani's out in the fiery Victoria game in WNCL. That's huge news for Queensland listeners.
Fantastic.
Victoria 3 for 73 after 20 overs, chasing 317.
Game massively in favour for Queensland there. We were talking earlier, Banger, that Queensland going for trying to win the Ruth Preddy Cup for the first time. It's been a New South Wales stronghold for a long time in the
That's
women's.
great
So
news.
they made 317. Skipper Georgia Redmayne with a massive 100. She didn't get out, so she spent the whole time on the field. And they're trying to beat the Victorians in Victoria, which would be great. So good to hear from the Fire. McSweeney continues.
So he was a little off his McSweeney. He's got that straight arm ball too.
Yeah, good quicker ball.
Yeah.
Just keeps it really accurate. Good in 2-day and 1-day and T20s. Just one of those really consistent off spinners. Very, very good fielder of his own bowling.
Yeah. He's a fantastic cricketer.
He had a massive season.
He's thrown a couple of leggies in there
He's
as well.
bowled
Has he thrown a couple of leggies?
And then he bowled a wrong one.
He's just trying something different, isn't he? That's when he get that next breakthrough.
Oh, that's big from Grady. He's taken them on. That's been the first six of the innings, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
First bit of intent from Grady against, McSweeney after tea, and that's
down in the river nearly.
that sends a message.
Wow.
Not just here to block. Great shot from Grady.
That was a good shot.
Pushing it, going past the 100 balls into the 30s now, and big turnaround innings here at number 8 for the students. Came in serious trouble, and he's pushed them on past 200. So they brought up the 200 in the 119th over.
You lads were saying that he's batted pretty well down in the low order all year, hasn't he? He's averaged 40. Is that correct?
It's chipped in with a few scores. I don't think he required to bat too many times when the students are, dominating. But he's a hard person to get out. And he's shown good intent to McSweeney. He's used his feet. That was the first time he's gone in the air, but he was coming down the wicket and pushing through the covers. So
200 up.
200 up. Yep.
I don't think I'll be too upset about that though.
No. They definitely put a score on the board here in a big game.
Yep.
I guess the main thing is it's a good wicket, but you just don't want to get skittled. So to get 200 and to keep chipping away here.
In a final, that's right. It's
going to take some getting.
I didn't think we'd see a 6 today.
Good to see.
That was a good shot.
Good hands for the balls. It looks like he's got long levers and just that carried well over the fence there. It's not a small field here.
So how old's he, Mick?
I want to say maybe like 23, 24. I could be wrong.
They just keep bringing him through here at uni, don't they? Just player after player after player.
He played a lot of second grade, and so this has been the year sort of jump into ones. I've actually seen him around QC. I think he might do like a bit of sports science or something like that. He's popped in and done a bit of prac and things. So he's squeezed that through backward point from Sanders.
Shot.
They might come back for 2. So the runs are flowing here after tea.
These UQ guys, just so many grand finals, first and second grade. They've all just got that finals experience.
Yeah.
Well,
Know how to win.
so Grady, one of those guys, whilst this is perhaps his first year in like first grade,
Yeah.
has played a lot of second and third grade premierships and finals in probably his, the last 4 or 5 years, and done well, and just stepped up here. So Feldman comes in again to Sanders.
Oh, well bowled.
Jeez.
It's great to see the second graders get into first grade and then succeed. They've done like Sammy Wilson's a classic too,
Yep.
isn't he? I mean, he's this year he's just come to the fore.
We were talking about in the middle session, like in the back half of the season, a couple of really big knocks. He got 60 odd off, about 250 balls in the semi to keep Ipswich at bay. He got 70 odd not out against South for a win, so he's in some good nick. And definitely stepping up as Feldman comes in. Played well. This could be runs as well. That's lovely time. That's running away.
Yeah, it'll be 4.
Tell you what, there's a bit of support from these students here. They've rolled in for a little Arvo session.
Yeah, they're getting a bit up, aren't they?
I've noticed a few second grade and third grade players roll in. They're probably testing out some green beacons from the fridge and enjoying a drink.
Is that shot of the day now?
Oh, that 6 was pretty. That 6 was pretty classy. But
That's a good drive.
That was a lovely
bit-
drive against the Luke Feldman, big innings. That's a really
tough.
good shot down the ground. And obviously the Suns drive the outfield up, so it's a bit more run in the field
This
there.
one might be a little bit quicker, I think.
Yeah. Play from Sanders. So
Deck's good though.
yeah, flat wicket,
It's
and
a
as
very
I said,
flat
they,
wicket.
they bat deep here. Sanders at 9 here.
Probably Scott Walter next.
I think it's got Walter or Belford, yeah. So this is the big wicket here. 2 really frustrating partnerships, I'd probably say, from a North's point of view, with Grady and Fry, the 7th wicket before, and now Grady and Sanders here. He hasn't got all of that, but it's going to
Still
take
gonna
some
go.
chasing. Looks like it's going to run
Still
away
go
for
for
4.
Yeah. Well played. Oh,
The supporters are here with some calls and coming out, so
you've heard the save your legs call?
yeah.
Yeah,
Film classic.
that's always good to hear. It's just what you know.
There weren't many of them earlier in the day, so you can sense a bit of that momentum swing.
213 on the board.
It's a shot.
Good
That's
shot.
A good shot, wasn't it?
Sanders starting to take them on.
As we did talk about it being a longer day and starting at 9:30, that the North, from a bowling point of view and a fielding unit, like this is getting into that 5th, 6th hour of the day.
Yeah.
Quite tough from their point of view.
He's very good defence, hasn't he?
He's looking well in behind that, Sanders. So they're going to have to find something here, the Vikings. They want to.
So it's early start today, Mick, was it?
9:30 start, 112 overs in the day today, and also for tomorrow, 9:30 start to make up for the time lost. But when you think of that as a 2.5 hour first session, the middle one was just the 2 hours. So they're into that 5th hour now as a fielding and bowling unit. So normally you're thinking that it's actually we only got like another hour, but they're going to play at 5:30 ideally before, if light doesn't get us before then.
Yeah.
So it is a long day, and I think the bowler's probably feeling that now in that fifth hour from the North's point of view.
Be a good crowd down here tomorrow, I'd say, mate.
Would
That's
be, yeah.
Really
Love to have a good 4th day final. Oh, what's that hit?
Oh, jeez.
That's the back of the bat, or was it off the keeper?
I think it might have just been pad, but he might have got a bit of battle on.
What's the umpire going to call here?
He's given it runs. I think he's hit this into like maybe Tom Healy, and it's ballooned off him.
No, I think straight into his pad.
Straight in the pad. Does he hit it? He gave it runs.
Off
Oh
his
no,
glove.
sorry, the bat. No,
Oh, the bat's got it on the back. On the back.
Bat.
Oh,
There you go.
as it went past him.
That's a new shot.
That could be a big shout. Not to be.
See,
What's happening here? Off
did
the
get
back of the bat now,
back of the
LB
bat.
shout.
Jeez.
All
and
happening here.
you see some funny things, Mick. We in our seconds at Terrace, I'm coaching one of our captain. What's the next one, Bolt?
Is the LB shout. Yeah, just spun a bit too much. Maybe a bit of bat. I think you got a bit of bat on that.
Bit of bat.
Yeah, Buffy Forster. 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a row, run out at the bowler's end.
To wrap up his season. He won't be coming back next year. Skill cricket.
Today he didn't get out that way. He got given LB today.
Wouldn't read about it.
when he got out the first week, I said, mate, you might be the only time that'll happen in your career. And
Next
then
week.
the second week, and then he reckons had one last year as well. So maybe he's backing up too far, but
A bit like, didn't Aaron Finch go through that for a while?
I think he might have.
Oh, there we go again. And 6 again.
Oh, slams into the
Great
back
shot over
fence.
mid off that time.
Tell you what, Grady, he's opened the shoulders after tee. He must have had something for the tea break, which has got him in the mood.
They've obviously had a bit of a chat about taking it on a bit, eh?
Yeah, because we spoke, but just before tea bang, about just the timings of the day and how that impacts the flow of things. So when Sweeney comes in, because the one thing you have to realise is, if you were uni, you'd love to bowl for like a little bit tonight. Like the Norths, they've been in the field all day. Their main batter bats at 3 and there's bowled a fair few overs. Like if you were able to get a couple of wickets.
Yeah, there's a bit of that intent now. I think you're right.
Yeah. So as in like progress to score. If you progress to score to a certain amount, and you do get bowled out with 20 minutes or half an hour left, it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
Yes, they can keep. If these guys bat all the way to the stumps, well, they're 7 down for plenty tonight, and don't have to worry about it. But if you were, going to bowl, a little jab tonight isn't the worst thing from a university point of view.
Definitely not.
But they're looking pretty solid, these two. So
300. 300 would be the. I mean,
at 7 for 123. Sorry, 6 for 123.
Take this.
We were thinking 200 would be a nice little fight back. We talked about 250 just coming out of tee if they were to go well. But with this intent, they're going to keep pushing that on and on. And you're talking about that high 200s and that maybe even 300 if this pair spend an hour together.
Ooh.
Inside edge there.
Yeah, well,
He's
Grady's just ruined McSweeney's figures.
With a couple of sixes.
I think Feldman now, he's really going to push now hard. He needs to get a breakthrough, and he seems to just have bent the back a bit harder for that one. I would say that he knows.
But you often find this part of the day, it's just about time. When you spend time, the runs come. As Feldman comes in. Fielding side's been out there for 5 hours. It's a 40 over ball now. Good wicket. Outfield's dried up. If you spend time at the wicket here, the runs will be coming. So it's really a matter of time from a student's point of view. Half an hour, I think easily another 30, 40 runs if they continue in this fashion.
Yep. Just pick the right ball to hit. That's what they're doing.
Because Norths are going to want wickets, so they're going to, the field is going to be up, or going to be, at least somewhat attacking, and not necessarily spreading the field, because they have to make the pace and bowl university out. So you can't just, set a boring field and put fielders back and try and dry up the runs.
Yeah.
So there's going to be chances to score. 40 over ball, still a bit of firmness in it, and it pings off the bat. So it's a great chance to keep the scoreboard ticking from a student's point of view.
I think the aerial route's still pretty risky.
Oh, bit of inside edge again.
Might have just been going down leg, but that's he's bowling a pretty good line now. He's trying to knock him over, I think. He's looking for that Yorker.
Interesting to see how McSweeney and Norths respond to a spin point of view. Like, he's been taken on there. Does he keep going? Does he keep going? Do they go to someone else? McFadden bowled a lot of overs in the middle session, and he's a youngster, so he can't bowl all day. You got Connor Sully, who's due to burst back on with a spell. So interesting to see what options they're thinking as Feldman comes in. It's punched back down the ground as well. Well missed from Wilson. It's running away for at least 2. He's looked really good straight there, Sanders. Gets in a good position.
He's got a message from Peter Clifford.
Cliffo's watching. He's definitely...
Yeah, he said Norths have to lift for 40 minutes, run in, let him go. And he's saying get Sully or Presto back on now.
Sully, when he last bowled, there was something up with his legs there. I think.
There was something he didn't quite fit in that second spell, and he only bowled a short one, and then was taken off and replaced by McFadden. But great to have Cliffo watching. An excellent cricket brain, and he's been pretty much on the money in his comments watching today. He talked about the big wicket or the big player being Phillipson in the first session of play, and North picked him up just before lunch, and we're in an extremely strong position, but definitely changed a bit since then with university very much controlling this game here.
It's a big over, this one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that intent keep going here from Grady. Because he did hit that last 6 with mid-on back, so he had no issue taking them on.
So they've got mid-on back, but they've got mid-off up. So they're sort of saying, come on, take him over mid-off, and looking for that miss hit.
Sweeney in again.
Unturned. Bit of grip there.
Good battle here. From ball 1, he had no issue coming down the wicket to McSweeney. Whilst he wasn't hitting the 6s an hour or 2 ago, he had good intent. So, really good job from Grady here. McSweeney comes in.
Quicker one.
Push one through.
He's watching right onto the bat, though, isn't he?
Can't ask for anything more from your number 8. 40 not out of 114 when he was in trouble.
Tough position, number 8. Can be just sort of like you're in there for bowling, but.
Well, I think you also find in first grade or in like Premier cricket where you've got a lot of like rep players who are usually always all rounders. Like a McSweeney bats 3 but also bowls.
Yeah.
You know, like a Goad like bats 4 opens the bowling. And when state players as McSweeney comes in, like state players, even if they're quicks, are usually like number 5 or 6 batters. So you often need someone who can be that sort of 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And then probably not always called upon, but when they are, it's under pressure. So having someone, let's hit that to cover point, having someone there who can deliver is a big spot, because we talked about earlier that usually the tail enders can hang around for a bit, and that's how you turn those scores from 6 for 180, you can turn them into 300 if you get 3 partnerships together.
It's interesting, the young cricketer coming through, you're right there, Mick, we're bowling and batting. Like you're a batsman, doing a little bit of bowling is a great idea, because when it comes to selections, when they get a bit older, going into grade cricket, so don't just think you're a batter or a bowler, practice something. If you're a bowler, work on your batting, because you'll get picked over the other guys sometimes if it's better.
The other thing I'd have to comment that, like also for any young kids or people watching, fielding. A lot of people will pick the better fielder over the one who doesn't want to field or struggles to field. So as you spend probably 70% of your game in the field, whilst you might bowl and bat, you spend all 11 spend the whole amount of overs in the field. So you want to be comfortable in that, and you want to be confident in how you field. So
Is Connor Sully back on?
Connor Sully's back on. The direct line from Cliffo.
Cliffo, you're onto it, champion.
Coming in from the uni end. He hasn't bowled from this end from this game as he comes in. And he's taking him on. Shot. I don't know if they'll go. It has plugged a little bit. Josh might drizzle.
Just gone over the line.
Well, they're taking it to the Vikings here, the students. They've first ball, welcome to the crease, kind of say. He was 3 for 32 of 20 overs, now 3 for 36. Check the replay here. Just straight back over mid-on. Boom.
How would the captain's heart rate be seeing him go over the top?
Yeah, but this is definite intent, isn't it? These guys have actually had a chat in the dressing room, I'd say. This is not just a player saying, we're going to have a bit of a slog in this third session.
Well, saying that, we got the skipper out a deep square leg here, so he's not going to be able to... Still a single there. Good running there, good running. That's good.
Probably can't repeat that one, Cliffo. But I think what Cliffo's trying to say is he wants him to bowl a bit of short stuff.
Has been a pretty consistent tactic for Norse at periods today. They have gone to the bumper. Prestwich was doing that before tea with a leg side dominant field, and we see Dawson out at deep backward square. They've got the fine leg. You got 2 guys at sort of mid wicket. So there might be some short stuff. Deep point out as well, so I expect a few in the...
2 back, yeah, they got the 2 back.
Not too much in the batter's half, I'd expect. And it could be 2 here. No, Brown's moved well at deep point there, just the 1.
He did move well. Then you talk about fielding. He moved when it was hit.
That's the thing. Like with the short ball tactic, definitely can work, but it also opens the field up. If they are busy, there are a lot of singles there. You get an easy single to point there, potentially 2 if they hit it in front. And likewise, if you get one off your hip, or you can manoeuvre something to fine leg. So if they've got this busy intent, the run should keep ticking over. I think a key would be to rotate the strike here, not let one batter get stuck at an end. Good short ball there. Swayed under from Sanders, the Colonel.
The Colonel, I like it.
I'm sure that must be one of his nicknames.
It'd have to be, wouldn't it? KFC.
Yeah,
Based on his physique, I don't know if he eats much, but he looks pretty thin.
Grady have to be there'd be Wayne with Grady, wouldn't there, with the golfer? But most of the people get him probably too young for that.
Yeah, I don't know if many people know about Wayne Grady.
You're a fine player. Won the PGA.
Yep. Like your golf banger?
Mate, yeah, I do. I like it, but I'm very ordinary.
Yeah. Member anywhere or just a casual?
I was a member at Mount Coolum when I lived up the Sunshine Coast.
Nice course up
Lovely
there.
course.
Nice course.
Very difficult.
Often in people would in the old days would think of like the Palmer course and that kind of stuff, but the little Mount Coolum one was a good little course.
Good course. We actually had a golfer on our podcast on just having a crack yesterday, Jason Norris, who it's a tough old world, the golf world. We talk about cricket.
As Sully comes in, another bumper, and that was a bit quicker, that one. But speaking of golf, some great Aussie stuff recently with Matt Jones getting the big win.
He did. It was a great win. Did you see the footage with him and Greg Norman? That was
the youngster stuff.
The youngster stuff was fantastic. But Jason Norris was saying yesterday, the kids coming through today, and we're cricket here, but the kids coming through, they all hit the ball under pressure so well because their bodies are just taught to hit the ball. They're in the gyms, but they're also limbering up. And he said they're unbelievable. He said stuff is.
Although I would like to see him challenged with an actual wood.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Like the first part of people's career, like Greg Norman and Wayne Grady, they played with woods and stuff like that, not the technology they have now. So I'd love to see Bryson DeChambeau hit a wood from 30, 40 years ago.
Who are the best cricketers running around that are golfers in club cricket in Brisbane?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I'm happy to take feedback from anyone. Like if anyone's got a nose of someone at their club and they can text it in, 0434 225 219. That's another 4.
That's a great shot.
This is swinging this game here. Grady is pushing towards his 50 here. Massive knock from the number 8 for the students.
That was a great shot, wasn't it?
It's probably the first time McSweeney strayed down the leg side there with a bad ball. He's been pretty good. That was a genuine drag down there, which he's picked up the 4 with. Just got in good position.
Beautiful.
That was a good shot, wasn't it?
We had a guy at Souths last year, Josh Taylor. He's actually overseas playing golf at the moment.
A little bit of leading edge there. Overseas playing Valderrama, did you say?
No, he's overseas having a crack.
Oh, is he?
Get in there,
on the tour?
No, I don't know if he's on the tour, but he's trying to go pro.
Yeah, good on him.
So he's probably up there.
We'll give him a go.
Down the wicket, take a single. Now it's Milken.
The Greg Ritchie, who played with us at East, is a very good golfer.
Yep.
He plays off 2 or 3. And married to Rachel Hetherington, who was a
good
very
golfer herself. I enjoy it, but I play like twice a year. It's very much when I stop playing cricket, I'll play a bit more golf. As McSweeney comes in, that could be 4 as well.
Shot.
That is a great shot.
The students had something special in the tea break, and they've come out firing.
Check that tea that drinking Mick on it.
That'd be a genuine question. When has someone in Queensland recently had a tea at a tea break? Like I don't know if people really have tea from a cricket point of view these days.
We used to drink a lot of coffee, black coffee.
Yeah, coffee's up one thing, but I don't know if many of the Queensland Premier cricketers are drinking a tea.
Have a cup of tea. They reckon it's good for thirst.
Yep.
I don't really think it is.
Nah.
I think water's good for thirst.
Yeah.
I don't know about tea.
It was one of the funny things when I played overseas. I played in Cambridge for a season and a half, and they bring out at the drinks break as McSweeney comes in. Genuine cordial.
Genuine.
Like cordial, like as in
lime cordial.
Like, can I have water? And bring out big jugs of cordial.
Wow.
And it'd only be enough for like a cup for everyone, like a little 250ml cup, and it's like, I need a bit more than just a cup for a drinks break. And then at the break, it's it's scones and
Cucumber
cakes,
sandwiches. How good were the cucumber sandwiches playing over there?
And tea, and it's like I'll have a sandwich, but I don't need a big bit of chocolate cake, for my lunch break. But that's the style over there in the village cricket. I know they've had it tough with COVID over there, and the summer just gone, but. I think one of the things which went by the wayside was the tea. The tea break went, gone. Like no one's bringing food and all that kind of stuff. So it's changed a bit over there. But it was a different thing as Sully comes in. Tea breaks. Oh, that's flicked fine as well. That's going to run away, and that's going to be his 50 for Grady. Well batted.
Very well
batted from the number 8.
Huge applause.
And the support is definitely rolling in for the students.
It's a very good knock.
Massive knock. First probably sort of full year, or I don't think he's even been a full year, but first like regular stint in first grade, and coming up with 50 not out at number 8 in a grand final. Jeez, big time.
And coming in when they're in trouble too.
We talked about 250. Well, they're knocking on that door, and they've got plenty of time left here. Norths need a little rethink here. Need to pull it back. They've got the players to pull it back, but they've got to do it here. Oh, he's crunched that, but there's a fielder out there. Just be the single.
So Mid-Cambridge would have been a beautiful ground, wouldn't it?
Lovely spot. Yeah, played at a club called Histon. It's a club. So Josh Brown, who plays for Norths, went there a bit after me. There's been a few other players from Premier Cricket in Queensland play in that region. There's a former South player who's going to play for Histon. He lives over there these days, but there's been a couple of Don White, who plays for Valleys, played for the neighbouring Foxton club a year or two after I went. So, yeah, lovely part of the UK, just a bit north of London.
Here he comes.
Oh, that's a good short ball.
That was a good ball. A lot of it. They're still doing it. Spud's had a lot to do with that, hadn't he, over the years, getting guys to go over there. But in our day, we sort of went over. We didn't get the money. We just flew over, played, and we played for Winchmore Hill, Wayne Hayes and I, which was a great club in the Middlesex League. And, I couldn't believe you'd get a 50, you'll get 5 for, and you've got to buy a jug.
Yeah, I never got that.
I didn't have to do it that often. Because
I think for us it was 5 for 100.
Yeah, and that jug avoidance, do you remember that?
Yeah, I never got that. It was a really weird, slightly weird culture that. Like if you got 4 for, you had to buy someone a jug as Sully comes in. Oh, that's a big swing. He opened the shoulders there for Sanders. And I think if we actually had the replay of Pete Bowl and the umpy, he did a imaginary look at where he thought that might have gone.
He's been around a while, Pete. Good bloke too.
Bit of humour from the umpies here. Watch the top of the screen after this swing and miss. So wait for a little bit.
What's he done, Pete?
And then Pete does a little turn here. It didn't go there.
Yeah, I think you don't want the bowler to see that. Actually, I will tell you a story about an umpire doing that.
The Sully comes in. Bit fuller. Oh, he's down again. He's had a bit of that today, him and Presswich. They hit the crease hard. And,
he's bowling. Brian Dobinson was bowling for East against Souths many years ago. And Glenn Trimble was batting. You know how hard Glenn used to hit it. So Glenn's hit him for this biggest Dorothy at Souths over the clubhouse. And the umpire's gone, that's a 6, and that's a big 6. And Dobbo's gone berserk. Trimble's has lost it. How good have Glenn Trimble gone in T20? I know we talk about it, but wow.
No, I grew up as Sully comes in with my dad spending a fair bit of time at South as an administrator. I heard a lot of Glenn Trimble stories, and that he gave it a whack. The one I used to hear a lot about was a genuine wet wicket. Yeah. When no one wants to bat on, and basically he decided, I'm going to charge everyone, and everyone was a spinner, and he scored 170. I think the next best score was 10.
Ridiculous.
And they made 300 on what people thought would be you bowled out for 100, and it essentially just charged everyone and just whacked them. In a 2-day game.
He was brutal when he used to go, and here we got bowling here back to McSweeney.
Back to McSweeney, yeah, keeping the spin on. So haven't changed anything from that end. So he's coming around the wicket, which he hasn't really done much today, to the right-handers.
So it is Grady's first grade 50.
First grade 50, yeah. I said he's in the team to bowl through some overs and, contribute with the bat. But, always crunched bat pad there, maybe. I think he got
Did he get
Dawson.
him?
Ouch.
Yeah, he got Dawson there. He's been in there most of the day, Dorsey, and hasn't been hit, so that's the first one for him.
Don't rub it.
He's staying pretty low, isn't he?
So, yeah, that's a big milestone for Grady.
Averaging 60 now.
Get your first 50 in a grand final.
First grade 50.
First
I'm
grade
sure
50,
he's going to.
yeah.
Good on him.
So they've put fine leg back and they've put a sort of square leg
It's my car over there. I hope I don't get...
at cow corner. That's a big hit.
Yeah.
If he gets a hold of it, it'll be some entertainment. If he hits,
I'm parked in the motorbike section.
Yep.
But pretty good parking actually to get in there because motorbikes are quite thin.
Yeah.
You better watch out. The uni campus patrol are pretty tight on the parking. Weekends though, so all good.
Surely.
A bit of a fake to throw back there.
It's a good battle.
They need a wicket, boys.
This game's swung well and truly. Like basically they've doubled their score and only lost one wicket from 6 for 123 to now 7 for 100. It's good to have some swing back from a uni point of view. Like it was a good battle and they've definitely pushed themselves ahead here. Oh, bit of outside edge one which just slid on with the line there.
Every run is good
Definitely
now.
more run in the outfield now that the sun's been beaten down.
Beautiful ground. It's just
Lovely
such
ground.
a great... It's nice to see a grand final played at a club ground too, hasn't it? It's been a long time, hasn't it?
No, we had one at North 4 years ago.
Oh, okay.
It's was supposed to be at AB Field, but obviously the changes to the domestic schedule and due to COVID sort of forced. Oh, it's just dropped short. Yeah, it was supposed to be at AB Field, but when the domestic schedule was pushed further back and venues were changed, pushed away.
Second grade scores.
Still 6 for?
8 for 403.
Oh, they've
That's Norths.
Norths,
Doolan
yep.
in or out?
Doolan, 137 he was out for.
Out, yep.
Chowdhury out for 113.
Yep.
Sammy Neal in there at the moment.
Toowoomba
Seafood.
boy.
Yep. 172 overs.
Oh.
Seafood Chowdhury, how's he going? He's a good player, isn't he?
That's another 100. He got 100 early in the year, and he got up into first grade. He played first grade T20s and played a few first grade games just after Christmas, but sort of filtered back into twos in the run home. But that's his second 100 for the year in second grade. Scores at a good clip, and he has all the shots. Has like the helicopter sort of Dhoni type of shot, and he can put balls in weird areas and likes to take it on. So I wouldn't mind watching the highlights of that innings during the week because I reckon there would have been some cool shots from Chowdhury. Threes.
So North's are in a bit of trouble, chasing Gold Coast 205, 6 for 110.
610, okay, that's it.
Rushton's still in.
No. It's kind of very similar. So Gold Coast were in that position last week, but their tail wagged thanks to Dan Doran. And Dan Doran got 66 not out, and their keeper batting at 9, Max Eckersley, got about 30 on. So the Norths are going to need the same thing if they're to come away there in threes.
How the mighty Tigers going, mate? After this ball, have a look at the Tigers.
Oh, the bat pad would have probably swallowed that one. But have taken him out.
Good news. 3 for 160 Redlands are. Gray is on 84 not out.
Continuing his good run, that guy. He was amongst the runs.
It's a
in
good
the semi.
effort. Yeah.
Fives, Norths.
Norths are 6 for 235.
Still batting, so Runatunga's amongst the runs.
95.
Not out. Ready?
Yeah.
He's Arjuna's nephew.
Oh, is he really?
Yep.
And he's playing at Norths.
Yep.
That's funny with the relationship with
Heels,
Heels, isn't it? They're great,
yeah.
but they're good mates, though, aren't they?
I believe so, yeah. I'm sure they...
Yeah.
And dropped
Oh,
at Gully.
no.
We probably talked about it at Gully being a chance mostly when Fry was batting. But they come fast there and got 2 hands to it, Fleming. Just didn't hang on to it.
It's a replay here.
Won't get it from that angle, but he got 2 hands to it.
Spilt his lollies.
Not the time you want to drop.
Sanders.
I think it was Grady.
They run through.
Run through for a single to add a bit of insult to it.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
You can see him there now, mate. He's just concentrating now. He wants the next one.
Sully's steaming in.
Yeah, that was quick.
Jeez, that's a lovely straight drive. He has been magnificent straight from
great
Sanders. Whilst Grady's hit a couple of those lovely sixes, Sanders has returned serve with his straight drives at this end. It seems to love hitting it back towards the college end.
He does, doesn't he? And it's tough, at this stage when the batter's number 8 comes in, the bowler's trying to bowl a Yorker, and it's just if you miss it, it's a good time to bat sometimes, isn't it?
They're looking good here. 50 over ball here. Both batters amongst the runs as he comes in. Bumper.
Stands a bit down a bit. Yeah.
And sixes. We get a score from Redlands and Valleys.
Mighty Greg Morton's team.
Yep, so Redlands are batting, and they are 3 down at the moment. I think Morton might have got out. Did you play with him?
Morto's there. He's at my era.
So Valleys got 139 all out. Redlands are 3 for 50 chasing it.
Okay, that's even.
I feel like that could be a 4 innings game in
I think
2
you're
days.
right.
I think because they're longer days as well in the lower grades. They're starting 11. They'll play to 5:30. Sorry, but I can see that going down the wire in a 4th innings. That game.
Well, Redlands are 3 for 50, and extras are top score with 15.
Yep. So tight.
Yeah.
Aside from the extras.
Yeah.
But you got to keep the runs flying too, don't you? Do you notice that some of these finals, the guys are just playing. You lose a couple of quick wickets, you're only 50. So take that. If there's runs to score, you've got to take them.
So you're 7 for 251. The students. 120 overs. Do we have a fire update?
Oh. Yeah. All over it. 5 for 127.
Well, how many overs gone? 30 on?
30 overs gone.
30 on. Anyone of note in order from a Victorian point of view? So you had Villani's out. Is Sutherland out?
Yeah. Kim Garth is still going. 32 not out.
I want to say she's an Irish international. I'm pretty sure she plays for Ireland.
There you go. Still going.
So they've won the premiership.
Banger just updating us about the first 11 premiership. Looks like TSS. No.
Yeah, TSS have beaten Terrace, so 3 for 109, so they've won the first grade premiership, and we sort of touched on it earlier.
First 11 premiership.
First 11 premiership, yeah. I coached the seconds at Terrace, and we won the premiership today, so we beat the TSS boys, so we're very, very proud. Here he comes.
Some plenty of talent in that TSS side. I know from a Redlands point of view, Jackson Sinfield plays for them. Fair few players who play for the Dolphins as well.
I think he might have got some runs too.
Youngster, he spent a bit of time with the Heat this summer.
37 not out. Senny.
Most of the other ones
and
are
Gossett 34 not out.
Most of the other guys are Dolphins. Gossett plays for Wynnum, but good Premier cricket connections as well. Grady keeps taking the singles.
Cricket's in a good place, Mick. You happy?
I think it is in a very good place.
Isn't it? Really good.
I think from a Queensland point of view, we continue to, we're going well in the Shield. We're playing good cricket. We're on top of the one day stuff as well. The women are going well. I think everyone agrees we could do a bit better from a heat point of view, but we've got good cricketers and we're producing players who are playing in the Australian side, and men's and women's. So we're going well, I think.
Yeah, no, it's good, mate.
It was interesting to read. There were some comments during the week from Mark Taylor talking about how it's almost the duty of the two big states within New South Wales and Victoria to feed the Australian side. And I was just like, who's going to write the Queensland reply to that one?
Yeah. Well, it's a bit
I was like, I remember there was a good period of Hayden and Bickle and Kasperwich in the side. So yes, there was lots of New South Wales players in the team around then and from other state, but don't forget the Queenslanders.
You want everything to be strong, don't you? Not just particular states.
Yeah. It was interesting. It was sort of. I think he came at it from a population or size point of view that that New South Wales and Victoria should account for a lot of good cricketers, which makes sense. But you're allowed to have good cricketers from other states.
Nothing wrong with that. And I think North's McSweeney, they probably might start to think about a change up at that end. It just seems to be going along a bit now. And
I guess one of the scary things to think about is the 7th wicket of Fry was kind of like a bit out of nowhere. It was, you weren't here for a banger, but it was a sort of an accidental sort of short ball from McFadgen, who'd been bowling really, really well, and he just played a pull shot which found mid-wicket. But you go outside of that, for the last 3 or so hours, hasn't been much. It is a flat wicket and things like that. But, you know, aside from that 7th wicket, which did kind of pop out of nowhere from a North's point of view, it's been hard. It's been hard since lunch.
Tough.
So and they've had that chance slip at gully there. So really, that's been about it for 3 and a bit hours.
What was the score at T?
T, that was 7 for 180?
Yeah,
around that,
yeah.
180 it was from memory.
They've
definitely kicked on. I think we were talking about like, if North sort of bowl well, they could bowl University after like 220.
Yeah.
But University would want 250 if they got a partnership going, and now they've gone well past that, still 7 down. So well and truly in a box seat from where they were this morning as Sully comes in. Well, that's cut uppishly for 4 as well.
No one back there either, so that's
6, I think. It's gone. Carried the distance.
6 of the best.
Tell you what.
That's a good cricket shot.
You talked about Wayne Grady earlier on. We're going to talk about James Grady. That's
I tell you, that was like an 8-iron. Just straight up over the...
He's making a name for himself, James Grady, in this grand final.
Gorgeous shot.
Maybe
The old uppercut.
It's one of those ones, isn't it? Sometimes it's the third man, it's just a...
Definitely meant it as well. It wasn't like edge. He wanted to go over sort of gully third man.
How good would you feel after that shot?
They've dropped the third man back
Third man
now.
back. The field spread here. These two could definitely toy with the North's fielders by just running here. Like there's singles like everywhere. Because Sanders is scoring well at the other end.
I'll give him another one here, I reckon. Give him another one. Third man's back.
Yeah, that's well directed, that one. That's a very good ball.
The body. Sully's not happy. Too many boundaries now.
He's gone for a couple, hasn't he? But that last one not having the deep third man was... he's back there now. I reckon I'll give him another one, mate.
Yeah, Grady's been up to the task, though. And he's definitely dodged well.
Yeah, he has. He's batting very well. Here he comes. Oh, it is a good deck, though. I mean, that's just coming through. It's...
Yeah, it hasn't been, you can see from the pictures here that it's, it's not very green, all that kind of stuff, and even coverage and hard and all that kind of stuff. So the ball hasn't really done much off the seam and been good for batting. But
so this morning, when the Norths got the wickets early, was that just good bowling or a couple of loose shots?
So we had Sully with an LB of Clayton, just sort of top of off as he comes in here. There was a nick through to first slip. That was Feldman's wicket, I'm pretty sure.
It's another good LBW as well.
Yeah.
Feldman in swing up.
No, I think that was another one from Sully. That was
Sully?
for Yanu Kutsi left one. That was first ball of Sully's second spell. It's played really well. Played a really good deck.
You're going to get this, aren't you? I mean, you are going to get a partnership. It normally happens with playing a final.
Yeah.
You're going to get it. I mean, they would have loved to skittle them for 150, but it's...
You always think, like, as Sully comes in here, at this point of the season, you've got the two, very hard to just roll a team in a final. I know it can happen, and it has happened. We were talking, Brownie, who was on earlier, was talking about the famous West and Sandgate first grade grand final where West were only chasing 80 in the fourth innings. They got bowled out for 30 with Creevy and Mortimer and Pinky and all that kind of stuff. It can happen that teams get, roll, but usually you go that there's going to be some fight back. There's going to be a partnership. They're great. They're good strides. They deserve to be here. They've got ability to bat at number 7, 8, and 9 because often you need those players to win you a couple of tight games.
Yep, there was a bit in that deck, I think, that day.
Guys, We've hit the run rate.
Yeah, that's the first time. Yeah, there's been a lot of 1 point whatever
there you go.
throughout the day. So to get to 2,
That's a good session, wasn't it? We've actually seen some good batting. You guys were here for the. I've turned up, and we've got a little bit of a few shots being played, which is great.
No, great little counter punch. Well, it's actually more than little. It's been a huge counter punch from the students. They survived and got through that middle session between lunch and tea. Fry, Grady and Sanders kind of got there. But after tea, they've opened the shoulders. Grady probably the first one with a bit of intent, taking McSweeney down the ground. But Sanders has followed really well with some punches off the quicks back towards the colleges. And now they're just picking them off at both ends. So massive partnership here between Grady and Sanders. 7 for 260 after 130 overs.
They did bat it very well. And as we discussed, I honestly believe they had a bit of a chat at tea to come out and be more positive, because it's just, we get out, we lose 3 quick ones. We're going to be out for 180, 190. And they've taken them on with cricket shots.
Tell you what, though, both bowlers, geez, you're going to take some confidence from this batting point of view into your bowling. You always be like, give them the ball. Make some runs. You've kicked the total onto a, what is a very, very good score. They'll be keen to have a bowl, these guys, either today or tomorrow, because they'll be pretty confident, pretty happy with themselves.
You've done your job already. So anything else a bonus. You haven't really done your job. They've got work to do, but anything else is a bonus. But I still think Norths would be 7 for 260. They would have taken that nearly at the beginning of the day. Before they, 2 for 60.
I feel like going into the overall game would be like, if we're chasing a score of 280, 300 on a good wicket, given you're the away team, you're not against it.
Yeah.
But from where they were, they'd be a little bit frustrated.
Be frustrated, but they get them out for 280, 290, 300. They walk in there and go, hey, we're on a flat deck. And that's where you've got to get the mindset, isn't it, Mick? We've got to turn it around and go, okay, seriously, we've actually done really well.
Yeah.
Let's forget about the 150, and they'll do that. I mean, with the people behind them, with Ken and Mort, they'll get that into their heads.
It's often the biggest challenge of, taking yourself out of the little swings in a game, knowing, we might have been on top, but now we're not.
Yep.
But you go, in the scheme of it, actually it's even. As in, if you do your next skill well, that you can still win. But sometimes people get caught up in we let something slip, and that carries over into your batting innings or whatever. So that would be a big thing. It's about it's almost like they're 7 down. We don't want to worry what they were on and what they batted for the last period. We go. We just want to take these next. We just want to take his next wicket.
Yeah. And
then work at number 9, number 10.
This chat at drinks is a huge one now.
Yep.
That's what they're talking about, Mick. They're saying, hey boys, we've got them at 7 for 260. We've got to work real hard through this next session.
It's one of those things which, as a unit, the fielding team needs to bring, because it might, we have seen a chance go down, but it might mean it might be a run out. It might be a good diving stop, even if it's just not a wicket, but just to create that pressure and work hard. It's not just going to be the bowling group, it's going to be the whole side, lifting to get that 8th wicket. Can't just go so go in and tear away and try and get an 8 for. It needs the other 10 around him, backing him up and supporting him, because it might be a good catch, might be a run out, it might even be a really good appeal.
Yep.
You've got to back up your team here. So hopefully the Northern Suburbs boys come out of their drinks break with a good good mindset to know that they can pull this game around, because I think we've still got plenty of swings left in this game.
Oh, mate, this will go down to the wire, don't you think, lads? I think it's going to be. We were talking about these tail enders. What about when number 11s hang around and start slogging? Is that the worst part of cricket? Is that the worst part of cricket?
I've got some bad memories of that this year. It was actually against Redlands, your East boys. We played them early in the year, and they deserve to be in the final at the moment. But we had them 8 for about 130. Going well. Then they ended up making 220. and we put a few catches down. The guy got that 100 in the semi-final. He got like 60 odd, but number 11 got 20 or 30, but they put on 90 odd for their last 2 wickets.
Yeah.
We ended up losing by like 30, 40 runs. We didn't bat very well, but those 2 partnerships, the last 2 partnerships of the innings account for 90 runs out of 220 or 210, and it's just makes such a big difference. And when the number 11 hangs around, it's frustrating.
It is frustrating. It's but it's good though. You got. I mean, that's what you always say to number 11. You've got a job to do. You're not.
So McSweeney continuing.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that.
Almost feel that I feel like North would love just an option to take it away, like a leggy or a left
Have we got a
arm
wicket
also.
What happened to Farrell?
He's had shoulder problems, like serious. I think he had something in his arm. He had surgery on, so he's missed pretty much all the year. He's hardly played cricket this year. Oh, that's big as well.
Sure.
That is huge.
That's my car.
That's your car, banger?
That's my car.
Jeez.
Let's go easy.
Tell you what,
mine's a little territory over there. It's got.
So they come out well after the breaks, these students. we'll have to check. We'll have to check the fluids.
It's like after a tutor. That's what they do. Hey, did anyone discuss we talk about when we're ever at uni, talk about the biggest 6 that was ever hit here. Have you discussed that yet at all?
I haven't, bro. I think I know. That's gone again. Was it a chance? That's
No,
closer to your car.
That's right in line with my car.
Yeah.
That's my territory behind there.
Yeah, I think Josh Brown's going to collect it from your front seat soon.
So, mate, while you're there, just give it a little wash for me. While you're
I thought we were watching a replay.
The thing is this the one from Greg Ellis?
Greg Ellis. Unbelievable. Talk about it in a sec. Here he goes again. What's he going to do? There's a replay here.
This is the first or second one.
That'd be really funny if he put it on through my windscreen, wouldn't it?
He might go again here. You've got to go 3 on the trot, don't you? Good players go 3 times.
Yeah, he's got to go. That's what they're hoping. Norths are hoping.
4 runs for his 50.
Tell you what, they're pushing the 300 here. Oh, he's gone, and it's a fielder.
It's the single.
Along the ground.
That's a big boundary out there.
Yeah, so Greg Ellis hit one here, and I'm thinking the leg spinner might have been a Losberg or something like that. I'm just not sure. But it was on the wicket here, and he put it over Union College. So Union College is one behind us here, which is 4 stories, over Union College, which is a big, big hit. Here he comes.
Oh, McSweeney. Well,
leg spinner, full toss it was. He got it on the floor.
Juicy one. Speaking of 360 on the trot, I was checking my cricket socials as Sweetie comes in earlier today. Well fielded. That's the sort of fielding we're after. That's
fielded.
That's from Carroll, I'm pretty sure. He's done a great job in the field. So University of Tasmania are playing in the Tasmanian first grade final at the moment. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday game.
Yeah.
And they're amongst the runs. They've got a couple of Centurions, but they've got a pretty handy Centurion at number 6, I believe, Tim Payne. So Tim Payne, Australian captain, playing first grade grand final, scored 100, brought up with 3 sixes on the trot.
Jeez.
That's not a bad in, is it? You bring in Tim Payne. I wonder where he bats. Probably bats 3 or 4.
Well, no, I think he batted 6.
Oh, he batted 6. He batted 6.
Going into at end of day 1, University of Tasmania, I think they were like 4 for 350 before he even batted. He'd hardly faced the ball, and they'd scored 350. So their opponents, who have a good side, that'd be a bit tough when the Australian Test captain comes out number 6 in a club game and scores 100.
It's great though. It's great to have.
It's great to have. That's great for like that competition and those players to have him in the mix. And
I suppose obviously our Shield players were not available for this one, were they? Because they had the Shield game. Yeah, they've got a game tomorrow, haven't they? It's always a pity, isn't it? It's nice to have them back for the finals, which we've had in the last few years. We've been pretty lucky, haven't we?
No, just a bit later finish this year with COVID pushing a lot of stuff back. So, normally I'd say the second weekend of our grand final, we have access to the Shield players. It's normally how it's worked. It's sort of, unless they were playing in a Shield final.
Yeah.
That's like the Shield final is probably normally now in the calendar, but pushed a bit further back this year with COVID. So let's fingers crossed Queensland are in that in a few weeks' time.
Why was the game played at Norths? Why was Alan Border getting some work on it? Or
no, so they moved it based on the fact that with all the rain from about a week and a half ago, that they weren't going to be able to get any work done to it because it does struggle with some of the rain, and so they moved it to Norse, but then it also struggled a bit to get up. So
great facility out there now, though, isn't
it's
it?
a lovely facility out now. So the 3 fields, lights which we haven't played first grade men's T20s under them yet, just because of the way the schedule worked, and it was all a bit rushed. But we got to play some second grade T20s out there, which were great spectacles under lights. We played some women's games out there as well. So amazing facilities out there. As Sully comes in, cut for they might push 2 here.
Yeah, there's 2 there.
No.
Oh, he called it.
He moved well there, Brown. He's got a good arm.
Very well fielded. So Rothy Lohman, Mick, Duncan Betts.
Yep.
So he's obviously, they were the architect.
Yep.
So my daughter, Olivia, she works there.
Oh, yeah.
So she was involved. So she did some of the drawings and that. So it was good to have a little bit of input from the, So
I at Norse probably 2 or 3 months ago, and Duncan to sort of see it all sort of done up. He would just walk with his family and things like that, and was checking it out because that's got a piece to that, but it might drop safely there.
Safely, yep.
That might be a 50 for Sanders.
Well batted.
50, probably well over 100. Great knock from Sanders about Queensland player and playing against a couple of his here with the North boys, but huge knock from him and Grady.
It's a great innings.
That's
That was a 100-run putt.
Milestones. As Sully comes in trying to wrap a real moment for someone like that, where you draw all this stuff, you design it, then you actually get to walk around it with your kids and all that kind of stuff. And
I didn't realise when I met Duncan when my daughter started working for Rothy Lohman, and he said, he played a bit of cricket.
Yeah.
And
He was a very good cricketer.
Mate, you talked to some people afterwards.
Very good cricketer.
Mate, he was an extremely good cricketer, wasn't he?
I think he's one of those people you put in the category of like maybe now where there is a larger contract list and BBL and all that kind of stuff would have maybe had interest in other parts of the country because like probably when he was playing and other players in that sort of era, it's like, there wasn't as much money in a domestic contract and you go, do I want to move to South Australia for 6 or 8 years of sort of trying to make it, whereas now, like, I think a lot of people more people make that decision now.
I think you're right.
Just because there's definitely a bit more comfort and surety around the contract system.
He gets thrown in, and he does get thrown into a few Norths. People, on Facebook, they pick their bets North side. Here's McSweeney again.
No, he's an opening bat, top order bat, and then sort of in the middle of the back after he realised he could bowl a bit.
Yeah.
And bowl, he was sort of slippery. I think so his father coached me at school, and he'd often help out. And I think his bowling career kind of came out of just like he bowled in the nets, and then was like, I might do this a bit more. And he got him through, and like off a very short run up and very sort of athletic, and then started bowling a bit, and was part of a very strong university side in those sort of early mid 2000s. But a lot of good cricketers coming through that group, and just in a period where Queensland were also so strong that they just couldn't really crack it, but probably would have fitted in other states quite well. It's gone big. That's gone right down the camera.
shot.
Tell you what, this is a gem of an innings from James Grady.
And he's taking him straight too.
Yeah,
there is a deep mid on there, and he's just picked him out.
Deep mid on, no issue with that. When you hit him dead straight over, this is going to look great from the replay. It's right over the umpy's head, down the batter's eye. They talk about in baseball when you hit it dead centre field. This goes straight over his head. Oof. A bit to the left, but we won't knock him with that. Tell you what, we talked about, he brought up his maiden first grade 50. He's getting to the territory, you start talking about maiden first grade 100.
Danger.
It's got.
On that note, I'm going to have to head off.
Great to have you, Ted.
Going to the boxing tonight.
Oh, I hear. What boxing you got up there, mate?
Herman Annie Purcell taking on Big Bad Joe Goodall, the heavyweight title fight.
Good luck with the call.
It's going to be good. I'm not doing it. I'm just
having
a bit of fun, yeah.
Just going for a couple of beers. Good to meet you, mate.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Ted.
Yeah,
all the
been
best.
good.
7 for 283, the students. Going well.
I'm going to have to probably leave you soon too, mate.
All good.
I've got a motor new run. I'm helping out with the MND and me. They've got a big fundraiser tonight, and that'll be on in the city.
Everyone's in hot demand. Might have to get some University of Queensland students
We'll
or someone to get on the
throw-
call. We've got a few spectators floating around.
We'll throw a couple in.
They'll
McSweeney,
be all a bit happy with themselves based on the score now. So
the needs to be. Have to start thinking about a change at this end, Nick.
yeah, hasn't quite worked. They've played whilst he bowled really well and done a huge shift at that end. McSweeney, I'm quite comfortable with him. They can take the single, and Grady's definitely been picking the ball he wants to hit. Because, I think McSweeney would have been 20 or 25 overs in, one for 30, and now he's about 35 overs in, 1 for 70 or 80. So they've lifted up against him.
So McFadgen's on.
McFadgen's on. He bowled a long spell from the River end and bowled extremely tight. He picked up the 7th wicket, as we talked about. Did come out of nowhere, but as in the ball was a bit of a drag down and got smacked to a fielder, but bowled really tight leading up to that. That was almost a out of character ball to get the wicket. But back on with the keeper up, just sort of wobbles them, heavy-ish, a bit of tail into the right-handers. Be interested to see how Sanders approaches it. He's been playing straight when he's been batting this end, or the likes of Sully and Feldman. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets something he likes, might just try and hit it back over the bowler's head. The fielders are up.
A bit less pace too. McMay, they'll have to be a bit careful here because they obviously had the guys running in and bowling pretty sharp. So he's coming in now a bit more medium. So if they still take him, that's what they're probably hoping for, a slower ball, and he mishits it, hits straight up in the air.
Push through to cover point there.
So what does he bat, McFadgen?
McFadgen bats about, I think, seven or 8.
Yeah.
He good handy batter, lefty, good off has a good sort of pick up pull shot and plays good through the square of point.
He's had a pretty good year.
He's had a pretty good year for a youngster. He's only just turned 18, and he's gone over the top there, as we talked about, and hasn't got all of it.
Ooh,
There's
that's what they were.
Sammy Wilson chasing it, and a good little flick to
well
Feldman.
done, Sammy.
Just for the 2, but that was the intent we talked about, going back over the bowler's head. Geez, they're pushing on towards 300 here, the students.
They definitely need a wicket now.
This is almost when you need that, batter who rolls the arm over with a bit of leg spin.
Yeah.
That's very good running. Very good running.
Here we go. It would have been, if he missed that one, he might have been a bit of strife too, Mick. That was right on line.
It's been a huge comeback from the students here. For those just tuning in, that was 6 for 123 about 10 minutes before lunch, to be now 7 for 286. Big turnaround from the students.
Incredible turnaround, isn't it?
It's what you get in finals. Big swings, or when you've got the 2 best sides, 1 and 2, playing against each other. They bat deep. They've got plenty of ability. Got plenty of fight in them. And you get some good cricket.
I watched a bit of the final, the semi-final, Norths and Ipswich, which you guys were covering too.
Great game.
That went down to the wire too, didn't it?
Yeah, we talked about it. We're talking about Harry Wood played a really good innings. They're just a bit short on overs, the old Hornets. They, as McFadgen comes in, with North being the home side, they could just sort of bat and Sammy Wilson and I think McFadgen, kicked on into day 2 and for a good hour and a half, and really only left 4 hours to make 250, 260, and went right down the wire. It was a good crowd. It was 3 semi-finals. They all the 3rd grade 1 and 2nd grade 1 went down to the wire against University. Just before they finished, just as they were finished, the game in 1st grade was getting down to the last sort of 25, 30 runs. So it was an exciting finish. You feel a bit for the Hornets to just not quite get there, but
it's hard when he gets out too. Would have been it was, you felt for him.
McSweeney continuing. Well, that's uppish. This could be a chance here. Oh, it's going to find turf.
Lands in
Oh,
between
that's just
them.
a bit of a
That's just
teaser.
what happens, isn't it? That's what happens when you're
Yeah.
looking for a wicket. It just
Does it?
starts to drop, and then you start thinking,
There's a few. I feel like if you hadn't watched this game and you just rocked up here and you looked at the body language of the Norse fielders, a lot of hands on hips, you'd think they've had a pretty tough day in the field. And whilst it was 6 for 123 and they were on top, you'd say at the moment they're the back's a bit against the wall here.
there definitely is at the moment. McSweeney. That's not far away either, was it?
That was uppish. There was shouts of catch. I don't know if Wilson got hands to that.
So this is about when you feel, Mick, even though they've been out of the game and Uni are on top, you just feel that they've just lost a bit of concentration and it could be a wicket. This is when Norths have to be really on their game.
Yeah, they're not like they're playing shots here, so they're not a little ramp. So they're playing a few shots now. So they're going to give you something, but as we saw with the drop chance at Gully, you need to take them. One of the things we've talked about with the competition, you see, as every time you go up a grade, they talk about like chances. So in like a first grade innings, you might get 12 chances. So if you drop them, well, you might even get 10. And if you drop them, or you miss out on them, that's when a team will usually make you pay with the bat.
Yep.
Whereas you go down the grades, and not to. Well, he's got a piece of that as well. And
Is he out there?
6.
Oh, that was close too, wasn't it? That was. I reckon he's got a hand on that.
Yeah,
but it was over the line.
He was trying to
I think he was trying to bat it back.
If you go down the grades, you probably create more chances because you also miss some of them.
Yeah.
There's a few more drops. There's that kind of stuff. But a fourth grade side might give you 14 chances, so you can still bowl them out. Whereas if you don't take them at this level, they can really make you pay.
Yep.
Sanders continues to pepper that deep cow boundary with his sixes. I think that's his third or maybe fourth of his innings.
I think he had his heart in his mouth. He thought when he hit it, he was one of those
Yeah,
ones
he
where
didn't quite get it all. He dragged it a bit and went to that sort of square. And there's an easy single there now to round out the over.
There, mate. I'll do a bit of a run, mate. It's great
Oh,
to catch
good.
up. Great to
Thanks
catch
to have
up,
you,
Mick.
Banger.
Yeah, no, it was good to pop down, mate. Thanks for inviting me. It was, and this is going to be definitely going to get down tomorrow. There's a couple of things on, but I'd love to get down tomorrow and have a bit of a look because I think this. And if you're out there and you're a cricket follower and you can get down to university, come down and have a look tomorrow because this will be a good finish. And if you can't, listen in.
Yep. If you
or
can't,
watch in.
watch in. Yeah.
Great to see you, mate. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Back here, just missed another big shot from Will Sanders, who is catching up to James Grady, a 67 not out, and chasing Grady on 71 here. McFadden coming in, and he's smacked that to mid-on, and who are very deep. University bringing up the 300 and pushing on. Huge swing of the game in the middle and third and final session as well. Might take this opportunity to keep swinging around some of the other games. McFadden comes in. Check in first on the Queensland Fire and the WNCL final. Victorian 7 for 181. The 300 box seat there, the Fire. All the best as they can try and wrap up that game and bring home their first domestic 50 over title, which will be massive from a Queensland point of view. All the best to the Fire squad there. And that's another strong shot from Sanders. Run away for 2. They might come back for 3 on the arm. And turn they come as Dawson gets that in. Gets within 1 of Grady. Check in on this partnership, which has been huge for the 8th wicket. Came together 7 for 177 with the dismissal of Fry. 124 runs later. Ooh. Could be a run out here. No. Good effort from McSweeney there mid-off. Students keep that score ticking. Over 7 for 305, up to 136. Few tired and sore Northern Suburbs fielders out there trying to pull this game back and turn it around and bowl the Students out so they can take some momentum into day 4. It's going to be a big chase for the Vikings. Good wicket, but they've spent a long day in the field. Keep on continuing. We'll check in 2nd grade. Alan Pettigrew Shield, Northern Suburbs versus Sunshine Coast. Northern Suburbs still batting in that game. 9 for 420. It's a very big score. My cricket's having a bit of a slow run there. Check in on the live stream of that game as Presswich comes in from the river end to Grady. Just in that 2nd grade game, looks like Sunshine Coast are into bat now. And North's looking for some wickets late on day 3 to continue what has been a dominant display in the 2nd grade grand final. Presswich get to 72. Always got a piece of that. Hasn't got all of it, but probably will run away. Might have just trickled over, a bit of a teaser. Another boundary for Grady. He moves to 76 and is producing a magnificent knock at number 8. Replay of this pull shot from Grady. Short pull from Presswich. Dispatched. Continuing a bit of a trend in the 1st grade finals the last few years with number 8s producing some big knocks. As Presswich comes in. That could be a big shout. Going down leg, I think. Pretty confident Stephen McGiffin bat at number 8 when he brought up 100 Western Suburbs against Uni in their victory. There was 100 from Jack Carty and Mitchell Fry. I forget which one batted 7 or 8 in that game, but there was 100 number 8 in University's victory over Valleys. I think even Josh Daskin batted 8 in reply and scored 100, so seems to be batting at 8 seems to be the trick in some of these 1st grade finals. Presswich wheels and comes in again to Grady. A little under edge. Nothing seems to be going the way of the Vikings. Love that to be chopped on. Pick up that 8th wicket. Desperate for a wicket here, the Vikings. Late on day 3. They battled all day. Had a lot of momentum in the first half of the day, but it's drifted away as the students have fought back here between Grady and Sanders. They thought about a single there. A lovely day here, sun's out. It's been 12 overs scheduled for the day. There will be tomorrow with a 9:30 start. Back and across there from Grady. Completes over 7 for 309 after 137, the students. Grady and Sanders. Massive partnership this. Keep ticking along. We'll go into third grade for a grand final update. Northern Suburbs hosting Gold Coast out at Alan Pettigrew Oval. And not great from Northern Suburbs' point of view. They've been dismissed for 126. So good 80 runs behind Gold Coast. Dan Doran was the main wicket taker, 3 for 37. And Jared Newhouse, 3 for 28. Just as we're joined by President of University of Queensland, Jeff Tees, who's probably got a big smile on his face after 6 for 123 to now be 7 for 309.
Mate, it's the 2 beers that are putting a smile on my face.
Definitely swung into the favour of the students, hasn't it?
It's been a good recovery, that's for sure.
Number 8 and number 9 with scores of 76 and 72 respectively.
Well, Sanders has got the red mist going at the moment, doesn't he?
They've opened the shoulders in the last half an hour or 45 minutes.
Haven't they?
There's another one. He's got a piece of that.
That is huge.
6 to Sanders.
That
and
is big.
He's taken over from Grady. He's caught up with him.
Yes, too. That's some pretty big hitting. I think we've told him to calm down every over for the last 12 overs.
We kept saying there must have been something in the water at tea, because there was definitely a clear intent after the tea break to take on some of the bowling. Grady took on McSweeney and put him over the fence straight over his head.
I think we developed clear plans to the opposite of that. So I think they were told, just bat boys.
Yep.
Play the ball on its merits.
We've done an exceptional job. And he's timed that very well, but well fielded.
Lovely shot, good feeling. So what's the plan here, Righty, for Norse? How do you stop the bleeding?
It's a tough one. Like, the field's a bit spread. It
is spread.
You know, I think deep down they probably wish they had someone who could spin something away from a right-hander, like just even a loopy leggy or a left arm finger spinner. But
we were just saying, we felt this morning the team Norse were very disciplined and bowled top of off.
It's crunched that as well. But
whereas in the last hour it's been a bit both sides, bit two lengths, bit both sides.
Yeah, there's times where they've gone to the short ball tactic, which I think works, but they just didn't quite execute as well, and they got some of those cut shots away. And then after they'd made those cut shots, they're also then comfortable pulling and hooking the ball. So some of that didn't quite work. They have put a chance down at gully, which hurts, because that could have brought in, you know, not to speak too ill of Walter and Belford, but slightly lesser batters than Sanders and Grady.
No, I don't think that's unfair. I think there's a bit of a drop-off. I think the boys know that.
So that was a big chance there. But
yeah, it's been a big partnership, that's for sure.
I was just talking about, there seems to be a trend in the first grade grand finals. Number 8 seems to be the position to make runs. I didn't know.
Is that Jack Carty? Was he?
I don't know if he was 8 or 7, because Fry was either 8 or 7. So one of them was 8, and they scored 100. I'm pretty sure Steve McGiffin was at when he scored that 100
Big
against, and they Dak scored 100 in reply.
Yeah.
So actually the number 320 after overs. Probably got. We're supposed to play to 5:30. Whether we'll get there with light, so we've got could have a good hour left here. So
how are we looking around the grand draw?
Twos have made 400 plus, but I think they got dismissed and have got Sunny Coast in the bat.
That's a tough chase.
Yeah, 437 they were eventually dismissed for. Let's see how many overs they clocked up. They clocked up 178 overs, Sunshine Coast.
A little bit quicker than last week.
yeah.
I think of 170 overs last week, they were 3 for 47.
Yeah, no, a bit more intent on weekend too. None for 5, Sunny Coast in reply.
Third grade Gold Coast got up on first innings.
80 runs first innings, but guess there's still plenty of time in that game, but the Norths are going to have to bowl extremely well to pull themselves back into that game. Fourth grade, 4 for 195, Redlands. Gray with 100, but he's just been dismissed.
It's a good wicket out there. Good
then,
wicket. Slow outfield, but good wicket.
And then fifth grade, Norths have batted very well throughout. 8 for 256.
100 out, Ranatunga.
Ranatunga. Arjuna's nephew brought up 100. Pretty sure that's his first 100 for Norths. So good for him. Sam Deacon's 30 not out. So 256 in fifth grade's a pretty good
Big
score.
And then sixth grade, Gav Brown brought up 17,000 runs today. I was out there when he brought it up. He got out shortly after.
I'm very confident this game is going to be a 4 innings, 5 for 81 in reply. For 139.
That is pretty traditional sixth grade there. 139 plays 5 for 81.
I'm pretty sure Valley's 2 were about 3 for 110.
Yeah, when I was there at 3 for 110,
all out for 139.
They were cruising.
So it could be a lively game, that one. Could be a lively Sunday.
So Will Presswich, how old's he? He's 17, 18?
I want to say Will might have just turned 18. A bunch of these guys have turned 18
He's impressive,
recently.
isn't he?
He bowls quick. He's probably at this level, whilst he's quick for the top caliber teams like Uni and on a good wicket, probably just at the pace where you can get a hold of him. And there've been a few times where they've got a hold with the cut shot.
I think one of the big things that the younger guys struggle with as they transition out of that under 17, under 19 is where they're the quickest person. Is when you come into first grade, if you bowl something that's reasonable pace but it's short, you get whacked.
Yeah.
Whereas you weren't getting whacked in 17s or 19s, you were just quick.
Yeah, so there were times he definitely shortened up Grady early on, but it's more Grady was able to survive that period. And when you're 18, you're probably not going to have the same venom in your 4th, 5th, 6th over as you did in your 1st to 3rd over. So they managed to weather that sharp burst and then picked up some runs in the back end of his spell. But he's come around the wicket here.
I'd like to see him bowl a bit more like that. I'd like to see him actually pitch it up a little bit more.
Yeah. But these two...
He hits the deck hard.
Yeah, there've been a few...
Not today. I'd like to see him pitch it up more next year.
Yeah, not today. There's been a few of the bowlers fall over today, Presswich and So. They hit the crease hard, they slam down. I don't know how people are fast bowlers.
I don't know how people are wicket keepers.
Yeah, in the action, it's a good viewing spot.
It's more the squats during the day, a couple of hundred squats. Are you doing Graham Mapry style? No squats, just bent over at the hips?
I squat. I don't wear pads. I wear the shin pads.
Short sleeves or long sleeves?
Got to have long sleeves.
Yeah.
Can't do short sleeves. I think I saw
Seb Gotch.
I saw Toombul 5th grade keeper in the live stream with short sleeves.
That's phenomenal.
I don't know about that.
Mate, they've gone well this year, Toombul.
Has big turnaround for the club. They
got some good young guys there too.
They finished 4th in the club championship, and they had first grade in the semis. Their 2s were in the mix for a chunk of the season that just fell away. Threes are in the semi.
3s are in the semi.
They lost the Norths. 4s. They were in the mix and just missed out late. 5s obviously in the final. The one under 19s with a good bunch. That
was a great game.
That under 19s bunch very much had come from their Taverners from 3 or 4 years ago, which they won that as well. So they kept about 6 or 7 of those guys in their group. So that's a good conversion from them.
We got a couple of good quicks. Knight experience, obviously McDonald, and then a couple of good batters coming through. A couple of good young guys. So they'll be a menace the next couple of years.
Even a couple of guys who sort of moved clubs and popped up, like he played a couple of really big knocks from this year. And one of the games, though, their keeper, Paddy Cotter, who I think was playing about...
Where was he?
He was playing at Valleys. He played like sort of threes and twos to Valleys and moved across. But I know early on he won a one-day game against South and got 40-odd not out and got him over in the last over. And he got him over the draw in the last round to see out West and make it to the semis. So, good change of fortune for Toombul. Finished fourth on the club championship. So
Josh Brown, are we going to see a bunch of bumpers again?
Probably again, yeah. He got the breakthrough of Michael Phillipson with the around the wicket sort of short ball tactic. Probably the same. Off the short sort of indoor style run up and heavy shoulder just whips it through and surprises you a bit.
So what's he got? He got three back leg side.
Yep. 2 catching.
3-6 field. I think it's fair to say he's not bowling full and outside off. Short into the hip.
Yep. No, tell you what, we were finding out that it's Grady's first grade 50. Now he's getting in the territory of talking about first grade 100.
We'll be in the territory of hearing him talk about it for the next 12 months as well. I don't know what Sanders' highest first grade score is. I'd say this is it though. Oh,
short ball there.
It's really short.
You might see some umpies do some exercise if he keeps going a bit too short there.
Is that 1 or 2? That'd be 1.
That was the first one over the shoulder there. Has it been a good year from a student's point of view?
It's been okay. I think from everyone's point of view, the threat of COVID at the start of the season, we were all just probably going to be happy to get through the season. And I think having got through with minimal disruption has been great. And it's been tough on clubs for a number of reasons. There's been a lot more work, obviously running your check-ins and your registers and how you bring people in. And I mean, we had dressing rooms closed, for most of the season in the lower grades, even for girls' teams, which is quite tough. So there's a lot more work on volunteers in trying to organise that sort of stuff. Just getting everyone support Misfield. So, and that's all the clubs. I know all the clubs have had the same. So it's been tremendous. I mean, the volunteers around the club have been tremendous this year in getting everyone on. So I think from that perspective, to be seeing some really good grand finals is fantastic. And
to only really miss one weekend with the lockdown, very fortunate. I know some of the southern states have been a bit different. So, but no, I agree. It's been great to have a basically full summer and
playing a grand final. I mean, we've got 3 fantastic venues. Redlands, I was out there today, looks brilliant. They're doing a great job out there. North obviously has got that new facility. Queensland Cricket, as you know, we're putting a lot of work into premier clubs over the next couple of years and trying to get some lights on facilities so we can play night cricket. So I think to be able to get through this year without too much pain and...
Oh, that's shortened him up. And just over the keeper.
Was that his back or his head?
I reckon it's a glove. Based on some of the reactions, there's a few hands-on heads and the replay would be great. I reckon he might have gloved this.
There we go.
He does rush the batter. Brown.
Ooh, yeah, I reckon.
Glove or arm, it would have been a shout if...
shot, it's bicep.
I think the glove's just in front there. Maybe side on if we'd get a better angle, but it ballooned over the keeper.
I think I heard was that Sanders? I think I heard him squeal there halfway through. Just a little shriek. This is...
Well, we've got to back it up. Back it up a little bit. Oh, Wilson was jumping for the...
Wilson. He has gloved it.
And then Wilson at square leg jumps over the umpy with the Toyota celebration. Now, this hasn't quite gone the way for North in his last 2. It's been a rubber of the green for that fortune. They toughed it out in the middle session when...
The cricketer in me wants to see Presswich come up and bowl with a 6-3 field and try and nick someone off or get someone LBW.
Yeah,
the uni boy in me wants me to see him bowl more short balls.
Here he comes again, Presswich around the wicket to Sanders.
Well, that's the plan, similar sort of plan to last over. 6 on the leg, 2 back behind square, deep mid-wicket.
Yep.
Square leg,
I think
mid-wicket, mid-on.
I agree with the point about having that over the wicket and pitched up, because I think they do want to play their shots.
It's very difficult to drive along the ground here. Like most of the runs, if you look at how the scores exploded, it's been aerial.
Yep.
It's been a lot of short balls.
It's been
It's been some slog sweeping and big boundaries, but it's been aerial because the outfield is still slow. There's been 2 balls driven along the ground for 4, and both of them went down the wicket. So nothing's gone through cover along the ground for 4.
That's good. I like when people talk to me, so I've never asked. Like,
there's a guy in the team, Matt Miller, and he talks more garbage than anyone in Premier Cricket, I reckon. And we went to a game, we were playing South this year at South, and we got rock and rolled for, 200. And South's are 1 for 200. And one of the guys is 100. So they are absolutely destroying us. And a guy bowls one a metre outside off, and it's left alone. And I'm with my 9-year-old, and I hear Miller say to the bowler, "You're a genius. You're an absolute genius. What bowling?" And my son looks at me and goes, "Geez, he talks a lot of garbage, doesn't he?" I'm like, 1 for 200, and you're bowling 3 feet outside off, and you're calling the bowler a genius.
No, they
doesn't stop. Just relentless.
They had a good chat, and as I said, I don't respond, so it's a bit one-sided. But they got the chocolates, the students. But I think for me, I've got 4 2-day premierships, and then some others in the one-day comps and stuff like that.
Cheeky one days and.
I've lost a few finals. You got to lose a few.
You got to lose a couple.
Lose a few to win some. We were talking earlier as Presswich comes in.
Ooh, that is a very good bumper.
Brownie, a former West selector, and I was talking about Greg Rowell, and I have vivid memories of being 12th man and scorer for
I heard that.
A third grade.
I drove to Redlands. I heard a lot of commentary on the way to school. And so probably apologise because I was listening in the car and you guys were just chatting like we are now, and I couldn't see what was going on.
It's not radio, yeah.
No, it's not radio.
The streams there.
It took me a long time to get to. I had to go to Cooper's Plains and Redlands and back. I spent a lot of time in the car just to go and see 4th grade for an hour or so.
That's what you got to do. You got to trek around the grounds. I've done a bit of that in my time in the role. But watching Rowley torment us in a 3rd grade grand final.
They used to bring Rowley back for 3 years. They would bring Rowley back each year to play uni because we were doing pretty well in 2s and 3s. So every year, I played him in a 2s game, and they brought him back at the end of the season when West needed to win. And because Rowley's a good mate of mine, and on the field he'd get really rolled up, and he came back and he ended up almost coming to blows with Tim Weller, and we beat them. And it was quite funny because they're both mates of mine, and they almost got in a position of punching on. And then the next year, I think it was my last year, and I played 3rd grade, and I went down, and again Rowley turns up for the last game of the year, and I'm like, "Rowley, mate, what are you doing? Like, you just keep coming back to pay me." And it was on an awful wicket, and at one point he bowled 2 balls in a row to me, and the first one I went forward, and it hit a length, and the ball rolled along the ground. Is it there the fine leg?
Their fine leg's there, just the single.
And the ball rolled along the ground and just missed off, and then the next one pitched in about the same spot, and it took off and clipped my helmet and went for 4 byes. So I didn't like playing Rowley.
No, I don't think many people like batting against him, but
a
short ball barrage continues from around the wicket for Brown to Sanders.
I shouldn't yell, "Get down." Sure. Fortunately, if I'm biased, most of your guys are playing today, so there's not a lot of Norse people listening to the commentary to be able to sledge me about being biased. And you've been doing it all. You've been commentating all day.
That's an interesting shot. That was a.
That's Steve Smith.
That was a genuine
swat down the ground.
Yeah. I think he backed away and went for a bit of a tennis swat over the bowler, but didn't connect.
So, mate, you got a bit of time off next week, or?
I am. I go on leave on Tuesday and going to head up the coast for a bit of drive, but probably got to tick some things off around the awards night, which is coming up Friday the 30th of April, the Premier Cricket Awards night. So get to award all our premierships and our caps, and
it's going to be the Norse Awards ceremony, isn't it?
Oh, I think there'll be some other stuff in there.
Club championship, first club championship in how long?
About 30 odd years.
30 odd years.
Yeah, 35 years.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
Yeah, all our premiership, our best and fairest, the Cass Smith medal for Catherine Raymond Shield and the Peter Burge medal for Bulls Masters first grade. I think we've got some really good races for those two medals.
Oh, McSweeney's winning the Burge, surely. He's got about 10,000 runs and 100 wickets.
I think he's in the mix. He's had an excellent season. That the sort of the batting, spinning all rounder tends to feature heavily in the Burge.
Yeah, Phillipson
Day.
won.
Phillipson 1-1. Alex Day 1-1. Usually get through plenty of overs and you normally make some runs. So we're probably ticking away on some of those things whilst...
Who won it last year? Flo.
Another one.
There you go, another one.
We'll do a few new things this year. Having missed last year's awards night due to COVID, we'll probably look to recognise the two best and fairest winners from last year and just present their medals. Whilst we did it virtually last year, I think it'd be appropriate to get Jason Flores and Tess Cooper.
Flo's retiring as well. Retiring, he's not playing first grade next year.
Yeah.
He'll no doubt get talked into playing something at some point.
Retirements don't seem to stick.
No.
I'm pretty sure Nathan Rabnott retired this time last year and then came back and scored 400 runs this year.
Yeah, scored 100 against us.
Yeah. So we'll see how they go.
We decided in that game he had a weakness against his pull shot, which apparently he doesn't.
Yeah, he had a lot of. I remember putting up the highlights of that. There was a lot of pulls.
It was just pull shots. His wagon wheel was just square leg. But credit to our boys, they stuck by the plan until he got to about 150.
That was good innings, that. That's 100 against Uni. There's not too many who've done that in the last decade in two-day cricket. I reckon I could probably count on one hand. Pfeffer's in that list. He scored 100 against Uni about 3 or 4 years ago, but haven't been many. But yeah, now as Prestwich comes into Sanders, with another single, probably also going to try and bring something in with the best and fairest, recognise a former winner to be involved in the presentation.
That's a good idea.
Bit like how they do with the Norm Smith medal, they get someone up who's won it before, and usually some sort of anniversary to recognise that. So to help, ideally we'll have Joan Burge there to present it, but just to help with that and recognise an anniversary of some previous winners. So always trying to keep developing that awards night. It's a fun night. Everyone there is usually winning something, so they're keen to celebrate and enjoy the festivities. And I guess celebrate celebrate a completion of another good year. So always fun. They get a little bit rowdy at the end of the night.
They do get rowdy, especially the young guys having won something.
5 hours.
Thinking they're the first person that's won something before.
5 hours of a drink package and winning stuff. And they can get a bit rowdy at the end. But
The first dinner I went to, this is clean enough, I think, for this. We'd won a premiership. We beat Norths out at Valleys, and we beat them 9 down. Is that it? No. So yeah, we beat them 9 down. Decent win, and we chased down 230, and we won with about half an hour left in the day, 9 down. And so we had and back then Uni didn't win a lot of premierships, so it was a big deal. We didn't make a lot of semi-finals, we didn't make a lot of finals, didn't win a lot of premierships. And we left the casino at about 6 o'clock in the morning. I remember getting a cab home in daylight, and the concept of a Mad Monday hadn't really occurred. No one had discussed it because we never won premierships. And so I then went to work 2 hours later, which wasn't something that you do, having got home at 6 o'clock. I had about half an hour's sleep, and it wasn't a good day. I fell asleep in a storeroom, and then I lasted till about 10 o'clock, and then I went to university, and then I went home at about 11. So it wasn't a great Monday. It was a Thursday night, and it was the Friday. It was a Thursday night dinner at that time, and it was a Friday.
There will be a few, because the old style used to be a bit of a cocktail event where they sort of give out the Burge used to obviously be separate to the premierships, is what I sort of heard. But there'll be a few people organising some Mad Mondays in a couple of days' time. So whether they win or lose, there'll be a bit of that around the Premier cricket scene.
Well, our Mad Monday, I think it was 2 years ago, we had the police out here because guys went as fancy dress and someone dressed up as Deadpool with a gun and the cops got called.
Yep.
And they were called about 6 times because it was stuck on a loop with UQ security.
Yep.
So the police keep turning up to check out why someone had a gun. All right, drinks break.
Drinks break. 7 for 330, the students. We might have a little breather ourselves. We'll be
Perfect.
back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the Bulls Masters first grade grand final between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs here at West Paris Oval in the last hour of day 3. University of Queensland 7 for 330 after 143 overs. Massive turnaround from the students. They were at one stage 6 for 123. They put on runs, mostly due to James Grady, who's currently 82 not out, and Will Sanders on 85 not out. And the runs continue after drinks with a 4 to Grady. Moves to 86. Earlier today brought up his first grade 50 and he's encroaching on his first ever first grade 100. Not a bad time to be in that Milestone, playing in a first grade grand final. To those just tuning in, obviously the massive news, Queensland Fire WNCL champions for 2020-21. Bringing home the Roof Preddy Cup for the first time. Well done to the Fire squad as Brown comes into Grady. Runs again for Grady. Well done to the Fire. Captain Georgia Redmayne with the skipper's knock of 140 odd not out. To the coaching staff, Ashley Noffey and crew. Well done on an amazing achievement. Great stuff for Queensland cricket and for women's cricket in the state here as Brown comes in to Grady on 88. Shadows creeping across West Paris Oval. late on day 3. Students well in control, thanks to some rearguard action from their number 8, number 9 here. Brown coming in to Grady. Another bumper. Coming back after drinks, we'll keep going around the grounds. As last sort of hour of play of all finals on day 3. Allen Pettigrew Shield, second grade Northern Suburbs hosting Sunshine Coast. Northern Suburbs finally finished their first innings on 437. As Brown comes in, big hundreds to Mitch Doolan and Nicky Chowdhury. Sunshine Coast in reply, none for 11. Looking to chase down 437. Moving on to third grade. Big first innings result and lead for Gold Coast. As Brown comes in to Grady. Pushes that to point for at least a single. Carroll in pursuit. Just keeps it to 1. Moves to 89, Grady. Northern Suburbs dismissed for 126.79 runs behind Gold Coast's first innings total of 205. Gold Coast in their second innings, none for 13, lead of 92. So in a dominant position there, the Dolphins in third grade. Moving on to fourth grade, which is out at Redlands. Redlands versus University of Queensland. Home side Redlands are batting 4 for 228. Gray with 100. Currently Gittings and Ormondy are in, 32 and 27 on out respectively. So in a dominant position there, Redlands can just continue batting into day 2 and bat University out of the game there. Moving on to 5th grade, Roy Tanner Shield. That's North's hosting Toombul at Jeff Dimmick Oval. Presswich comes into Grady. And that's worked away. That might run away for 4, actually. And moves into the 90s, Grady. On to 93, late here on day 3. The uni crowd and supporters getting very vocal here under the grandstand on the hill. Approaching a maiden first grade 100 for James Grady. Brought up his first grade 50 earlier today in a grand final. Not a bad time to bring up his maiden first grade ton. In 5th grade, Northern Suburbs 9 for 279, still batting there. Sam Deacon, 53 not out of 182 balls. Earlier in the day, Indy Ranatunga brought up 100. So they are just batting on there and might be dismissed shortly and have a bowl before Stumps there, but in a dominant position, Northern Suburbs against Toombul. We'll move to the last one, which is 6th grade. Early in the day, Valley's number 2 dismissed for 139 after being in a pretty strong position, sort of 3 for 110. Have Redlands 5 for 96, so game well and truly in the balance there. And we'll see how the lower order of Redlands go and trying to get a first innings lead there. But likely to be a 3 or 4 innings game there and continue well into Sunday. So big wrap of the finals there. Hope everyone's enjoying the coverage of Bulls Masters first grade competition grand final. If you've got any comments or questions, feel free to text them in 0434 225 219. If you're watching today, let us know your thoughts, predictions for day 4, which is going to be an exciting one tomorrow here. As Presswich comes in, full of ball, played by Grady. Continues to be the unmovable target. 180 balls from Grady. 181, 93 not out. Extremely well supported by Will Sanders, 85 of 106. It's been a wonderful partnership. 165 run partnership for the 8th wicket. Came in at 7 for 175, I believe. Around then. Taking the score to 7 for 341. Swung the game on its head. and put the students well on top. The home side, big total with only 1 day of play left. North will need to pull back in this last hour and try and bowl University out to give themselves something to chase on day 4. Still plenty of time and plenty of overs left in the day. 112 overs scheduled for tomorrow's play. So if you work on 3 and a bit and over, definitely still in the chaseable territory. But if unable to remove these 2 prior to Stumps today, that score is going to push on to around 400 and get quite challenging. Another single to Grady takes him to 96. And in shot of a serious milestone of a first grade 100 would be maiden first grade 100 in the biggest possible stage, being the grand final of the competition. We've already discussed early on, there's been some memorable hundreds in finals in recent years. In my tenure, Steve McGiffin, a big 100 for Western Suburbs, batting with the tail to post a huge score against the students, swung that game on its head. Following that, Tom Healy with a very gutsy 100 against Sandgate Redcliffe in Northern Suburbs win. And there was 300s for the University of Queensland students, and Jack Clayton, Jack Carty and Mitchell Fry in their win over Valleys. Defiant 100 from Josh Dascombe in reply there from Valleys. And Sully coming into Grady. Take a single there to forward square and chips a bit closer to 97. And obviously last year's final abandoned due to COVID. And then back on again this year, and James Grady with the chance to etch his name in a bit of University of Queensland history with a maiden 100 in a final here. Well supported by Will Sanders on strike here, 85 not out. And he's got a piece of that. That's crunched off the bat. Moves to 89, and he's also chasing a maiden first grade 100 as well. Backs against the wall for Northern Suburbs here. We're in a really strong position early in the day at 6 for 123, even at 7 for 175. Oh, and that's an absolutely magnificent shot for 6. Straight back over the bowler's head from Sanders. It's a race to who gets up there 100 here. Sanders and Grady. Moves to 95. Love to see a replay of that. Just leant back, straight drive, lofted, over mid-off for 6. Stand and deliver that stuff. Would have played a fair bit against Connor Sully in the youth programs and all that kind of stuff. He sent him back over his head, and I think he liked that one off the stick. 3 balls left in the overs. Is Sanders going to bring up the 100 first? Sully charging in. And he's had a crack. All on the ground for 4. Moves to 99. Sanders. He's made quick work through the 90s here. He's caught up with James Grady. He's at the other end, probably just enjoying a rest. But massive moment here for the students. Youngster. First grade grand final on the biggest stage, chasing a maiden first grade 100. Plenty of singles on offer here. And he's going to get it. And they've gone wild here. What a 100. What a partnership. Turn the game on its head. Take a bow, Will Sanders. Might be James Grady soon enough as well, but absolutely amazing innings. Changed the game here this afternoon on day 3. Moving day. A moment he won't forget in his young career. Sully coming in. Sort of a wide from the umpire, evaded by Grady. Now it's his turn. He's got 3 to get for a maiden first grade 100. Might have to wait to the next over with Will Sanders stealing a bit of the thunder from James Grady. Might try and get a single and get on strike the next over. Through to the keeper. Missed out on the cut shot there. Closes out the 146th over. University of Queensland 7 for 361. A maiden first grade 100 for Will Sanders in the big dance of the grand final. Huge moment for the students. Well and truly swung the game on its head in favour of the students. Minor premiers hosting this final. They were in trouble earlier today, 6 for 123. Lost 2 wickets for none on the score on 123. But since then, it's been all the students here, 7 for 361. Sanders back on strike. I think he might play a few big shots here now. He's brought up the milestone. He's already put a few sixes over mid-wicket off McSweeney. I think he'll be going again. Now he's got past the 3 figures. So good little supporter group on the hill for the students as McSweeney comes in. Sanders' job is probably to get Grady on strike for his turn to bring up the milestone. Grady came in a little bit early, did a lot of the hard work in that middle session. Second new ball had to deal with. But they've cashed in here this afternoon. Sweeney into Sanders. Top edge and be taken by Sully. End of a magnificent innings from Sanders. Some just reward from McSweeney. He's toiled hard. 40 overs, 2 for 84 now. Amazing knock from Sanders. Replay here, just a bit of bounce, top edge to short fine leg. Whilst he'll be disappointed to get out late in the day, it's an amazing innings. Changed the game for his side, and I'm sure as he gets a bit closer to the boundary, he's going to get a huge cheer from the university students, supporters. As well he should. A standing ovation. An amazing knock from Sanders. 100 of 112 balls at number 9. Can't top that. An innings he'll surely remember. Youngster in the Queensland Under-19s side, which will play next week against New South Wales Metro and New South Wales Regional. Way to off the season. Left-hander Scott Walter will be pleased to see 360 on the board. He probably but a bit worried with 6 for 123, thinking he's going to have to do something special with the ball. And he gets a chance to help James Grady get to his maiden 100. And then maybe think about a bit of bowling tomorrow at some point. Walter, edged, steal a single and get Grady on. Got a couple of balls to see if he can bring up the 3 maiden 100. Just doing the sums on that partnership. Sanders and Grady for the 8th wicket. Came in at 7 for 177, dismissed at 8 for 361. I want to say that's a 184 run partnership for the 8th wicket. Amazing stuff from those two. I'm sure the students will be trying to will home James Grady for another 3 runs to bring up his... We've got a no ball here. And I think it's because they got too many fielders on the leg side. Or the keeper. On the dot. Grady facing McSween, 97 not out. Pushed into the deeps, cover for a single. Well taken single off the last ball of the over. 98 for Grady, 8 for 647 overs. Grady 98 not out, chasing a maiden first grade 100 here late on day 3 at West Paris Oval. Shadows going across the field. Still plenty of light left here. On the cusp of a special moment for James Grady. 2 runs, bring up 3 figures. And I'm sure there'll be a big celebration if he gets there. Done a lot of hard work today. North's pushing for that 9th wicket, trying to bowl the students out late here on day 3. Give themselves as much time as possible to chase down a score. I'd love to just pick up these last 2 wickets in the next 20 or so minutes here. Play and miss from Grady. Cramped him a bit. Whilst we have Sully with the longer run, we'll do a quick dash around the grounds. Sunshine Coast 1 for 20 in reply to 437 for Northern Suburbs in 2nd grade. Going to be a tough ask for the Scorchers there, but they've got all of 112 overs tomorrow to try and chase that down. In 3rd grade, Gold Coast 1 for 28, lead of 107 over Norths in 3rd grade. Sully comes in to Grady on 98. He's cut that. And that's it. That's the 100 for Grady. Massive celebration. An amazing knock. And well-deserved celebration. First big year in 1st grade. A maiden 1st grade 50. Now topped off with a maiden 1st grade 100 in the grand final. What a moment for James Grady. Played a lot of 2nd grade for the students in the last few years. Won a lot of premierships. Been in a lot of good teams. Made the step up this year and on the biggest stage in regards to 1st grade final, brings up a maiden 1st grade 100. Absolutely huge. As Sully steams in. And he's cut that away, and they've thought about a run, but they chose not to. Third ball of the over, almost carried to the sort of deepish point position. They've spread the field. They're keen to give Grady the single and have a crack at Walter. We'll be surprised if Grady just looks to face off a few and get a single off the 5th or 6th ball. 102 not out of 192 balls. Came in with a score of 6 for 123. Currently 8 for 368. Sully steams into Grady. And they'll choose to take the single here on the 4th ball. Give Walter 2 balls to survive. Field will definitely come up from Norse. Had to withstand the second new ball, pre and post lunch. Likes of Connor Sully and Luke Feldman battling away. Got through that. Guide his students to a dominant position here very late on day 3. Looks to be pretty tired and well deserved. Amazing knock from Grady. Sully coming into number 10 in Walter. Bumper and easily evaded by Walter. Norse pushing for that 9th and 10th wicket. Also, it hasn't been their day for the second half of the day. I'd love to just take these 9th and 10th wicket and go in tomorrow knowing that they can start batting and give themselves the most amount of time to chase down this score. Game definitely not over. Semi-final here last year. Michael Nesser and Gold Coast gave a really good crack trying to chase down 350, 360 odd. So nothing's done here for Northern Suburbs as Sully steams in. Oh, shorten him up there. Survived those 2, Walter, and 148 overs gone, 8 for 369. Elsewhere, 4th grade, Redlands 4 for 254 in their final against University of Queensland. Batting well and in a dominant position there with only a day's play left. Moving on to 5th grade. Norse finally dismissed for 279 in their first innings. Sam Deacon dismissed for last wicket for 53. Ash Mears for Toombul 4 for 52 off 35 overs. The main wicket taker there for Toombul. And then none for 4 in reply. Still a bit of time left in day 3 there. And then in 6th grade, Redlands 6 for 104. In reply to 139 for Valleys 2. Game very even there. As McSweeney comes in to Grady. Cut to point and fielded by Sully there. He's probably had a long day charging in. Probably didn't want to have to do that fielding there at backward point there. McSweeney coming in again to Grady. Well played. Toured hard today, McSweeney. Skipper for Norse. In again. Grady just dead bats there. Probably looking just to get to stumps here. The more time they take out of the game, the less time for Norse to chase it down. He's got to triple figures. Got about 19 minutes to negotiate here. Scotty Walter can do his part and get to stumps. Just take even more time out of the game from a Norse point of view. Norse pushing for wicket 9 and 10 to give themselves the best chance to have a crack at this big score. It comes in McSweeney. Closed out the over, and we'll keep Walter on strike for the next over. Shadows crossing Webb Harris Oval here. Should be able to get through to 5:30 here. Still plenty of light. Lovely sunny day. Just some shadows from the grandstand and trees working its way across the field. .5:12 on my clock, so 18 minutes, maybe five overs, 6 overs. North's hoping to pry that 9th and 10th wicket so they can go into the change rooms for day 3 and attack day 4 with the bat in hand. Short ball through to the keeper. Love to see Connor Sully maybe come around the wicket to Walter and attack the stumps. Bring in a LBW and bowled. Potentially a bit difficult from over the wicket. Has to bring it a bit down the line of the stumps and bring it back into the lefty to get that LBW. In saying that, I think he might be suggesting he comes around the wicket. Charging in. Well in behind from Walter. He's probably done this a few times in his career and just hold up an end and dead bat it. Trying to get the students through to stumps. Would really rub salt into the wounds from a North's perspective if they were 8 down overnight and batted into day 4. Just taking a bit of time out of the chase for the Vikings. So all counts here from a university point of view if they can hang on to stumps. Got out of the way of that short ball. He's probably seen a few of those in his career, Waltz, as a tail ender and a quick. He dishes them out. He'd probably get a few from a batting point of view. Well evaded. Got inside of it and underneath it. Doing the job the students need him to do and trying to get to stumps. Sully turns to go and come into Walter again. Oh, that's off the glove or hand. Left hand, his bowling hand. Balloon to the offside. Had the bat pad there, but it went to the other side, unfortunately for Northern Suburbs. Just shortened him up and probably a bit fortunate that didn't go the other side to the bat pad and got the outer part of the hand and ballooned to the offside. Good pace from Sully there. Turn to go and steam in again. Caught. Catch by Feldman at cover. Expansive shot from Walter there and uppish enough that it carried to short cover from Feldman. So a big breakthrough for Northern Suburbs. Get a 9th and have a chance to look at number 11 and bowl University of Queensland out here late on day 3. Sully's worked hard, picked up his 4th wicket there. He's bowled with good pace. See on the replay, steaming in. And Feldman in view there. Just uppishly played. Nice slow catch coming forward from Feldman. 9 for 369. About 14 minutes left in the day. North pushing for that 10th wicket to close out the day and start tomorrow batting straight away. Well bowled from Connor Sully, 4 for 80 figures to date in his 28th over. He's worked hard. He got some early breakthroughs for the Vikings. He's come back here and picked up a 4th one there. I'm sure he'd love to wrap up number 10 and take 5. and then go in and put the feet up. The Centurion Grady's joined at the crease by Belford, number 11, the long hair flowing out the back of the helmet. He's got about 14 minutes or 13 minutes to survive. If there was to be a wicket in this next ball or over, Norths would be required to go out and bat for an over or two, but we'll see how the day finishes up here. 9 for 369 here. Grady not out on a century. Belford just joining him here, trying to see it through to stumps for the students here. Fair few fielders around the bat here as Sully turns. So the final ball is over and negotiated by Belford. 150 overs are gone. 9 for 369 for the students. Grady on strike here. I'm sure the field will spread and they'll look to see if he wants to take a single. Let's see if they can have a bowl at Belford here. We'll be surprised if Grady just pats him back and takes a single off the 4th or 5th ball and leaves a 1 or 2 for Belford to negotiate here. But sure, he's probably feeling the effects of the long innings. And Grady's battled hard and been an amazing knock. 103 not out of 199 balls. Coming at number 8. Him and Will Sanders have swung this game right in favour of University of Queensland. And day 3 on a very high note for the students. Sweeney to continue. Quick lap around the grounds. In second grade, so we'll wait for McSweeney to take off his first ball. Dot to Grady. Sunshine Coast 1 for 27 in reply to North's 437. Long way to go for them. Trying to get through just one down at end of play. Move into third grade. Gold Coast 1 for 40. That's a lead of 119 over Northern Suburbs. And McSweeney comes in again with a leggy, I think, or something. It's a bit different. Yep. Strong position for Gold Coast Dolphins with the first innings lead and wickets and time on their side. McSweeney continues. That was a bit of a long hop and Grady tried to get a piece of it, but not to be. He's trying a few tricks here, McSweeney. Picks up a single there, Grady, to deep point. Leaves 2 balls for Belford to negotiate. In fourth grade, Redlands, 4 for 263. Continue to bat very well there. Fifth grade, Norths have picked up a wicket in their innings as McSweeney comes in. Back foot push from Belford, 1 for 11. Toombul. Still a bit of time left in that day 3 as McSweeney comes in and bowled him. Bowled out for 370 the students in the 151st over at 5:21. Probably need to double check, but I think that will be Stumps. As Groundies come on the field, just probably checking that it was Stumps. Bowled him with the leggy inside edge onto off stump. Replay here. I think it was a leggy here from maybe Wrongen. Clean bowl. Great tour from McSweeney. Picked up his third, 3 for 88 or 43 overs. But the day belongs to James Grady, coming off 104 not out. And what a knock. Took and from 6 for 123, out for 370. Swung the game on its head. A huge round of applause for the students. And with that wicket, that will be Stumps. On day 3, University all out for 370 in a commanding position at the end of day 3 here in the Bulls Masters first grade grand final between University of Queensland and Northern Suburbs here at Webb Harris Oval. I'm Michael Wright. Thanks for watching today. Join our coverage at 9:30 tomorrow here on Queensland Cricket's Facebook for day 4 of the final. Northern Suburbs trying to chase 371 for victory. And day 4 should be a cracker. Thanks for listening.